Warning. You are entering Open Lines Friday. For today anything goes. Thank you for your cooperation.
Listos pe los chingazos. Listos pe los chingazos.
I'm going to bring the whole fucking diseased, corrupt temple down on your head. It's got to be biblical.
Welcome to our show.
Like anywhere from Reyes to obviously winning in a Grant and Rival, all those gloves, they're all double stitched.
Damn. Hey, sorry for cutting you off, Mel Model, but Butro's finally here. He's 20 minutes late.
We are live. Welcome everybody to BDA Boxing, the Boxing Debate Arena, Open Lines Friday. We got already people in here. Guys, the link is in the description. The link will be posted in the chat as well, so you can jump in. First come, first served. Guys, what are you talking about? What is this thing about Crawford that I'm seeing on the Discord?
Alrighty, so I'll make it quick. So when it comes to the glove tampering, what happened is, with the Fury scandal, these Wilder at Twerk Squad fans, they're talking about the tampering before the fight and not during the fight. I'm not talking about any potential tampering of the glove before the fight because it was cleared off by the Nevada State Athletic Commission, even though they're corrupt and shit too. I'm going to say the gloves there were fine. The problem is the short Latino dude in his corner, I don't know his name. What he'll do is he will press down on the padding of his gloves and he will, basically alter the padding of his gloves and destroy the integrity of the boxing glove. And, fight gloves, they don't last long anyways, but no glove should deteriorate that quickly and explode, just like how Crawford's glove exploded against Avanesian. There's countless pictures and videos of him in the Amir Khan fight, the Avanesian fight, and the Spence fight of his team. So Crawford is aware of this. His team isn't cheating, or it's not just his team cheating. Crawford is too, of them pushing down and destroying the integrity of the glove by altering the padding. They're getting the padding away from the knuckles, and it's allowing him to punch harder. That's just it. And it explains why he wasn't able to knock out guys like fucking Beltran or Bricky Burns at 135, but now he's on a 7-year knockout streak. That's pretty much it. And it says in the Queensberry Rules of Boxing that you need to have a glove that is in the best condition possible during the fight. So in the middle of the fight, in between rounds, when you are pushing down and altering the padding of the glove, that glove is no longer in its best condition that it can be in, and the integrity and strength of the glove is at question. And that's just what it is. So that's kind of my take.
In the chat, Mark is saying a lot of fighters press their gloves down, nothing new.
It's illegal. Whether you like it or not, it's illegal. And no, that doesn't really happen much. I haven't seen it. Whenever I actually rewatched the Fury Wilder second fight in between corners to see if Sugar Hill tampered with Fury's gloves in that fight, he never touched them. Sugar Hill never once touched Fury's gloves or altered the padding of his gloves in that fight, not once. A corner cannot put their hands on their fighter's gloves. And if they're pointing at it lightly to say, I want you to pick up your jab or your left hook, or I want you to use this and do that, that's okay. You cannot grip your fighter's gloves, dig your thumb down into it, and either move clockwise or counterclockwise to change the padding of the glove. That is against the rules of boxing, because the glove at that point is no longer at its best. And
I tell you what, though, we're gonna need Straight G and Mac Mittens because those were the guys that.
But they're not gonna show up. They already fucking ran them out of the
Straight G was right here talking
here a minute ago. He even conceded. Oh, the Sobers was here, and everyone here was Gonzalo was listening too. He even conceded maybe Crawford did cheat and shit like that. And he said he'll be back later or whatever. But when we gave him the proof that his fucking team is pressing down on his fucking gloves and changing the padding of his gloves, he just fucking bounced. I mean, there's so much video evidence of this across multiple fights. Like I said, with Khan, Avanesian, and Spence. Dude, I wouldn't put it past him at all to do this shit, man.
Well,
So
if Mike Mittens shows up, I think you guys can go on it.
Well, yeah, it'll be funny because he was saying, keep that same energy with Fury Wilder. Keep that same energy. I said, I did, you fucking crip bum. I watched the fight, and at no point did Sugar Hill alter the padding of Tyson Fury's gloves in between rounds. He never once touched his gloves. That was not the case in the Spence and what's the name? Crawford fight. It wasn't. So there you go.
Why not? Why are coming up with that?
It's just like Andre Ward. They're the biggest cheaters of their era.
Why is this being brought up now and not like a few months ago?
Because, this is kind of just what it is in boxing, Bucho. A lot of people don't understand fucking corruption or they don't understand the sport enough to see it for what it is. All these fucking retards were saying, Usyk didn't get hit low when the punch was clearly below the navel. Any punch below the navel is a low blow. And you had retards saying, but it wasn't next to the balls, it wasn't close to the dick, or any of that shit. They don't know what they're fucking talking about. They don't know what they're seeing. They don't know. They don't know any better. Just like when Lee Wood knocked out, quote-unquote, Warrington, when the dude was up at 5, turned around to the referee after getting his mandatory 8 count, beat the count, and told the ref, I'm fine. As the round ended, he beat the count at the bell. The ref immediately just waved off the fight for no reason. There's corruption everywhere, in every country, and at every level in this fucking sport. You saw, and then Barroso fight, the Barroso-Rolly fight, when Weeks stopped that fight for no reason, just like he stopped the Kovalev-Ward fight. Weeks is a fucking... he's a personal friend of Andre Ward, and after he threw 3 consecutive low blows, he stopped the fight. Dude, boxing needs to get the fuck out of Las Vegas. The Nevada State Athletic Commission is corrupt, and all these Crips that were supporting Haney for robbing Loma. The Nevada State Athletic Commission. I'm sure there's a big reason why Spence got fucking mashed up in that fight too. Obviously, Crawford is talented and would have probably stylistically beaten him, but his team altered the gloves in his corner, and that is against the rules of boxing. And that's kind of
all right. Let's bring in Jimmy. Let's bring Jimmy here. Jimmy.
Yeah, let's go ahead, Jimmy.
Yeah, what's up, man?
What's up, man?
I just popped in.
Well, Dora, can you explain to Jimmy? Maybe he didn't.
Wait a minute. Were you saying they altered Crawford's gloves?
The padding in between rounds, not before the fight, like all the Wilder at Torque Squad fans were saying against Fury. In between rounds,
did they take his glove off?
Gloves. Huh?
Yeah, but if somebody's hand's swollen, you have a trend. They can do that all they want. It's not against the rules. You can rub somebody's hands. You can rub on a dude's hands. Let me finish. They have horsehair padding. First, it's a thin piece of foam. It's leather, thin piece of foam, then horsehair. Horsehair absorbs water much worse than foam. It comes heavier too, but that's neither here nor here. But they come through the package kind of crinkled. If you ever seen the vacuum seals, they separate. So by the end of a fight, you'll start seeing a dude's knuckles. Yes, you can sit there, and as they're rubbing the dude's hand, they might be kind of use their fingers and pushing the hair out of the way. I totally get that, man. There's all kinds of fucking shit. People put fucking even Vaseline on them fighters' face that have shit that doesn't bother their fighters' eyes, but some people allergic to antihistamines, and they put it in, it makes their eyes water, and dude, all kinds of crazy shit goes on.
Okay, and you could be right.
Listen, my point being, I don't give a fuck. And gloves, first off, gloves and wraps aren't about protecting your opponent's face. It's about protecting your hands. For 1,000 years, boxing was barehanded. They just wrapped the wrists, but they couldn't get real good fights because dudes would break their hands on each other's heads. The whole reason boxing went to gloves, this is to protect the hands. It's not about protecting a dude's face. Trust me. You get punched in the face with a fucking foam glove on, whether it's foam or not, by Crawford, right? You would rather have him punch you, believe me, swear to God, with a closed fist in a bar, than you would with him with his hands wrapped and a boxing glove on. Guaranteed. He would hit you twice as hard and it would hurt twice as much because you just naturally not got throws. So my point being that domination had nothing to do with fucking Crawford's gloves.
I think you would have beat him regardless. That's not the point I'm saying. So is it I guess my question to you is this: by the team, pushing down on the padding of his gloves, right? Is that Oh, sorry, hold up. I'll be back in 2 seconds. I gotta let this dog out. I'll be right back. I'm sorry.
All right, super chat, Nicholas.
Well, so that's not illegal?
Oh, just quickly,
No.
Super chat from Nicholas.
All right, yeah, go ahead, BDA.
There's just super chat. The Saudis invested $100 million in PFL. What's PFL?
PFL is a MMA organization.
MMA.
Okay.
They're the ones who are sponsoring Ngannou.
Okay, so it makes so he says the Saudis invested $100 million in PFL. Francis just signed a multi-million deal with PFL, and Ngannou Fury was a scripted sparring match for Saudi investment. Interesting conspiracy there. All right.
Okay. I mean, I guess that's possible too. But
by the way, Dora called you a BDA. I just want to make sure that people, if anybody listening, because people say, "Oh, Bucho and BDA sound the same." We're not the same. First and foremost. Second of all, I'm BDA right now talking and expostulating the fact that I am my own entity, my own individual, and then you got Butch who's hosting today. Let's just get that cleared up.
It's like solid and liquid snake.
That's right. I don't know what that means, but...
All right, Dora, go ahead. Dora.
All right, I'm back. So yeah, I'm back. So Jimmy, my question for you is this. Obviously, I understand, I respect your opinion because, you're obviously intelligent. But in the Queensberry rules of boxing, it says that, a fighter needs to come in with the gloves that are in the best shape possible, right? During the fight and before the fight and during the fight, right? Obviously, things happen and whatnot. So my thing is this: does altering the padding of a glove and changing the structure of the glove in any way, does it destroy the integrity of the glove? And I believe it does, and that's why the Everlast glove blew up against David Avanesian. To me, my opinion is it doesn't make sense how at the world level a respected brand like Everlast has a glove from one of their fighters blow up at the world level when there's documented video proof of his glove of his glove being pressed down and the padding being not removed obviously but moved and altered in the second round of the fight, and it continued throughout the entire fight. Avanesian's team sent a complaint against the Nebraska State Athletic Commission. Of course, they're not going to do anything about it.
Well,
it's not the glove itself were
Avanesian's Avanesian's team sent the complaint, but that was against not only because remember Crawford doesn't make the decision. Once they see a hole or something about a glove they don't like, there's supposed to be two pairs of gloves. You're supposed to have the ones you bring to the ring, and then another pair that the Naztec dude who steps into the ring. See that other dude who's kind of steps up in the ring and he stands there. That's a representative of the commission overseeing everything your con is doing. So he's watching them do whatever they're doing to the gloves. So it clearly falls within the rules, or he would have immediately stopped it. But here's another thing: when he wrote that reason went after them, it wasn't because of Crawford. Because if they would have said the commission, because they did look at it and they said, nope, that's good, fight on. So their thing wasn't really with Crawford and his team; it was with the commission. Like, why didn't you stop? And then you had another pair of gloves right there. Why didn't you put them on? You know what I mean? And I've seen back in the day, thumbs used to come apart all the time. That's another side note. But yes. If there's guys, I mean, listen, that's why these old trainers, man, they know the tricks of the trade. They do shit. I'm telling you, you guys would I wish we could get some old time trainer on and just tell us the stuff they used to put in the Vaseline and all kinds of crazy shit that you wouldn't even think of. Like, God damn. So, but I'm sure it gets harder and harder though.
So even the
way you tie the glove, you can pull the glove. You can pull the glove up, and as you're lacing it up, you can cinch it up where the knuckle is basically like as flush as it can against the face of the boxing glove, of the padding.
And then you can run the tape up. Remember what Klitschko used to do? They'd put the tape all the way up, and they'd pull the tape down to fold the leather back a little bit more over the knuckles. But
yeah, you can cinch it up and tie it up.
Skinning. Is that skinning?
It's best. Yes, I believe that's what they call that. I mean, the best guys will have custom gloves. They send a mold to like Everlast, make me a pair of gloves so they don't move around on your hand. You know what I mean? or whoever's doing your gloves.
So with that Evanesian fight, would that all be just chalked down to incompetence and
Well, they felt it wasn't.
Product?
The commission ruled that there was nothing wrong and it didn't have an effect on the fight. Again, that's what they're saying. That wasn't correct because if the commission guy would have said, okay, take them off, change them out, they got a second pair right there to change them out.
Yeah,
For
but
whatever reason, they didn't feel it was right.
True. Yeah.
So my question is, I'm saying, are we chalking this up to incompetence from the athletic board? And
yes, I guess if there wasn't competence, yes.
And Everlast saying that, we have a defective product as well.
You're talking about
it's a violent sport. Sorry, Gonzalo, go.
No, just say never last or ever last.
Yeah.
Never last.
Never last.
So, Jimmy, I got
kangaroo leather. The gloves were at the best when they were made of kangaroo, but Australia outlawed it years ago. But in the 19th,
I'll say this though: when the whole thing about Crawford comes up, with that Avanesi situation, one of the most prominent arguments that I hear, or one of the most prominent comebacks is, well, why would Crawford need to cheat? Well, I mean, that's not the point. We don't know why guys feel. Some guys have
he would have won
fragile
both
psyche.
fights, but the fact is, I believe.
Well, hold on, excuse me.
Go ahead, BJ. Go ahead.
Yeah, my thing is, I have no evidence that those gloves were tampered with beforehand. All I know is that Crawford, once he realized that the gloves were broken, he tried to hide them. And that leads me to believe, this guy, I mean, I know everybody's in love with him or most people are in love with him because he beat the PBC guy. And that was, that went on for 4 years. Right. And the Errol Spence fans were insufferable. So I understand why people felt necessary to sort of maybe give Crawford certain passes. But the point is that he did try to hide the gloves. And then he showed up in the post-fight press conference with hand wraps on, which is highly unusual. It's not the first time someone's done it, but it is unusual.
For quite a while after the Crawford.
He shows up with the hand wraps. I mean, it's
he had that on quite a while too after the Spence fight. But my question to you, Jim, is I'm trying to look this up. Is there any commission board or like general rule, whether it be there's like a big laundry list of rules. Obviously per commission, it's different. But is there any rule that states that a cornerman is allowed to tamper with the padding of another fighter's gloves? Is there a rule that they're allowed to do this?
Yes, they're not supposed to actually tamper, move the padding. That's like if they're trying to move padding to the back of the hand. Well, the commission is then that's really fucked up because that means the commission dude's in on it.
We know this.
Not outside. Those guys actually get paid really fucking good money. Believe it or not, those dudes who stand in the ring, it's like, so am I going to say they're paying me $60,000 a year to show up in championship fights that I get to watch and I get to stand in the ring? It's like, you're going to have to pay these dudes a lot of money. And it just, Crawford wouldn't have to. Now, let me go to there. And listen, I think Crawford would cheat. I think anybody would cheat. So I'm not sticking up for him. I'm giving, explanations on certain things. I think he had the glove. One of the reasons I know I would want them to stop and take my it's a pain in the ass. Untaping it, cutting it, then you got to fight. It's at least 7 to 10 minutes. You're going to have to be a halt in action. You get cold. Nobody wants to go through that bullshit. Is that why he was hiding? I don't know. I'm offering an explanation. And another reason why guys keep their hands wrapped, a lot of people, because when you unwrap your hands, they swell up. It's like, don't take your boot off a sprained ankle because, don't untie it. You say you're on a mountain climb. Don't untie your boot because your ankle's going to blow up. You're not going to get it back on. It's the same type of thing. He probably didn't want his hands, everybody, look at his hands all swelled up. That's why a lot of fighters keep them on.
Well, I got to counter that a little bit. Because, like I said, it's unusual. It's a lot of guys do it. I don't know about a lot of guys because one of the reasons why people paid attention to it was because it was unusual.
And even if he stacked the tape first, it's still not illegal in Las Vegas. I'm not questioning.
He was acting guilty, bro. He was acting guilty.
A lot of guys keep their hands in their pockets too. You won't see it. If you ever notice, just watch the next. Make them to watch it. You might not see wraps, but you'll see a lot of guys come up, their hands in their pockets. They just keep them in their pockets. They don't put them up on the table because they don't want to see your hands all swelled up. Like Mickey's hands and Eternal's hands weren't broken when they fought each other, but those things didn't look human when they were laying in the hospital bed with their hands in ice, bowls of ice. It was fucking gross. It was gross. God damn, man. Shit. Fuck you guys doing to yourselves?
It was the only reason why it's weird, bro, because I've been watching a lot of fighting, dude. I've never seen gloves explode and then they just ignore it and they let the fight continue. And then the way he acted when he noticed, he just acted guilty about something, bro. the body language was just,
Now
so good.
here, Jimmy, I'm going to add something. We got to try and find the citation of this because a lot of the LDBC, they're a lot of times they can lie or alter shit, right? So what they have right now is I'm going to screenshot it and I'm going to send it to you in the general. There's like a set of rules. I don't know what commission it's from. I see under the rule that I'm trying to show you, which is Rule 14, and Rule 15, it's NSAC. So I don't know if that's the Nevada State Athletic Commission. It
Yes,
could be.
that's Nevada.
Yeah, but I don't know if or specifically talking. What did it Rule 14, it says, under no circumstances, here you go, Jimmy. Under no circumstances will anyone from the fighter's camp massage, manipulate, or work the glove to soften up the pad or any portion of the glove. Therefore, they can't alter the padding of the glove at all. And if you want, I can show you this.
I totally believe you. I totally believe you. That sounds right.
Yep.
Yo, Mucho, we got people asking for the link in the chat.
That's my claim. That's why I thought his.
We got people asking for the link in the chat.
I just find it weird how there was never an investigation on Crawford's gloves from the commission. Almost like the commission is in it as well. You ask me.
Yeah, they'd have to be. And again, I'm not putting it past anybody. Humans are fucking scumbags by nature. I don't trust fucking any organization of anything. You always got to look out for your own. But and again, even if they were, I got to go back and exactly look at what pair of gloves Crawford had on. I know that he has the blend. It was the horsehair blend. MX? Okay, so they're the blend. They have a thin, yeah. Okay, yeah, they have a thin piece of foam rubber, about a 1/4 inch thick, between the leather and then the horsehair. And they dry the horsehair different nowadays, too. They used to leave it out in a weird kind of way, but yeah, and they fold it different now. But again, gloves were much better when they were made of kangaroo hide. It's a softer hide and it doesn't rip, tear, or explode.
The only answers we ever got was why would Crawford cheat against a guy like a Venetian so low level? But I mean, that doesn't really. I don't know.
Yeah, that's not a good excuse. Why? I mean, if someone's going to cheat, they're going to cheat. You know what I mean?
Right.
No, and I think stylistically, like I said earlier, he'd probably win both of those fights. It's just the fact that he, his corner tampered with his fucking gloves, and he's obviously aware of what his corner's doing. So,
the fact he kept his wraps on too, like BDA pointed out, it was a good catch. And they were rubbing or playing with his hand in the corner. I think he might have hurt his hand, and they were just trying to maybe rubbing it, bring blood to it. Remember, blood is healing. That's why you always massage shit when it's hurt. You bring blood to it by rubbing it in the corner. Maybe they were doing it. And I'm gonna go back, and you got me curious. Now I'm gonna go back and look. But again, I mean, if you just look at the fight as a whole, and again, it's not even as much. I thought Crawford was going to beat him. I never had any doubt about that. Did I think it was going to be like that? Of course not. That was the alcohol. That dude is wasted. I just happened to watch the fight the other night again. I didn't really pay attention between rounds, but it was so one-sided. I can't believe the fight again at 154. I think it's crazy.
His biggest win of the biggest fight in the welterweight division, the biggest fight in boxing. Supposedly, it was a shit. Okay, hold on, guys. Mr. Poe, thank you for your super chat. He says lack of training, not giving a crap, doing drugs, and I don't believe he's trained since the last Wilder fight. He may not be the greatest, but he's not that bad. He's talking about Tyson Fury. Thank you for that, Michael Poe. And then we have another super chat from So Passive. He says Crawford had steel beams and jet fuel in his gloves, 9/11 style. All right, man. All right, interesting.
Yeah. So I'm on, right? Can I give my opinion on it?
If you want somebody, if you want to get that blood circulation going in the hands, you hire Amir Khan. He loves to rub those hands. He really
it's crazy.
Go ahead, Jackson.
Crazy.
Yo, real quick. I'm gonna give my thoughts on this, and after me, I'll let 31 and go, right. But so listen, my take on it is I wouldn't put it past Crawford to to him being the best, right. Maybe he says I want to have every advantage possible. However wrong that may sound. Like, listen, to be at your best game, to be at your best, you want a pair of gloves that you could feel easy, in, right. And so maybe he did get his hands, I think, molded, to the Everlast gloves, and he got a custom pair, I think. But maybe for that, the gloves may have been oddly stitched or something. He has I'm pretty sure he has really strong hands, bro. So, because people, like he always hurts them. So that
He's so
motherfucker,
strong.
he be
The
hitting
gloves are
hard, and I'm
breaking
pretty
because he's so strong. Come on, bro.
Yeah. Well, listen. Come on now. So I think probably with the horsehair or something, he probably did hurt his hands. So I would understand it, right? If a corner would massage it. And I know maybe that's against the rules, right? But Jimmy said earlier at the very start that sometimes that those things might happen, right? So I don't know, man. I'm not the rules guy, but I'm just saying, like, maybe it's not like as nefarious as it may seem. And I know he was acting somewhat suspicious in the Avanesian fight. I do acknowledge that, but that might have been just because that may have been the first time that's ever happened to his gloves, right? And he may have felt like nervous and stuff, awkward, like yo, everyone's gonna be looking at my gloves now, like So I don't know. All right, that's it.
All right.
That was a long speech for something so simple.
We have 31. You want to say something?
All right, so I heard a couple of minutes of what you guys are saying and stuff like that. Heard somebody say, I thought his gloves was loaded in the Earl Smith fight too.
We never called them loaded, dude. You gotta understand what we're talking about. He never loaded his gloves. We're talking about the tampering of the padding. Not there was no egg waste. There was no nefarious. Oh, well, in my opinion, there was nothing done to
tampering or padding. Any type of tampering means loaded. Because if you go bare knuckle.
Okay, well, sure. I'm not, but it's not. It wasn't before the fight, for sure. Okay.
No, there's not kind of semantics about it, bro. There's not loading his gloves when he's moving them padding.
Right. That's my opinion on it.
Loading is putting something in, right?
No, but if you remove the padding and just have bare knuckle right there.
You could say that. That's not what we're saying happened either. We're saying he moved the padding away from his knuckles, basically.
I don't even think there's no possible way he could do that. Okay. Now, what I think, like the other guy said before, hey, chill, cuz. Like with the pasty white shit, you gotta chill. I'm not even on that.
Hey, shit. So you never wore a boxing glove before, or what?
Can I give my opinion before you say anything? Another pasty white man. Okay.
No, I'm gonna ask you. You said that can't be done with the glove. You're saying, hold on. You're saying I don't think that can be done with the glove. Have you worn the boxing glove? Have you worn the boxing glove, bro? Have you worn the boxing glove, bro?
It can be done, bro. Let's get white man. It's stitching, bro. You make it sound like it's a fucking rocket that you gotta disassemble.
I don't even think you can do that to a glove. It's so the manufacturing is so rock solid.
No, but all I got to say is did it to the glove. But can I finish before all you white men keep talking over me?
Dude, I'm not the white guy on here.
I'm correct, but can I let you finish? How about that?
Jeff Horn also fucking accused Crawford of the padded gloves, bro. So Avenesian wasn't even the first fucking. I mean, you're talking shit about white people, bro. With this white shit.
Guys, let 31 finish. Guys.
You're calling this fucking pasty white people. You're a terrible cop.
Hey, hold on. Go ahead. Finish your point and then let somebody else talk. So 31, finish your point and then somebody.
I would have let somebody else talk, but Rucho, you got to get control of your animals.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Shut up, bitch. Go ahead. Make your point. You're crying like a bitch, homie. What the fuck you're doing? Calling everyone animals and shit. Get the fuck out of here with your bullshit, homie.
You are an animal. But let me finish my point. Okay.
Have you ever worn a boxing glove, bitch?
You're a fucking monkey.
Can I finish? Mr. White Man? Mr. Angry White Man. Can I finish? Okay. All right. What I was saying is, I don't even think he did that because Crawford has never been accused of tampering with anything. This is only happening because of the way he
got accused by Jeff Horn too, bro. So that's bullshit, homie.
That's bullshit. Name something. Name something suspicious in that fight where the gloves look suspicious. He beat the fuck out of Jeff Horn. He beat the fuck out of Earl Smith.
Well, I just want to say what's funny. It's the white guy sticking up for Crawford.
I'm sticking up for
Jimmy's the one.
I say he didn't do it.
Yeah. Well, you have a white man on your side. Jimmy's actually saying that.
I mean, who was that? The old white man? The old white man?
Oh my. All right.
He's doing a bad job.
But in 2018, bro, there was even an article, bro. It says gloves with no foam padding to be used in Jeff Horn's fight. Terence Crawford, and I'm gonna fucking post it on the fucking Discord so you guys know I'm not fucking bullshitting, bro.
Post the article that reporters say. What the fuck you want me to believe a reporter?
It's very easy. It's very easy to move the padding out of the way or the horsehair out of the way of a boxing glove. There's a video on David Picasso. David Picasso in David Picasso's corner. They didn't tackle with the glove. It was the other man's corner. South America. They filmed the video of him moving the padding by lifting the leather off the face of the glove and scooting the padding out of the way. He did a video about that. Now, I'm using another example just to give an explanation.
Yeah, I posted the article. On the server, bro. So you guys know that this is not coming out of my ass. This is an actual article from 2018.
Which article?
And no, it's not. My point is, you're trying to say Crawford has never been accused, right? Well, I just gave you proof from 2018 where he was being accused from having tampered gloves by Jeff Horn, motherfucker. So shut the fuck up.
Name the source, Mr. Whiteman. Name the source.
It's the Guardian, bro. I like I said, I posted it on the fucking server.
You know
the Guardian.
He's never heard the Guardian before. Crazy.
Do you know they
he wants to refute us.
Yo, hey, bro. If it was in Source Magazine, he would have read it, bro.
I said, do you know they put out false reports all the time?
So you're accusing them of lying?
Yes, they lie all the time.
But you're accusing them of lying in this instance. You're accusing them of lying, and you're accusing them of making up that story.
Yes, they accuse. Bro,
do you have any proof that they make that story? Hey, hold on. Is that a baseless accusation, or do you have any proof? Do you have any proof that they made that up?
Yes, because those third-hand people accuse L. Smith.
Because they made mistakes in the past. They're making a mistake here because you said so.
So you're not gonna
because you said so.
Making the same mistakes. If they made the same mistakes.
No, I'm saying no, bro. No, you can't. No, you can't just say that. Oh, they fucked up before. They're fucking up now because I said so.
I go off people.
You don't have any proof, bro. You don't have any retractions. You don't got nothing like that, do you?
They have an article about Earl Spence being on steroids.
Dude, everyone's on steroids. We're not talking about fucking steroids, you fucking bomb. We're not talking about gear. Everyone is on gear. That's not what we're talking about, dude. What the fuck we're talking about before you come in here with your shit. Now, Jimmy, I got a question for you. You're a fucking bum. I'm going to try and give you a chance to defend Crawford. Where you going, Bucha? So here, Jimmy, I got a question for you. So under the rule that I posted in the open server, is there any way you can refute that, or can you help? I guess I need help. I need to try and find it too, where the set of rules were.
If there's a rule, right, and it says they can't manipulate the pads,
right?
Then obviously not supposed to. If somebody was doing it and they got away with it, that means the dude in the corner wasn't doing his job because that guy with the commission is supposed to be there.
Of course.
So clearly they're not doing it. And if they are doing, I want to watch the video, and I'm not doubting your veracity. You know what I mean? I know you have no reason to come up here and be selling stories, and this is just a discussion. I don't take it personal.
Of course,
I like to call and talk in. I don't understand why anybody's race has to do with this. It's just we're talking boxing.
I'm just kind of glad that at the beginning you said this was a normal thing.
No, but you'll see guys rub the guy's hand, but he might be doing it like put it this way, my guy, right, in the images, you're not supposed to be able to, your corner can't yell to you. They can't talk to you during the match, like in the pros. But Ouchie was the best trans. Of course, man, the motherfucker wouldn't even be moving his lips. You can sometimes have the fucking, or he'll hide it with the towel. Everybody was good at their little fucking things. You know what I mean? Sugar water, you're not supposed to have any fucking sugar in the water. And you'll see guys slip packages of sugar just to get that extra thing, you know what I mean? It's all kind. That's in the images, and they're fucking doing that. I couldn't even imagine at that level when there's millions and millions of dollars on the line. Again, I just think if this was a close fight, like if this was a dog fucking life and death fight, then I'd start really saying, let's see about this. I understand why you're doing it. Hey, I'll let you finish. Go do it.
I agree. I was going to say, I don't think it would have changed the outcome. Perhaps could have, Spence survived maybe or something like that. If the gloves weren't tampered, in my opinion, sure. But I don't think it would have changed the outcome of the fight. Stylistically, it was a bad fight for him. But the reality is there's a solid chance that, Terrence Crawford cheated legitimately, and whether he was going to win the fight or not, it's not right. And that's the whole point.
I can't say he didn't, and I can't say he didn't because I wasn't there. I don't know. You know, I'm just offering up shit. That's all, man.
I'm of the belief that he did based on the rules I've read and his corner tampering with his gloves. However, if you disagree, that's fine. I can't say without question that he 100% did. Because I don't have like full information. I'm trying to find the link of that article of those set of rules that long list of fucking rules from the NSAC that isn't like fucking constantly going and taking me to other fucking links and all this shit. I'm just trying to get the rules that they had put up on their video and trying to read through all of them to see if it's legit or if it's some fake doctored shit from the LDBC. I want to know.
You jump through hoops too. If you contacted them for shit, just even if you asked them for their rules to email you shit, it's like who you with, what represented, like
exactly.
And this is what sucks to having 50 different sanctioning bodies. Every state has their own sanctioning body. Clearly, one's more powerful than the other. Like New Jersey and Vegas are the most powerful because that's where all the money comes from. But yeah, there needs to be way more transparency. Like referees should have to answer for their conduct. Judges should have to answer for their decisions. They should be sitting right there for the press to ask. Explain how you gave that round.
Of course, the sport should be regulated more, but there's corruption everywhere.
And it's just because the thing is, back in the day, this is all a carryover from the mob. Back in the day, people would want to kill the judges because gambling was so huge on boxing back in the day. So fucking, you're some dude who just bet your next 2 months' rent and you feel the judges fucked you out of your money. They're going to hang around, man. They're getting police escorts out the back door from Madison Square Garden. There's a way they used to have the judges leave because motherfuckers want to kill them. But that days are done. That ain't happening anymore. They needs to update the sport into the 22nd century here. It's ridiculous.
Right.
I know a Venetians team, they filed a complaint with the Nebraska State Commission, but shit, I don't know if the Nebraska State Commission is in it as well.
No, they don't know shit about it.
And I don't know if Everlast is in it as well. They said that.
I was going to say, some fighters really like to shove their hand down the glove to where they're pressing on the edge.
They bottom out
of the glove of the where you stitch it with the tip of the fingers because they're trying to get their knuckles as flush to the glove. You see Pacquiao and Mike Tyson used to do that a lot. Then they beat on the face of their knuckles to try to get it as flat as possible. And I would be even there to say that they probably hit the wall too.
And when I knew I was fighting, when it was coming up to the season, the fights, dude, I used to grow my fingernails long for what you just said because I'd stick my hand all the way down, and when you would bend, I would hold on my fingernails. If you had a little bit of longer fingernails, you could grab the fucking edge. I know exactly about that lip you're talking about at the end of the glove, and you can curl it down. And you can hold on to it better if you have longer fingernails. I used to do that. That's why you see a lot of boxers that get longer fingernails. I don't understand the reason for the long thumbnail unless they're just trying to be even, but.
Hey, yo, I want to chime in, right? So, Jimmy, you said earlier that it's not always necessary. There is exceptions, for when your corner can maybe hold your hand, right, or do things like that. So I was telling Dora earlier, right, and I don't necessarily think I don't have an opinion at this point if it's cheating or not, right? But I remember back when the whole controversy with Tyson Fury was happening, right? People accused Ricky Hatton of tampering Fury's gloves, and I was looking at this one LDBC video, and I don't really obviously there's a lot of bullshit in it, right? But they did make a point, right? And they actually showed real proof of what do you call it, of Ricky Hatton,
if you can show it, we'll denounce him right here on the stream. If you can show, they wouldn't be in the second or third fight. I think the only time Hatton was in Fury's corner was maybe the first fight, if I remember correctly. If you can show us that happened, we'll fucking call him out for it too. We're fucking honest about it. You should not tamper with your gloves in any way. Apparently, according to the NSAC, it is illegal to manipulate the padding of a
Fury does
glove.
too, and what Fury does, he punches with his heel a lot, the heel of his wrist, and that's a scumbag move. Because a couple of reasons: A, it can cut you real easy, and just to show you the type of individual he is, with Nagano, obviously he was hurt. He was wasn't in the shape of that fight, but that elbow he threw in the angle he came down with that elbow, that was meant for one reason only. It was to cut him. It was to cut his eye open. If he would have caught him right above the eye, it would have gashed his eye open, and a cut above your eye where the blood leaks into your eye. They'll call the fight in a second. And that's exactly why he did that. He wasn't even subtle about it, I gotta say, which is such a scumbag move.
He threw the elbow with his palm closed. If he threw the elbow with his palm open, he would have cut him.
Wow. It's hard to figure out if fucking Crawford cheated, right? Because there was no fucking investigation done. And
another explanation too. I'm not giving an excuse, but sometimes look, 147 is the cutoff for 8-ounce gloves. It's not the same as the straw weight or a flyer or bantamweight. The dude's hands are like, that's the limit. 8-ounce gloves for a 147-pounder. Crawford got pretty big hands, from what I've heard in a podcast. Now you got to include the wrapping. The wrapping makes the hand very bulky. Sometimes fighters, when they shove their hand in the glove, it just doesn't fit the way you want it to fit. So you really got to play around with it so you can get it just right, where the face of your knuckles are sitting correctly. And sometimes that's why they play around with the gloves. I'm not saying that it's right or it's an excuse, because you shouldn't, like Doris said, shouldn't be tampering with it. But obviously, you want them to sit as correctly as possible.
But yeah, all I will say is that when I heard Jeff Horn accuse fucking Crawford about tampering with the gloves and all that shit, I was like, this guy's just fucking making excuses already, you know? But after seeing that Venetian shit, I'm like, damn, was Jeff Horn onto something here, or what's going on? You know,
do you remember what Horn's actual accusation was, bro? I'm just curious. I don't know what it was.
I think that the glove didn't have enough padding, or fuck, bro.
So he thought that somebody actually took padding out of the glove?
What he probably confused it, Jamie, what he probably confused it was, because there was no way padding would have been taken out before the fight started, because they were signed off by the commission, was that the glove, the corner, which is, usually what his cornerman does, is he usually, whenever he does his work, it's at the top of the glove where the knuckles lay, and he's pushing the padding back so that there's less padding in between his knuckles.
He's separating the horsehair. Yeah, he's separating the horsehair, because you can't separate the padding. It's one sheath. You know what I mean? Of a foam rubber.
I see what you mean. Okay.
You know what I mean? Underneath leather, it's the horsehair underneath it.
Right.
He's probably trying to separate that a little. I'm just guessing what he was trying to do.
Thanks for clarifying that. But that's probably what. Yeah, but that's probably what he was implying, was that the reason there was no padding is because the horsehair was being stretched apart and broken apart, and it wasn't firm. The integrity of it was at that point displaced, and that's why he was able to turn his punches over. And I guess he felt that it was unnatural and unfair.
Well, there's a reason Floyd and Andre Ward would refuse. That was a part of any contract if you wanted to fight him. And a lot of guys got pissed, and a lot of guys got a lot of money too. I think he had to pay Madonna $500,000 because he really made a stink about it. He's like, "Fuck you! I'm wearing the foam gloves, bitch." And he's like, "No." So we ended up having to pay him. When he was pissed about it, they tried to bounce that at first too. They tried not to bounce on that. They tried not to pay him, and they weren't going to go into the fight that night if he didn't get the check. So while that was all going on, behind the scenes, they had to run a check over to him.
One of the most important things about professional fight gloves is that they're supposed to be on weight. If one weighs 8 ounces or 8.1, the other one should probably weigh the same and can only be off by like an ounce, maybe 2. So they should be on weight, like one to the other. And a lot of times the Memex and the Reyes, instead of having that extra padding on the knuckle surface, they put it on the wrist to support the wrist. Which will allow you to really drive your punch through. So a lot of the protection comes from the wrapping, but that extra support from the padding on the wrist also stabilizes the wrist. And at the same time, in the front of the knuckle, it's kind of soft. So those are definitely puncher's gloves.
Yeah, they just putting the padding more across the top of the hand, and as you said, in the wrist. And you don't want much on the knuckles, so.
Yeah, but they still gotta be on weight. They still gotta be on weight. So that's
hit the like button. Hit the like button, or I'm ending the show. Hit the fucking like. We're at 50 likes. Let's get it to 100. We can do it.
Yeah, but that boxing outlet guy has been obsessed with Crawford ever since he beat Spence. He's been obsessed with him. He talks about it every day. Hey,
Jeff Horn's fucking trainer was saying that the hair gloves can be easily manipulated to expose the knuckles to increase punching power. I mean, kind of sound like the guy was just fucking crying about the fucking horsehair gloves or whatever. But fuck, bro. At this point, with the way the Venetian shit looked, I don't even know. Maybe they were onto something, bro.
Hey, yo, Dora, do you see the picture I posted up on the open lines about Fury?
I'll check it out. Yeah, here, I'll check it right now.
I also see Crawford open his hand up a lot. Fighters do that to parry punches. Same thing with Tyson Fury. To Tyson Fury, he's wearing 10-ounce gloves, but look at the size of his hand. Obviously, to construct such a big glove, the material is going to be spread out thinner on a glove for Fury that is opposed to a 154-pounder. 54-pounders, that's when you start wearing 10s. But obviously, the difference between the glove made for Jermell Charlo is not going to be the same size glove for a Tyson Fury. So Tyson Fury still weighs 10 ounces, but then again, it's a bigger glove, so it's more thin. It's more thinned out relative to the size of the hand. And they know this. They take advantage of that too. Like Crawford, the cutoff is 8 ounce, 147. Same thing. That 8 ounce is not going to be the same as for like a featherweight. It's going to be a bigger glove. Right, because you got to think about the dude's hand size plus the wrappings. And I noticed that those two guys, they open their hand a lot to parry punches.
Yeah, even when Floyd was fighting at 147. Exactly. Even when Floyd, he would before he left up to 147, I think he was even signing contracts that they used 10-ounce gloves instead of 8. A lot of guys did that though. I can't remember off the top of my head. I think the Cotto do that too, maybe. I don't know, but a few guys did that. Yeah, they would negotiate that we wear 10-ounce, not 8. And they would always say it's because I want to protect my hands. It's about protecting the hands more. Because again, I can't stress enough, man. You would much rather get punched by a professional fighter with his bare hand than you would if he had his glove on in a wrap. But that guy Ray Jackson, I just responded to it. I mean, literally before I got on the show, he tweeted out this, and he's using what's his name? I'm sorry. Timothy Bradley, I guess, said something about the way tape. So this is Ray Jackson's tweet. This is why I don't give Crawford credit for Spence win. Tim Bradley even called this bullshit out. And because what he's doing, he's putting tape directly on the back of his hand. He's wrapping first with tape. Now that gauze he's using, that wrap, you could literally see through that, right? My point being, so you're telling me that just
that's legal in Nevada regardless, though, Jim.
Yeah, exactly. That's the first thing I wrote. That's the first thing I wrote. My response was, how Crawford wrapped his hands complies with NASDAQ rules. But the fact you think tape directly on the back of Crawford's hand is why he beat the brakes off of Spence only proves how little you know about boxing, and you're too insecure to admit you were wrong about Bud. That's basically was my response.
Yeah, that's why I'm not questioning, the stacking of the tape. Canelo did it against Golovkin. Haney did it against Loma, most likely, if I remember correctly from the way his hands look. This is a normal thing in Nevada. Stacking is a normal thing. It's not accepted globally really much, but in Nevada, it's a very normal thing. So I don't think really any of us here are confusing Crawford of that. But, I think that's just the way his gloves were, altered throughout the fight from his cornerman is what I'm questioning. And
like I was gonna mention one more thing about the wraps in the hands and the gloves. The reason what Jimmy was saying, the reason you can punch harder with wraps and gloves is because let's say like back in the days you didn't have wraps or gloves. Maybe the first punch that you can throw it hard as hell. Equally to like wearing gloves. But after that, your hand's probably gonna get hurt. So the punch after that, you're gonna be pulling your punches. With gloves, the first punch you throw your hand is not gonna get hurt. Therefore, the punch after that, you're not gonna be pulling your punches, right? After you throw the punch in the street fight, when your fucking hand gets hurt, you can't punch the same. But in boxing, when you got the padding and when you got the wraps and the glove, you can punch the same because you're not hurting your hands. Therefore, you're willing to throw just as hard or even harder because you know your hand is secure.
Yeah, facts, man. At that point, like low-key, like a boxing glove is almost like a deadly weapon, right? Like, but it's different. It's different because, like, even though, like, I guess you could say it kind of cushions it, like the vibration is still got to go somewhere, right? It's gonna go into your opponent's head, bro, some way. So it's still I totally agree. A boxing glove is.
My thing with the bare knuckle shit, obviously, if you fucking break your hand or you fracture a knuckle or you dislocate a knuckle and your first fucking punch you land, of course you're gonna be pulling your punches. But if Crawford was so concerned with keeping his hands protected, why would he let his corner alter the gloves or like try and split horsehairs on the glove that already has small padding to begin with?
I
It just doesn't make
don't
sense.
disagree with you, Dora. I don't disagree with you. Sorry, Jimmy. The thing, he's getting a lot of the protection already from the stabilizing the wrist and the top of the hand. If you protect the top of the hand and the wrist, you're good. The knuckles, I would say, yeah, you also have to protect them. But most importantly, I think it's the wrist and the top of the hand. Because when you hit with the knuckles, them bones, when they will break on the top of the hand. They'll push up. They'll collapse.
Exactly, Gonzalez, right? The glove isn't protecting the hand. It's all about the wraps. It's how you wrap your hand. That's the protection is in the wrapping. Imagine this, dude. Back in the day, they used to allow you to use cotton. Talk about it'd become a cast by the end of the fight. That's why, like, Carmen Pasilio and those pitches, the faces are all warped. They hit because that cotton, once it got sweaty, it can tense down like a cast. They don't allow it anymore. That's why they have to use wraps and use strips of cotton. That's what we started off with.
Hey, yo, Jimmy, I got to add something real quick. There's this Crip in here, Leonardo. I'm not crying. I'm not an aerosexual. I'm not a butt either. I have no affiliation. I'm not a fan of either guy, particularly like a big fan. Like, I enjoy watching them fight. I don't give a fuck that Errol Spence lost. He's a liquid heroin addict and a fucking drunk. I could care less. I just have probable cause to think that Crawford might have cheated in the fight based on, what I've seen in his corner.
That's excellent debate.
Right, and that's just my opinion. I don't care that Spence lost. So these people are saying I'm crying or I'm emotional. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I'm just trying to be objective as possible and see. I just don't want any sort of corruption to go unnoticed in the sport.
It makes for good banter.
Yep. You go ahead, Jimmy.
No, I was just saying it makes for good banter. You know what I mean? You come in with an opinion, it makes for good conversation.
Well, let's
People
switch
like
it up.
to see it.
The way Crawford reacted, makes people even more suspicious. If I was him, I would just ignore the guy. If I was innocent, I'd just ignore him.
All right, let's talk about something else. We've been talking about this for.
Yeah, it was cool. I'm a bouncer. It was fun talking to you guys. All right, see you, bro.
All right, see you.
Wait. Hey, yo, Butcho, can I open this can of worms though? Like, listen, right? So we talked about corruption, right? With this whole little thing, right? So, but don't y'all think that a lot of and in another episode, for example, y'all said that Canelo one time in the second Triple G fight, he got stunned, right? And that his corner, they put a towel on his face and they used the smelling salts, right? Don't y'all think a lot, for y'all, what's the most clear example of corruption and cheating that y'all have seen?
It would have been for me. It's when what's his name gave that liquid fucking cocaine.
I was just about to say that.
Yeah.
Give me the one
kicked him out of boxing. Yeah, exactly. Give me the one I mixed. Exactly.
Okay.
The Panama Lewis, right?
Yeah, and who was the one who was involved when the guy took his padding out of his gloves and the dude ended up dying?
Billy Collins and Luis Resto, I think.
Yeah, Billy Collins was probably the worst one.
No, but didn't that guy kill himself?
Yeah, he did kill himself.
But yeah, he was speeding, right? And he was drunk, but because he was depressed, he couldn't see no more.
I can't blame him for that, bro. Come on.
Yeah.
He got pretty much left damaged goods, bro. I don't think he was able to see.
Yeah, it ruined his career. I know, he spiraled after that. But you can't put that. Come on, you can't put that on him, dude.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, I'm not saying he got killed in the ring or the other guy wanted to kill him or whatever. There was a lot of... He cheated, bro. He tampered with the gloves and he beat the shit out of him. The guy was never the same after, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, did you guys see the Oshaki Foster Hernandez fight? Did anybody see it?
Yeah, it was good, bro.
Okay. I heard that there were a lot of people were mad because they felt that Shock was ahead, but they had Rocky way ahead of him. Some of the judges.
Listen, bro.
Foster was getting his ass whooped, bro.
Yeah, listen, bro. I was rooting for Oshaki Foster, but I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. He was losing that fight, bro. At least 8 rounds, bro.
Wide.
Yeah, it was pretty wide.
I had the other guy winning, the not Foster. What was the other guy's name? I forgot his name already, bro. But I had him winning on the 12th round. But I mean, he got KO'd. He got KO'd. I mean, so the close. Nobody who gives a shit about the scorecard, bro. If you ask me, that motherfucker should have fucking started clinching, bro. Even though I don't like clinchers, but I mean, just to survive.
Yeah.
But he wanted to be a retard and on some I'm a warrior type shit, and he got
turned his back.
KO'd, bro.
He was genuinely hurt, you know, and he was hurt the round before that too. That's what really started it all. And you know, to be hurt the very next round, you know, he just didn't have it within him to, you know, make it out. But shit, he should have clinched though.
Yeah, who you think gonna win, Rashaki or Joy Cordina?
If Joe Cordina. If Joe Cordina still looks like how he did, you know, in 2022 or whatnot, I'll probably favor Cordina realistically. But if he looks like average or ass, you know, because he's coming off of a hand surgery, right? Then maybe I'll favor Shaki, you know. But it depends, you know.
Yeah, someone said at the weigh-in he looked like a corpse. They showed a picture. He didn't look that bad to me, but I guess to some people he looked bad. So he might be.
Nah, bro, he's a pretty slim dude.
Yeah, I feel like he doesn't look like a corpse to me, but some guy said so. So I was like, maybe he might move up to lightweight. So we don't know.
You look like every other weigh-in to me, yeah. Pretty much.
Hey guys, let me read a super chat from Sursayer. Thank you for your super chat. He says, "Can't wait for the two monkeys to rumble in their jungle." I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know which fight you're talking about, but thank you for that super chat, Sursayer.
AJ and Ngannou.
AJ and Ngannou. Oh, they're fighting, or what's going on?
Eddie Hearns is trying to make that fight now. You know what I mean? He talked about it in an interview. He said how Ngannou approached him with the idea, and Ngannou told him it'll be like Rumble in the Jungle Part 2. And Eddie Hearn kind of blew him off, but now that he looks so good against, you know, now he's interested. You know what I mean? Now he's interested.
Yo, guys.
Yeah, I got Francis on that one, bro. That just sounds crazy, bro.
Man. Look, this is
Francis,
bro.
People need to
I think Francis would beat Wilder. I think Wilder's shot, man. I think he's done.
No, Anthony Joshua.
They said Francis is going to fight in December, right? Again?
Who?
He might.
The Saudis want him to take Fury's date, that December 23rd date, and he said he might take it. They're looking for an opponent.
I think Ngannou's getting knocked out this time. If he fights Wilder or Joshua, mark my words. He's gonna get knocked out.
In heavyweight.
Oh yeah, they're gonna take him
What if he fights Hellenius?
Fuck, I don't know. Hellenius,
You know, are you talking about Ngannou? You talking about Ngannou?
Ngannou should
Yeah.
No, hey, you know what I noticed about Ngannou? I know heavyweights is different. You can knock somebody out with one shot because they're huge punchers, but they're also big, so they probably can take a punch better than a lot of fools. The thing about Ngannou, he fight like Pitbull Cruz. He catches and shoots, and he keeps his hands up, and he's watching. That's why he was able to get the counters in on a faster, longer man. He caught him with the counters, catch and shoot. Punched after he punched. If he keeps that mentality, dude, he's a good fighter, dude. He's keeping it basic, but it's working for him. He's entering all wild. He's keeping his hands up, blocking the shots, and catching you right back with his own shots.
Shout out to Gonzalo, bro.
Yo, not only that, Gonzalo, not only that, but he also punches in between your punches too, you know.
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
Gonzalo tried telling me that Francis could be Fury, and I was like, "Damn, you're crazy, Gonzalo." I was like, "Damn."
I told you how. I told that was my position.
Yeah, you did.
If fucking Wilder dropped him twice, don't be surprised. And actually, he did drop him twice.
Yeah, but you did tell me that, bro.
Yeah, but let's be honest. He's a fucking Fury. He gets overconfident. And he makes stupid ass mistakes. That's first thing. So
no,
now,
he's just an inconsistent fighter.
He's inconsistent. I agree. But now everybody has seen that Ngannou is actually a decent boxer. So whether it's AJ or Wilder, they're gonna take these guys seriously. They're gonna train properly, and they're not gonna be clowning around. They're not gonna be clowning around like Tyson Fury. So I'm telling you guys, Ngannou's gonna lose. I mean,
like I said, I think Anthony Joshua can beat him, but I think Deontay Wilder is shot. I think he's shot. Like, I didn't like the way he looked. Even before he knocked out Hellenius, he didn't look good.
Yeah, I agree, kind of, in a way.
Yeah, what I don't like is the excuses they make for Tyson Fury. Oh, well, he didn't fucking prepare. Oh, but he cashed in on fucking 50 million, bro. And he had the biggest event in the world where people were watching. And now we're supposed to be like, oh, well, he didn't. What about everybody else who invested the time, money, the effort?
So
Yeah,
he
that's the
didn't fucking
problem.
do it. He didn't train. No, Gonzalo.
That's the problem with
200.
Tyson Fury. He keeps wasting people's time.
He came
doesn't
in,
get up for these fights.
Biggest weight ever. Biggest weight ever. And he looked like that because he looked fat. And then it's a 10-round fight. Of course, the guy's gonna say that he trained for 12 weeks. I mean, he's not gonna say I'm not gonna train for this fight.
Yeah, and he's a liar. He's a consistent liar.
Yeah, and then he's a clown. He's fighting like a clown. He's like, this is gonna be easy. Then he finds out it's not that easy. He starts panicking during the fight, which is the worst thing it can happen to you. I mean, this guy has no plan. He probably never didn't watch any fights from this guy. I mean, what the hell can you even watch from Ngannou? I think it was just...
Yeah, it was apparent because when the first round started, did you guys see when he jumped out of the corner and fucking clipped him with the punch? He wanted to get him out of there early. He wanted to go home.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And it didn't work.
Fury tried, bro. Fury tried to get him out of there, but he couldn't, bro.
But
the physical fucking strength, there was a big difference in it. Francis is just stronger. The physical.
Yeah, and all in pains when he's used to seeing them from the legs and when the feet and the legs and the hands, a lot of moving parts. When you got a guy that's only throwing punches, maybe that's the reason Ngannou didn't bite on the feints because he's so used to seeing the feints with the kicks. That's like fuck this. I'm not gonna have to pay attention to the feet, just the hands, and it didn't work for Fury. The feints.
I see a lot of parallels with Teofimo and Fury. I mean, they can be good in big fights. They have the potential. They could do the job in big fights, but when they take it lightly, they take it really lightly. And both of them work with their dads. And their dads are really toxic.
So you're saying that Francis Ngannou
Sandor Martin actually dropped
Sandor
him twice. They didn't count the second one, but he dropped him twice.
Yeah. So Francis Ngannou was the equivalent of like what Sandor Martin was to Teofimo Lopez.
Yeah, he didn't take it seriously. It's like when Teo fought Kambosos, and it's just like
he called Kambosos a clown. He was making fun of him. Like he was like, "This is how he fights. This is how he fights." I'm like, nah.
Yeah, and I don't think he took Francis Ngannou seriously, really. But you're talking about a lot of money, and you have a lot of responsibility. And the guy just blew it off, and I don't know. Did they delay the Usyk fight?
Yeah. That's what I was gonna bring up. I guess Tyson
Fury was February. That's happening in February now, bro.
Yeah, but Tyson Fury was saying if we don't fight in December, I'm gonna sue your ass or something. I'm gonna sue Usyk, and all of a sudden, I'll see you next year, guys. You know, it's like, what the fuck?
If I was Usyk, I'd try
during the holidays.
I'd do anything I could to get that fight going already, you know?
Yeah, but apparently...
I mean, nothing's going to happen, though, bro. Fury doesn't give a shit. Let's be real. If Fury says February, it's going to be in February. We already know how fucking Fury operates, bro.
Hey, guys, it's true. But if Usyk wins, beats Fury, how bad does that look for Fury's career? Because, you know, he has this terrible fight with Ngannou, and then he loses to Usyk. Imagine?
It's going to look pretty bad.
It already looks bad. It already looks bad.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think Ngannou already made it look bad, bro. So I mean if Usyk beats him, it's like at least he lost to a boxer type shit. You get me?
But maybe he was. But the thing is,
I've always thought the guy was a fraud. I never bought Tyson Fury. I never believed in him. I never bought the whole shit. I never bought any of it.
What was
he's just better than Wilder.
What was the shit? What was the shit? That he was the best ever?
That he's the greatest heavyweight ever, that he can beat Muhammad Ali, all these other things. No, he's just better than Wilder. That's it.
All the shit that they're spinning, he beat Wilder. Wow, big deal. He beat a nobody, you know? And it's and the fight with him and Klitschko, that was a snooze fest. I fell asleep. I mean, I don't know how many of you guys watched it, but I was taking a nap.
Yeah, that's a good point. And you know what? Ngannou did better than Wilder did in his 3 fights. Yeah. Ngannou did better in all 3 in one fight than Wilder did.
Agreed.
Yeah, he won more rounds in this fight than Wilder ever did. Exactly.
Yo, one more rounds.
Well, Fury's a good fighter, bro, but when you start saying he's the best heavyweight ever and all this shit, you better fucking show it in every fucking fight, bro.
You have to be consistent if you want.
Yeah,
if you want to talk like that, you have to be consistent.
And the Francis shit kind of ruined that narrative for the people that were spinning it,
and
bro.
I'm glad
If
it
you
happened.
ask me,
I'm glad it happened because it was a lie. It was always a lie that he spin. Tyson Fury talks the loudest, and he got people in Britain to start believing that shit. And then after he beat their king, Deontay Wilder, they start believing that shit even more.
Yeah, people just a lot of people. I don't know if they've been watching boxing for a long time nowadays, but people nowadays have short-term memory. They think that guys like Tank would wash fucking Manny Pacquiao because there's surveys out there who wins, Pacquiao or Tank. Oh, fucking Tank! Like they've never seen Pacquiao fight. I mean, time flies quick. That the last generation they undermine those fighters because they probably never watched them fight. Now the fighters that are fighting today, the popular ones, they can do more. Tyson Fury, freaking Tank Davis, all these dudes, they're supposed to be better than everybody else.
Actually, a lot of the guys in the 90s and 80s would be some of the guys from the 80s and 90s would be undisputed champion in the heavyweight division right now.
That's a great point, man, because belts are getting handed over like rather easily. To you see, fucking the dude that fought Barroso, the judo dude, Rolly Romero and shit.
Yeah.
And
there's other examples out there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big what if. We're never gonna find out, but what's for sure, no question behind it is back then they had those 15 rounds, bro. So it was a lot tougher, well, at least for championship fights. You get me?
Yeah.
So at least they had that shit going on for them.
Yeah, man, definitely. You know who? Speaking of Rolly Romero and Teofimo and all those guys, I think eventually the one who's gonna come out on top in that division is gonna be Subriel Matias. You know.
Maybe. I think he's super slept on.
Too.
He's super slept on. I was a huge Teofimo fan back when I first started watching boxing, but I think that he has limitations that he's probably never going to really get past. I don't think he can get. He doesn't know how to cut out the ring. He can't cut distance. Stuff like that. But Subriel, he's a good pressure fighter, but there's some things there too. There's some things that he lacks.
Not only that, but he's very face first.
Yeah.
And even like with great pressure fighters, you have to make an attempt to move your waist, get your head out of the center line, bob side to side, fucking bob and weave. At least you got to put that incorporate that to your game, because if not, okay, I'm not saying that you're not good, but you're for one, you're gonna have a short career. But then again, so Uriel Matias has been dropped before. Another, when you face a puncher, you're gonna get knocked out because you have to move your waist at least a little bit.
He doesn't none of that stuff. He just uses a high guard, and he
can cut the ring off too.
That's
he can cut the ring off too.
But
because I mean, offense is a good defense, but when you're letting your hands go like that, like throwing over 1,000 punches, like 100 punches per round, there's gonna be openings for you to get countered. And if he hasn't faced the big punchers yet and has been dropped, when he faces a counter puncher, maybe like Teofimo, Teofimo might be getting the shit beat out of him, but it's gonna provide the opportunity for him to drop his own shot.
Yo, I think that's gonna be the sickest fight like in boxing, bro, when it happens. But the other day y'all had the whole episode of like who's got the best of hooks, jabs, and everything, right? So I was surprised nobody said Subriel was like the fastest. That motherfucker is fast, bro. Look, like I seen his highlights on Instagram, bro. He's fast, bro, and he has a fast ass jab too. And put it like this: his like a better version, a better, more efficient version of what Benavidez is at 168, but at 140. My opinion.
Yeah, I think Teofimo beats Matias, bro. Like, to be honest with you, he's too athletic for him, in my opinion.
You know what? I think that him and William need a little bit more seasoning. Like people, I saw the fight with William Zepeda against that Filipino guy. I thought he was gonna like knock him out, but the guy was still on his feet. He never really he was still there, but he just couldn't offensively defend himself.
Yeah, but William Zepeda, he's at 135. No, it's just
that's what I'm saying. Like
they train together too.
They train together.
I saw it. They train together.
The thing with these volume pressure fighters, they don't try to like take you out with one shot. Instead of loading up with one shot where they're going to expend more energy by throwing ones and twos, they disperse it through like throwing mini punches. So that's how they work.
Yeah,
That's how they operate. That's how they operate.
That with
Yeah, that camp's located on high elevation over there on Toluca, so at least they got that shit going on for them. That's why fucking Camarón Cepeda never really tires out. I don't know if you guys noticed that shit, even though he has a high output.
Yeah, I would actually favor him to beat Devin Haney because he has the style advantage over that. But Haney does have the size, so it'd be interesting.
Yeah, but
well, Devin Haney's at 140. He's not coming back. He's not coming back.
No power though. I mean,
dudes like Navarrete and William Cepeda, they live kind of close to where Salvador Sanchez used to live. Because the elevation is over like 5,000 feet over there. That has something to do. Because Matias is training with them as well. Then he got the gas tank as well. So it's something to do with that, in my opinion. But sorry.
I just want to see Shabril in some of those fights. I want to see him against Teofimo. I want to see. I need to see more. The guys that he's fighting right now, they're not doing it for me. But I know he's good. That's all for me.
Is this his last PBC fight?
Yeah, I want to see him fight like somebody like Josh Taylor or something like that, or the other Ramirez, you know?
Yeah, him versus Jose Ramirez would be badass. That's the fight. Him versus Ramirez. You know, Arnold Barbosa, he tried to go solo. He left Top Rank, but he's a no-name. He's a no-name. He can't try to get any type of deals or try to negotiate like that. He's trying to get the Ryan Garcia fight. I'm like, not unless you sign with Golden Boy or not.
And there's something there. There's something there because, you know, Sorria, Danielito Sorria is a puncher at 14 KOs with 14 fights with 13 KOs prior to Regis. Then he took Regis like where it was like back and forth, and Barbosa beat him unanimously. So that speaks good about Barbosa's chin because, like I said, Sorria is a power puncher. So obviously, Barbosa doesn't hit hard, but he does have a chin, which will help him out because obviously if he got a chin and is a good boxer and can take your punch, that gives him a lot of opportunity to do different things that other fighters can't do in the ring. Tough chin, relatively like decent power, maybe more than Sandor Martin. That's why Sandor Martin's a good fighter because he got a chin, even though he can't crack. But I'm saying Barbosa's a good boxer.
Yeah, but that's the problem. He left Top Rank. He doesn't have any power in this game. His name, nobody knows him like that. And then he's trying to get this Ryan Garcia fight. I'm like, I was like, there's no way. He's going to be inactive. He's going to be in limbo for a long time.
Barbosa has a little bit of an LA following, kind of not as big as what's his name, the guy that's Haney.
Yeah, he's from El Monte, California. So yeah, he's going to have.
He's from Southern California, and he has a little bit of a following there, so he could do well in that local market. But he's just got to do more to build up his name because he does have a nice little following.
Yeah,
What's also good boxer, bro?
California's been giving their boxers murals and stuff. And like they haven't even become champions, and they're already paying them.
Yeah, but Barbosa's not getting a mural, bro. Let's put it that way.
I think he already got one. Yeah.
I mean, maybe in his fucking block, bro. But that's about it.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah,
but look, bro, he's a good skill fighter, bro. He does have skills, but he doesn't have the power, bro. That's like you need a KO highlight reel for the Mexicans to get behind you. At least that's how I see it, bro.
Hey, you know what's going to be a good fight in that division this weekend? I think that's the division Murataya versus Diego Torres.
Yeah,
I believe
they're fighting.
Yeah, that's 135, but yeah, that's going to be a good fight, bro. There's going to be fireworks on that one, bro. People think Torres is just a bum, but no, bro, he's in there to actually. I got Murataya winning just because he's more cleaner. He has more speed, more pop in his punches. But if Murataya doesn't take this fight serious, he could lose to this Torres kid, bro. Torres has a good uppercut, bro. He has a good style too. He's aggressive, so it's supposed to be a good fight in terms of entertainment.
I'm hoping Lindolfo guy also gets an opportunity to fight some good guys. Because Teofimo, he seems like a gatekeeper to me. He seems like he doesn't want anybody. He doesn't want anybody to challenge him. That's not a big name. He when Boris Barbosa was in to challenge him, he kept on.
Lindolfo, honestly, I thought that win was a fluke. And if they were to rematch right now, I would fucking definitely pick Teofimo beating him.
Who?
You're talking about Kambosos?
No. I'm talking about Barbosa. He wanted to fight Teofimo, but Teofimo keeps on downplaying him.
Look, I think Matias has the style and the attributes to be fucking Haney, bro. To be honest with you, at 140,
Bro, that's what I was gonna say a while ago. Like, yo, like you know what you talk about Regis, right? But like, yo, imagine what Super Real Matias would do to like Devin Haney, bro. Like, bro, he would wash him and destroy him and demolish him, all that, bro.
Cepeda too. That's the one he's been. No, sorry, he's been calling out Shakur because Cepeda fights a little like Jose Luis Castillo, changes level. I saw this on the 3 knockdown rule. Before you say I'm copying, if somebody say something that resonates with me, I'm gonna repeat it. It's about repetition.
Yeah. But hopefully
levels up and down, throws a lot of punches. Cepeda wants to fight Shakur, but yeah, you guys talking about Haney.
Yo, honestly, I feel like an upset is gonna happen with Shakur and Edwin De Los Santos. I think De Los Santos is dangerous, man. Like I think he even has a better jab than Haney, and I mean not Haney, Shakur, and Shakur got a good ass jab too, bro. Like one of the best out there, I think. That's saying a lot,
Yeah, that'll be interesting. I'm definitely
seen a couple of his fights, bro. I've only seen De Los Santos fight once. That was when he beat up Rayo.
I've seen him fight twice. I've seen him. I've seen him in the Rayo, and I also seen him in the Joseph Adorno fight.
Yeah, against a Puerto Rican American kid. Yeah.
Adorno talked so much shit to get it, and then he just got his ass whooped, bro. Like it wasn't even like.
He always cries about that, but him and that guy that fought Loma was a very good fight. I won't lie, that was a very good fight.
Ortiz.
Ortiz. That was a great fight.
What about that other guy? What about that other guy that fought? What's his name? Isaac Cruz. Cabrera. What's his name?
Cabrera.
Yeah, he's a little tricky.
Cabrera. He beat up Flores.
He went.
He fights with his ass sticking out, bro.
I scored a 6-6 with him and Isaac Cruz, man. Isaac Cruz looked really human in that fight.
Isaac Cruz, limited. He's a pressure fighter, but he throws a jab every now and then, which makes him a little bit more complicated. But he's just winging shots.
Hey, now that we're talking about journeyman, you know who's getting better? Freaking the dude, Jesus, Mario Barrios. He's the new Josecito Lopez.
Barrios was never bad. It's just that he wasn't fighting the best competition, and now he's getting better, and he's beating them. He was never a bad fighter.
Pumping up Matias. Is that the same Matias that got UD'd by that bum? But the same person we're talking about here?
No, I don't think he even lost that fight, in my opinion. But he did get hurt bad. He did get hurt bad in the 11th round. To me,
are you talking about the robbery fight?
The same person who struggled. And
are you talking about the robbery fight Matias had?
Yeah, that was a robbery, but he got hurt bad in the 11th round. That's when I saw something. I'm like, yeah, this guy can get knocked out.
And who was that idiot that said this guy's a better version of Benavidez, is more efficient? Who's that guy? Is that guy on drugs or something? What's your problem, man? Matias is a fucking
on drugs.
He's sloppy. He's got no gas tank. He's got no defense at all. Just eats shots to the head. By the 4th, 5th round, he's already sloppy. He's already fucking gassing out. And that's this guy you guys are pumping up, man. Are you guys serious?
Bro, I don't know what fights you've seen where he looks so sloppy and he has no defense.
This guy's just falling all over the place by the mid-rounds. He's swinging punches, no defense. Just
maybe in one fight that I didn't
is literally eats shots to the head.
Real's defense is the high guard. Yeah, he's only got the high guard.
He doesn't even have a high guard. Not really. This guy's shit.
In his last fight, he used the high guard.
Crap, man. Come on.
Well, you need to watch more than one fight.
Because he killed a guy, apparently, suddenly he's a fucking man.
Well, in order to understand someone's style, you need to at least watch them at least 3 or 4 times. You can't just watch one fight.
I need to watch 2 rounds max. That's it. That's how I roll.
No, that's not enough. That's not enough, really.
You can see what a guy's all about. Straight away, you can tell this guy's got no defense.
Mirage. That's like the equivalent of watching just only the highlights, man.
Well, it depends, man. Some people never get it. Some people get it quick. That's the difference between you and me, you understand?
Get what?
I don't know why people are so hard at pumping up this dude, man. I'm not impressed at all.
Yeah, I'm not.
Well, I don't think that he's invincible. I don't know if he's a dark horse that they say, but he's damn good.
Devin Haney just boxes him up all night.
Bro,
That's a possibility.
Mirage,
we have to see what Devin looks like.
Mirage, who are you impressed with? Mirage, who are you impressed with? Who are you impressed with?
Not this guy. Don't get me started.
Who?
Really,
Come on, Butcher. You know what he's gonna say.
Nah, I just want to hear. Give us a few names.
Not many fighters deserve all this credit because most of them are all pretty much the same. Most of them.
Mirage, are you a fan of?
Stand out.
Are you a fan of?
I agree with Mirage on that, man.
Do you know who I like? Edwin. You're talking about Edwin De Los Santos. That guy's gonna smoke Shakur Stevenson and that goofy ass grin of his.
I don't know, man.
I hope it happens, man.
If Shakur gets hurt, he's gonna turn the fight. He's gonna stink up the joint. That's what he did with Nakatili. He's gonna stink up the joint.
And
he probably.
I don't know if one man's allowed to dick punch all night and the other isn't. I got the dick puncher winning.
Hey, not only that,
Valdez, that's easy work. This guy's fucking tough. He's fast. He's got more reach. He's a real 130. This guy, man, I reckon Shakur fucked up, in my opinion.
Yeah. I agree with that for the most part, right? Generally speaking, but I don't know, man. The only thing that I'm hesitant about is that supposedly there's a rumor that Edwin De Los Santos, when they spar him, like they say he allegedly, right? Allegedly, he has a weak body. I don't know how true that is, though. So
I haven't heard that, but Shakur's not a puncher anyway.
He's not a puncher, but listen, he has a couple of body shot knockouts, so I don't know.
Oh, Shakur does hit hard to the body because he's a left-hander. That aligns with the liver.
I mean,
his best punch is a liver shot.
It is true. The dick punch is part of the body, but like, come on now, man.
How big of a puncher is he at 135?
Well, they say he beat. The only guy he fought was the Japanese guy. But I don't know if he's good. I don't even know if that guy's
his last
good.
two knockouts. The last two knockouts I've seen Shakur get, he's been assisted with the referee.
Yeah,
he has actually stopped the dudes. The referee goes, "Oh, that's enough," before the guy looks actually hurt.
Pretty much like a premature UK stoppage, you know.
That's crazy because the Navarrete fighting on his undercard and the three opponents that they got in common, Navarrete actually beat their ass. And Morataya fighting this week and he knocked out Nakatila in 2 rounds.
Right.
Gonzalo, it's a leftovers. That's what they say.
Man, you forgot to put that part. You know,
Shakur ruined them.
But that'd be interesting. Top Rank can do their own little 135 thing. They got the Shakur versus Raymond Mulatayev. I'd like to see that if we can't get Devin Haney. Well, who else they got at 135? They got Keyshawn. They got
Camarón.
Who's gonna be an actor?
No, I'm talking about Top Rank. Who they got at 135? They got Shakur. They got Keyshawn. They got Raymond Mulatayev. They got somebody else. I forgot.
Ortiz.
These Ortiz
guys. I think they have 9 lightweights under contract. I think I just read
That's
recently.
A lot. By the way,
they've signed a lot of guys.
George Campbell.
in the chat, Protectorate says Mirage bet on it because he's saying that.
I think I might bet. It's 8-1. 8-1 odds. To me, that's crazy. I might put $50 on it. Actually,
not bad.
Thanks for reminding me.
That's a good payout if you win.
Yeah, that's not an 8-1 fight at all.
Definitely. I don't think the odds should be that it's a closer fight than what they. But then again, right? You know, like Jimmy said before, the people who are the odds makers, you know, they tend to have inside information. So maybe they know something about Edwin that we don't know, but I don't know.
No, you know what they know that if he goes to a decision, Shakur's gonna win. They know that Shakur can get away with low blows. They know.
You're right, Butcher. That's another possibility.
But I mean, Shakur's got so much hype.
That's why I'm kind of glad that the situation, like for example, with Usyk and Dubois happened, like taken as like a bad thing for like a good moving forward.
if they made a fuss about that, obviously he went down. A lot of fighters when they go low, nobody complained. The fighter's not, the opponent not complaining, the fighter. So a lot of times it goes unnoticed, or like the referee doesn't make a big fuss about it if the fighter didn't. But they shed a lot of light on what it means to go below the belt. So obviously, if somebody's flagrantly going below the belt, people got to notice that shit nowadays after that happened, right? Even if the opponent doesn't go down or nobody's complaining because you're the fucking B-side, it's the referee's responsibility to point it out. Because a lot of times the B-side won't complain because he knows he's just a B-side. He's getting an opportunity.
Yeah, his corner needs to jump on the referee, even if they're not hitting low. Just say it anyways. Put it in his head. You know, we keep bitching at him about it. Go every time at the end of the round. As the ref comes to each corner, just get what the fucking low blows out there, ref. What's up? Because the referee's just human. Just keep putting it in his head.
Yeah, but sometimes the belt line's really high. They kind of remind me of Steve Urkel from that show.
Yeah, but
Steve Urkel.
The ref should point that out before the fight, right? If the belt line's too high.
Yeah, they do. They do. They always address it, but they don't tell them to pull them down.
The problem is
it's showbiz. Steve Urkel.
Oh,
sorry, you're wrong. Sorry, you're wrong.
I'm referring to the belt line. Like some of those trunks are way too high for no reason.
Yeah. Honestly, if you were real, bro, like I think Usyk's trunks might have been a little too high, bro, because like you couldn't even see his belly button, right? You know, you're supposed to at least see.
Again, in the stories, you can see the top.
You're not even landing on the seam of the top of the belt line or the whole guard or the whole waistband. With the core, you're hitting on the pant leg. There's no fucking guard or the stretchy material that's holding the fucking that fucking waistband. You're going below the waistband. You're hitting the pant leg.
I think it was
nobody's saying shit.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to get at is that sometimes that waistband, instead of like 3 inches, that motherfucker's like 5 inches or maybe 6 inches.
What you think?
Really weird.
You think the shorts are like different?
Yeah, they're designed different. I noticed that, like, if you watch like kickboxing or Muay Thai, and you start comparing the belt line, there's little differences. You know what I mean? It just seems like I don't know what the material is called, but like the rubbery thing, the strappy thing, seems to be like wider.
I would just always go off the top of the belt line. That's what I'd go off. Always. It doesn't matter if it's 5 inches or 3 inches. I'd go off the top. That's what I would do if I was a ref or whatnot.
Well, imagine if someone like Keith Thurman, who's weak to the body, has a really big belt line for a reason. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get it.
It's the navel and below.
Yeah.
The navel is
Yeah.
I heard those guys are coming back in early February. Keith Thurman, Danny Garcia.
Where are they fighting, man? I wonder where they're gonna be fighing.
They just announced the last card on Showtime, and in Showtime fashion, of course, it's a pay-per-view, and they're off it. And they said also the horse off it.
Isn't David Morrell fighting?
Yeah, Morrell might be. I can't remember. I think he might be. But they wanted Thurman, Danny Garcia, and Boots to fight on that. Yeah, to fight on that card, and they couldn't find anybody for Boots. And the reason being is because they're not trying to go outside the PBC to get anybody either.
Yeah, they could just get somebody from the crowd.
Yeah, but they canceled that shit. You know, Floyd was supposed to come back. He was supposed to fight somebody. I don't know who. And Keith Thurman was supposed to come back. But those guys are coming back, I guess, next year, February.
Yo, I just thought of this, right? You know, y'all said Keith Thurman's weak to the body, right? You know, I want to bring this up, right? Because the last time we showed like for example, you know the term dog, right? You know, Pacquiao. I mean not Pacquiao. Inoue, right? He had his eye socket torn, right, in the first Donaire fight, right? And he fought through it, right? And I give him a lot of respect. You know, I'm pretty sure everyone gives him respect for that, right? But you know, Keith Thurman, he never took a knee all the times he's been hurt to the body. You know,
right.
I would say Keith Thurman has some dog in him. You know, honestly,
yeah.
He has.
Or maybe
maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it does require hard for the recovery, right?
Well, he doesn't like to get hit so much nowadays. That's why he does have good legs. He moves laterally. He just places himself well around the ring. Laterally, he pivots around. So he relies a lot on his legs. He even said it himself. It's about hit and move, and stuff like that. So if he got hurt, he's obviously going to use his legs to clear his head to get some air back.
He's gonna get hurt to the body though. That's where he's gonna get hurt.
Yeah, but
one day those legs aren't going to be there. He's probably going to get stopped. That's the day when his legs aren't there. He's going to get stopped.
And most of the guys he's got hurt by are left-handers. Like I said, the left aligned to the body. That's why Lomachenko hurt due to the body. A lot of left-handers. It's harder to get the left hand in because it's from the trail position. But then the trail hand, you turn it over. It's your power hand, and that aligns as you're facing me. Your liver's on that side of my left hand. So these left-handers like Collazo, like who else hurt him? Manny Pacquiao. Yeah, they're getting them with that left hand.
Set it up, right? And I wanted to say this, right? So in the way what he did, right? Because with his torn retina, he saw like three Nonito Donaires right in front of him, right? So he basically covered one eye with his hand so he wouldn't see double vision. Thurman, he kind of did something similar, right? But for him to breathe, he took out his mouthpiece out. Yeah. So it's like, I don't know, man. I think that's pretty smart. Like high IQ.
What do you guys think about Jose Benavidez being fed to Jamal? Dude's a 147-pound fighter. Crazy, right? First they feed him to fucking Danny at 154. And now they're dragging him up to 160. It's just terrible.
The excuse is that Jamal's inactive. That's their excuse.
It's a 10-rounder.
And he still gets to keep his title.
It's not even a 160. What the fuck?
Is he putting up a fuss?
It was a 2-minute and 10-round fight.
Watch Jose Benavidez mess around and beat Jamal Charlo.
Man, he's not that good. He's not that good, but he probably get embarrassed. He might get embarrassed a little bit, but Jamal.
But listen, unlike Jamal, like Jose Benavidez has actually been active this year,
But Jamal's got a little bit.
Yeah, but that's like weight classes below them.
Yeah,
that's true, but still, you're in the ring with somebody else, like in a real fight with real.
He may cause him a lot more trouble, but I think Jamal is going to come out on top. And if he doesn't, then he needs to retire.
Yeah, definitely.
That'll be the fight that will tell everybody if this guy can continue or not, because the fans aren't going to want to pay for any of his fights.
If he doesn't knock him out in one round, bro. Seriously, dude.
He's a big dude too. He's a big dude too.
But he's got
huge.
He's big. Has he ever been stopped before?
Crawford knocked him out.
Oh yeah,
I couldn't remember.
Because he got a big leg, but he gave Crawford a good fight. Jose Benavidez is actually kind of big, dude, like his brother. He's fucking huge. Yeah. He was just fighting at 40. I don't know if he was like still growing or. Obviously, when you get older, like a dog, like a fucking dog, he's like more wider when he's 7 years old. Actually, like human beings too, we tend to get like thicker with age. He's probably been hold on, and he's probably been sparring a lot with his brother, with David. And even Pacheco as well. I think his name is David too. So the dude's been getting the good sparring with the Pacheco and his younger brother David.
Diego.
And Charlo's been inactive, so I'm not sure. I know, like I said, he got the peg leg that actually like will take him out in one round, or that he doesn't give him a good fight. I think he will, man.
His leg looking better, bro.
He was the much higher of the two. He was the highly touted brother. Coming out of him is.
So he's got a big leg now. The thing about you can't fight like that. It's just you gotta change up your style to where it kind of like suits the new way.
He got shot, right?
He got capped. That's what they call when you get capped in the knee. So somebody didn't try to kill him. They just try to disable him so they can laugh when they're watching their TV. Look at that dude. He's a cripple now. Somebody that hated him and didn't want him to succeed. Basically, he knew he was a good boxer. We're gonna cap this dude in the knee. Yep.
Yeah.
So 160.
Because he's like a gang member. He looks like a gang member. I don't know if he is.
Oh yeah, you gotta stay out to the streets, bro. You gotta stay out to the streets, bro. What the
No,
fuck?
he's not a gang
Yeah,
member. Who's a gang member?
Arizona's a crazy
Who's a
place,
gang
fool.
member?
Have you seen those videos about the homeless in Arizona? There's a bunch of drug victims. They call them the
Oh, you're
blues.
talking about Benavides being a.
Yeah.
Oh,
No, I'm just saying, Arizona's a grimy place. That shit's fucking crazy, Arizona.
I mean, Jamal likes to act like a gangbanger, but we already know Jacob's. He quiet that little
That
fake
fool
line.
gets beat up by his wife, fool. That fool gets beat up by his mandibula.
You're right about that, Gonzalo.
Why is it so popular to be a gangster in the US?
I don't know.
Because that's what they put on the media. Because that's what they make. That's what they shove down your throat, and they tell you it's cool.
I'm pretty sure it's like anti-cultural type.
They're doing it for the culture. That's why.
It's so detrimental to your country. It's weird. I don't understand.
It's not. It's just.
It's cultural.
It's the culture. It's the hip hop culture nowadays.
I grew up in an economically depressed area during an economically depressed time in the United States. Kids don't gang up. I mean, they used to do that shit, white kids in the 50s, but it was more of like, it wasn't even gangs as much as it was clubs. They used to have like fucking car clubs. Those guys would all wear the same jackets, and it kind of evolved into that. But gang culture started with, of course, the first with the Mexicans way back in the 1930s and parties.
Hey.
To stick up for themselves. No, they had to. Listen, but it was totally, yeah, but it was totally different. They weren't going out fucking shooting people for fucking, bullshit. They were doing it because they had to stand up for themselves. Yep. And so they did it, and that was the reason. They policed their own neighborhoods. They also did cleanups. So it wasn't all about being violent.
Look at the American. You look at it; it's glorified now. This wasn't glorified before. Now, you were mentioning in the 30s, whatever.
Isn't there a European country that had that as well in like the 18th century? They had the sport too. It's kind of like football where they throw the ball. And you guys know what I'm talking about?
I think it's called soccer.
No,
soccer. Yeah,
they use a ball like soccer, but they throw it. It's kind of like a crossbreed between basketball, soccer, and football. It's a European sport, and they like all these gangs get together.
Oh yes, pickleball.
Yeah.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about. They had gangs too. They had gangs too, even before the
pickleball.
The Latinos.
Pickleball. I've never heard of pickleball in my life.
It's not rugby. It's not rugby.
I actually think do you use like a racket to catch the ball, like a basket?
No, it's like 50 guys versus other 50, like another pair of 50 guys. It's a crazy brutal sport. Sometimes there's fights that break in the sport, and it's allowed.
Pickleball is crazy,
brutal,
bro.
man. It's fucking crazy.
Don't you guys call pickles gherkins in UK?
Yeah, we do. Yeah, is pickleball a real thing, by the way? Is that real, or are you just making that up? I can't tell.
No, this is real. This is real. I'm not even kidding. There was like these gangs. I think it was like an Italian sport or some shit like that. But these gangs had rivalries, and instead of killing each other, they finally came to an agreement to do this yearly at the sport, and they have like a tournament.
As an English person, I've never heard of pickleball, but yeah, we do call pickles gherkins in England. Yeah.
Disgusting. Honestly, though, the gang life, the reason why it flourished is because, let's be honest, there was a certain people belonging to a certain tribe, head of record labels, who promulgated that. And even Ice-T talked about it. He was being told, that's why, what's his name? They silenced him, but he was being honest. The dude there was married to the Kardashian. He said they're the ones who pushed it. They pushed it.
How many rappers, how many failed rappers you hear, or these older rappers that say, hey man, they put us all in a room. And they said, look, man, we're gonna poison your community, and you're gonna help us. Are you down? And most of them put.
And they were told to gang it up.
The one dude who said, nah, fuck that, man. I keep it too real for that shit. He's the guy that was doing the YouTube interview, on the street.
Yeah. I think that's the second renaissance.
Crime makes money. Crime makes money, and it puts people, whenever those redlining and everything. It's just like wars. There's an economy in it. Just like the drugs. It's like it's not going to stop because there's too many cops and judges and lawyers that get rich off it. I mean, there's the DEA. There's the Border Patrol has an army on the border. These problems they don't want to stop. They want to keep us at war. They want the border crisis to keep They want the border crisis.
If you have if you have strong family values, even if they bombard you with this propaganda, it won't affect you. But the thing is, people are now like no souls, no culture, no family. Family is broken, so people are doing drugs. People are getting into gangs. That's it. It's a
bingo. That's
it's
100%. Everything's fixed. That starts at the home.
So
exactly.
Definitely.
Listen, God's honest truth. When I was in 5th grade before I met my first person, my buddy Larry. His father took me to my first Red Sox game. I was shocked. He didn't have a parent. Both his parents were at home. That was 5th grade before I met somebody who was divorced. Like nobody was divorced when I was a kid. Nobody. It was crazy. And then you had two parents in a home. You had the church. So you had a community. It's the dissolvement of the church and the dissolvement of the family unit. And the government's never going to fix anything. So like Bucho just said, until we get back to basics in this fucking country, everything's falling apart. Big time.
Let's get
back the Democrats back to
boxing.
Yeah, it's a whole second renaissance turn.
Yeah, so you guys think that if Jamal wins, I think he's gonna fight Canelo, or y'all think that Jaime's
No. I don't think they're making that fight. I don't think they're making that fight.
I don't know if you heard this about Canelo. That they said Canelo is gonna be fighting in May against
Jaime.
Yeah, against who? Sorry.
Against Munguia.
Munguia.
Yeah. And then in September it's the Benavidez fight that Mirage never.
They're supposed to be making that Munguia versus Berlanga fight, but it's stalled. All talk.
Oh yeah. So hold on, guys. So from what I understand, Munguia is supposed to fight in January or February or something like that, and then if he wins that fight, he will fight Canelo in May.
That's so dumb, Lord.
That's not a part of the PBC. The PBC has 3-fight deal. But here's the thing. I've been hearing that those deals are in jeopardy because a part of those deals, of course, would have, you sign that deal that you would have a fucking platform to be shown on. So right now, these are guys adrift. They don't have, like everybody saying, like Jamel's supposed to fight next year. And on what, though? Showtime ends December 31st. There will be nothing shown on Showtime anymore. No boxing. They will not do pay-per-views.
I thought Canelo still gets to get his fights on Showtime.
Nope.
Is there any idea what they're going to fight?
Showtime came out to say, Raphael got a quote from Showtime executive saying that just wants to put a squash to the rumors. As of January 1st, Showtime will not in any way, shape, or form show the program or boxing in any way, shape, or form.
Not even pay-per-view.
So wait. So what are PBC what are they on? Like what channel? Does anyone
Nothing right now. They're rudderless.
It's going to be the zone, guys. Get ready.
The zone. Yeah,
the zone.
I think it'll be the zone as well. Yeah.
The zone is the most likely the same, but right now Heyman doesn't want it because he loses so much autonomy, and you're not going to be able to have the control he had.
Jimmy. Is Heyman still demanding control over something after all that has been happening? Like he still wants to have control of something. Like
yes.
He's not milking it yet, Bucho.
I can't believe this.
Yeah, that's important.
He's still shopping around for somebody to support him. He's looking. No, they're really looking. He's still trying to find somebody. Yeah, he's trying to find someone who'll give him a budget.
He's trying to
another budget. But here's the thing, like,
zone, man.
What's his name?
Wasn't it supposed to be Amazon Prime? Wasn't it supposed to be Prime?
But Amazon Prime, what they offered was, we'll let you, we'll run your programs. We're not giving you a goddamn dime.
Yeah,
you're gonna have to finance that shit. So that's not an option. Remember, because Heyman's not a promoter. PBC is not a promotional company. It's just a name of a fucking loosely affiliated guys. TV show with one happens to be one advisor. But that's the reason why he labels himself an advisor, not a promoter. So therefore, he's not financially obligated to anyone.
Right. Wow. This guy just found some loopholes and shit. Crazy. Because I remember when I first heard about it, they said it's a TV series. I'm like, what?
TV series. Walking Dead.
They wanted.
Well, that's what they used. That was a part of their mission statement when the PBC was launched. It was called a series. It was called, we're bringing boxing back to free television. I think they went the opposite way. So when people say the PBC, everybody's been saying that, they were going to collapse for years. They never did. How do you figure when you start a company and your model or what you're selling goes the complete opposite way. It's like opening up a store selling fucking nothing but forks. You show up to buy a fork. Oh no, we only sold plates. What? So obviously that first company failed because the whole purpose for the original PBC, the whole reason for its existence was to make boxing free.
Yeah, one of the objectives of the many objectives failed. I mean,
hold
on. Let me just read a super chat quickly here. Joe Biscuit, thank you for your super chat. He says the real talk. He said, no, sorry, real talk. Why do British people make fun of Americans calling football soccer, even though y'all made it up and call it that first?
I've got a reply to that.
That's true.
Can I answer that? As an English person, can I answer that?
Let me just finish it. It says it would be like making fun of them speaking English. It would be like making fun of them speaking English. Oh, wait. Okay, I don't get it.
Yeah, it's because nowadays we call it football, and that's it. Simple.
Yo, I just gotta tell everybody, I don't know what
it's as
pickleball is.
simple as this. Soccer came from the concept of soccer came from Mesoamerican. So I'm just whatever they call it, I'm gonna go by that.
Yeah.
You can't call fucking. Sorry, you can't call American football. You can't call American football when you don't use your feet. Use your fucking hands.
No, exactly. It's not the same. Think about it.
I don't disagree with that, but whatever they call it.
No. I don't care.
Yeah.
Before we had soccer, that's the point.
American football is the most. American football is not even a sport.
I don't care with
American football.
They're not original. Billions just leave it at that.
American football isn't even a sport. It's a game. I mean, you guys throw a ball and then you wait for 10 minutes. Some like Beyonce comes on, does a dance.
Hey, bro,
and then you throw the ball against the
Listen. Hey, listen.
I'm just saying. Sorry.
No, listen. I'm not a huge like fucking NFL guy by no stretch of imagination. But bro, when you got a guy 6'6", 330 pounds who can run a 440. Fucking slam into you, you need a few minutes to get up and listen. The violence that these guys hit each other with, and at the speed, those monsters.
I heard it's worse than boxing, Jimmy. I heard it's more dangerous than boxing.
No, Jimmy, I've got to come back to that. American football is just like how can I say it? Like a pussy rugby. Rugby is about the shoulder pads.
Listen, rugby guys are tiny compared to
No, they are not.
Tiny.
No, they are not.
They are, dude. You think
NFL's like chess, bro. It's a chess.
The pussy fly in American football, without a doubt. You can't even hit the quarterback anymore.
Hey, rugby is take the ball and get the ball to the other end of the field. NFL is chess with people.
I agree.
Wait, the speed of American football. Now, listen, it's all about, now I'm telling you right now, go run over the middle. Go run over the middle of American football and jump up for that pass, and two guys, fucking monster men, just want to rip you out. That's a scary-ass sport, man.
Yeah, I linked it. Have any of you guys heard of Florentina football? That's the sport I was talking about.
Yeah. The medieval type of stuff? Or what is it?
Yeah, that shit is fucking crazy. That's where games came from.
You said pickleball. The Amazon Indians.
That's what I thought it was called.
Well, the Amazon used to play a game very similar shaped ball to football, and literally you lost, you died, you played to the death.
The Mayans.
You're the Mayan. I'm sorry, brother. Exactly. They would use the sides of the wall. They would run up to use the wall. There was things that could cut. Yeah, it was crazy, man. I read about that.
It was like a basketball and soccer at the same time.
Oh yeah, exactly. Combination. And it was as violent as you can get.
guys,
I'm gonna catch an interception and take this back to boxing. So we got.
I thought that the Maya game that if you won, you died.
Thank you.
There's rumors on both sides. There's rumors that the losers would be sacrificed. There's rumors that the winners
died. Yeah, the winners died.
Yeah, that was like a glory hole.
Bro,
imagine that.
I'm gonna be fucking eye poking people. If it's to the death and like, winners don't die, I'm eye poking you guys, man. Sorry, man.
Was that?
Does anybody give Edward Vasquez a chance against Cordina?
Hell no.
No. Cordina wins. That's all I'm getting.
I don't know. It's possible, but it's not likely. Cordeon's a very
Hey guys, what do you guys think about Haney going on all these podcast after podcast, just to spread
He's
that?
promoting himself. He's promoting himself.
I'm talking about the things he's saying, but nobody's challenging him. That's the problem. You have
What's he saying? What
you
he's
don't have
saying,
real.
Jimmy?
Oh, he keeps bringing up the fucking offer to Shakur, but only one person, that Mexican female, said, like, who was going to put up the money? Oh, they didn't want to have anything to say with that because, like, that's the question. Where? Who is financing it? Who's going to pay? No, the question: who's going to pay you $32 million, Haney?
I won't pay him 10 pounds.
But what he's saying, if he was offering Shakur $7 million and it was a quarter. It was just a quarter of what he was getting paid that they were offering for that fight. He's saying that somebody out there, which he will not say, was offering him $32 million for them two to fight.
Yeah, no way. No way.
Nobody was paying them that $32 million.
Jimmy. Haney's a Muslim and he's been hanging out with these Arabs. He's always over there.
Haney's a Muslim.
Yeah, he's supposedly. Haney's a Muslim. He's always hanging out with the Saudis over there when there's big events. Maybe they offered him. They told him, "Yeah, sure, get a big fight with, $32 million like with Shakur. That makes sense." I mean, I don't know. To me, it's too much money.
Possible. Right? I mean, yeah.
To me,
but don't you think he would say that though when he's asked? Like, where's that money come from?
Want to reveal the
Maybe he wouldn't want to put them out there on blast.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh my oil prince, buddy.
That's too much money, man.
They had a changing of guard over there too. I guess the new people in charge of like sporting. That's the reason why they threw water on the Joshua Wilder fight. That's the reason why out of nowhere it was just called off last month.
That guy's name?
WBC announced it.
It was like Jay Skills or something like that, or Jay Skills.
Skills Challenge is gone, I think. Yeah.
Jay Skills Challenge.
Yeah, it's gone. It's been taken over by someone else. It's been taken over by another company in Saudi now.
Hey guys,
yeah, they weren't offering. Yep.
With Haney,
they weren't happy with what they were doing.
Would Haney Shakur be bigger than Spence versus Crawford?
No,
they haven't done enough.
Wait.
They're not consistent enough. Crawford's been around since 2008. A lot of people know him. He's been
and they couldn't get the Saudis to finance that.
Anything Haney does will not be bigger than Crawford Spence. Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah. So it's laughable, right? Somebody's going to pay him $32 million. It's just not true. And he just instead of just saying I outgrew the weight, you know what I mean? That I'm just too big for 135, because he wanted to still hold on to his belts but not have to fight there.
Yeah.
So then he released a video too the other day saying every time I walk by the mirror, I notice my muscles are getting bigger, my back's getting wider. I'm like,
Jimmy, did you see Devin Haney in that face-off with Regis Prograis? He looks much bigger than Prograis. Prograis is supposed to be the guy that's at 140 already, and Haney looks bigger.
Well, Devin Haney is
23-year-old. Yeah,
Devin Haney,
because he's 23. He will get bigger. Yeah, he's not anyway. Your muscles don't mature until 38 years old. That's when your muscles are literally done growing.
Wow, I didn't know that.
So you're at your peak at 38.
No, your muscle wise. That's why all the mystery.
It's anywhere between like 25 and like 32.
Like your actual like muscle fibers and stuff densen and they that's when everything starts going sideways. But that's why like all your best Mr. Olympias, if you look out through history, all the best ones are between 35 and 40. Whether it's Dorian Yates or any of them, Lee Haney, always in their mid to late 30s because their muscles are so dense and thick in the fibers and whatnot.
That's when they're strongest. That depends why Beterbiev is so strong.
And he does a lot. And that's the reason. That's also the reason why he's always injured, because he does too much weight training.
I don't know, man. He's probably on that jet fuel rocket stuff.
No, I've seen him do those push-ups on his fingers, and he hops off and he switches to his knuckles.
That shit looks like
I've seen him do that.
That's how you get injured. That's how you get injured.
Yeah, I mean, what the fuck? Your joints are all fucked up,
why do they call it that gumbo voodoo juice?
I don't know. He looks like the bald version of Wolverine, just not.
Yeah, man. He does look like Wolverine.
Yo, he looks like
that shit he's doing is not
in a
normal.
village, living by himself in like a.
He looks like he got an exoskeleton.
Yeah, man, that shit's crazy.
Scary, man. Jimmy, somebody asked if you were watching the Olympia before. Somebody asked that. Is it now or?
Oh, I haven't been watching. I not in recent years, but I was big into it from the late '80s right up to like 2004, 2005.
Yeah, that's when I was watching it. Then
period.
after that, they just got like when Jay Cutler
That's when it was.
winning.
Yeah, Jay Cutler. Dude, I remember the first time he showed up to a gym in Burlington, Mass. On his fucking, he had a Ninja 600R. He was only like 16 years old. He was just a skinny kid, but you could tell he had a good muscle frame. Next time I saw him 2 years later, he was probably put about 50 pounds, and then he went up all the way up to 345. That's the heaviest I know he weighed.
Damn.
Yeah. So y'all think what y'all think about Tim Tszyu? Y'all think he's gonna go up to? I heard he's gonna go up to 160 in like
already.
a year. Yeah, he said he's gonna go up to.
Yeah, I'd avoid that.
I think Mel needs to stop ducking him. That's what I think about Tim Tszyu.
But Mel's not coming back. The PBC don't gotta.
That's Mel's fault, bro. He's ducking him, man. I don't know why he's ducking him.
He's gonna be kind of undersized at 160, ain't he?
Yeah, he would be, but his brother's coming up, and he's a 154 pounder, so he probably wants to move up so his brother could take over the 154.
Wait, Tim Tszyu's only 5'8", right?
There's the Australian Charlos or what?
I guess maybe they're not the same, they're not twins, but you know, they're both
Mirage.
good.
Yo, Mirage, how do they promote Tim Tszyu over there?
Yeah, he's a
Mirage. He's not even there.
I mean,
he's a pretty big deal.
Like all over the news and shit like that. Like it's the biggest boxing name in Australia by far.
I'm curious.
Boxing's not on here anymore either, man. It's just all pay-per-view. And other than his big fights, I mean, we don't hear too much over here.
You know, George Kambosos had an opportunity. He's just that he was just a Buster Douglas, man.
That was a fluke win, bro.
Somebody called him the Knack. Oh, Steve Kim called him the Knack. That was that band that did that one hit, fucking. I can't remember the name of the song, but they were one of those famous one-hit wonder bands.
Yeah, but George is just not good. He just had a great night against a guy who just underestimated him.
Well, I mean, I'm not making.
What'd you say? Did somebody say My Sharona? Was that you, Mirage? Good for you, brother. Good score. You were on money, brother.
80s music, man.
There you go.
Hey, but guys, Tim Tszyu, guys, Tim Tszyu, Tim Tszyu's height is 5'8", right? 5'8".
Yeah.
So going to 160, that's small, man. That's short, no?
I love to see him versus Janibek. That's the fight I want to see.
But he's pretty thick though, isn't he? Like
yeah. But still, like that. Yeah. I mean, he's gonna be like
big
dude. If he goes up to 160, he'll inject life into that division. That division is dead. Even with Janibek there, it's dead as fuck.
It's stalled. Nothing.
He's gonna have problems with Janibek.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big time.
How big is Janibek?
He'll take it out on each other.
It'll be a tough fight. Yep. Janibek's not the killer Triple G was, but he's good.
Yeah.
No, he's more of a boxer. But he has good, definitely more a little bit tricky because he's a southpaw.
I'd like to see Tim Tszyu.
And if I'm not mistaken, he's like 6 foot tall too.
No, but he is
6
tall.
foot
Janibek's tall.
I believe he's 6. Didn't they say he was 6 foot or like he has 180? He has like 180 fucking inch fucking reach or millimeter reach something.
Yeah, he's tall.
So he's tall. He's got that wide shoulder, so he's a hard guy to beat. Plus being a southpaw, and we've seen when he's all late because Gonzalo and I talked about it. He was a hard guy to kind of judge because of his performances. He come in, he's clearly one of those guys. If he doesn't feel like you're a threat, he doesn't train as hard and he doesn't look as good. Because the last guy he fought should have been his biggest threat, and it was one-sided domination.
The guy didn't come in to fight.
Yeah.
The guy was scared. The guy didn't really come in to fight, from what I heard. But the thing is that Janibek's a lost cause because he can't pull in what Triple G did. So they had to overpay the German Italian guy to come over to America. I heard they had to pay him like almost $1 million. And that guy's an unknown. He's an unknown. Nobody knows him even close in America.
Yeah,
so yeah. Janibek just can't pull, man. He's not like Triple G. He's trying. He talks.
You didn't hear what he said though? Yeah, he said he knew he could easily knock out Canelo in that.
Yeah, he talks a good game. He talks a good game, but no one really pays
attention. He needs to start stopping people. What disappointed me, even though he was one-sided fight, I thought many a times, like I know he was trying to follow a game plan, just let his punches. But you got a kid who's not a heavy puncher to begin with, who's clearly not trying to engage. I would have liked to see him get him out of there earlier. And again, that's just my opinion.
He fought some random dude before he fought Valtieri, and he stopped that guy pretty brutally in 2 rounds.
The Butler, right? Something Butler.
Yeah, but Butler's not good. Butler's actually not good though. He's been stopped before by a couple of guys. But he needs someone that's good. He needs someone that's good. But all the good fighters are gone.
Yeah, the Denzel Bentley fight. I didn't think he looked very good in the Denzel Bentley fight. He went to all 12. I just thought he looked uncomfortable in there.
But like I said, all the good fighters in 160 are either completely retired or gone or inactive, or they just left the division. So there's no one there. Like there's no one.
But maybe if this whole mix up with PBC, you never know. You might see Jamal fight Janabek, bro.
Nah, Jamal's trying to get that Canelo money. He's gonna go to 160.
I think Jamal ruined that for them, bro.
Hey, did you guys see
Jamal doesn't have the balls? Jamal doesn't have the balls to fight Janabek, bro. He wants a fucking payday to fucking retire. He's not even interested in boxing. He just wants to retire.
I mean, he already is. He already is retired.
He's already semi-retired.
I was going to ask you guys see Oscar drunk tweeting last night, being his typical dink Oscar self to people.
What did he say?
Online.
He
tweeted out last. Yeah, he tweeted out last night. Attention, PBC fighters without a promoter contract. Call my headquarters and let's make some good fights happen. Somebody asked him, right? The first question was, Oscar, serious question, right? Based on your knowledge, is there anything in the PBC fighters contract that might have a loophole where fighters can leave the PBC now that they don't have a broadcast network similar to Rocky Hernandez Pro Bellum, and then he tagged in Steve Kim and Rick Lacia, thinking maybe they would answer too. So going by that question, right, there was nothing disrespectful. It was also complimentary, right, based on your knowledge. This was his response. Every single PBC fighter has no promotional contract. Too complicated to explain because y'all know shit about boxing. Like, what a fucking dink. Like, that kid wasn't disrespectful to you in any way, shape, or form. Why would you come back with shit like that? You got pretty hammered with that, too. A lot of people said, was the cocaine making you tweet that angry shit? Because think about that, right? The kid, and even compliment them on your base of your knowledge. And he just says, it's too complicated to explain because you all know shit about boxing.
That makes
he's out of his mind.
Right? And
he's not
a fan-driven sport, too. And he's negative like that.
Yeah, you guys ever heard? Yeah, they
the
got
Kid Austin thing?
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, are you going to bring up the Kid Austin thing?
Oh, I don't know. About that. Is that?
Yeah, the Kid Austin was supposed to be going to sign the PBC, but supposedly his father is like in the music business, and he went over the contract, and he was like, "What the fuck is this?" And
he did. Yeah, he did that on Coach's show. Yeah, I watched it. It was Coach's show. I didn't know that's what you're talking about. Yeah, he basically broke it down and said whatever. The first guy to get his hands on a PBC contract was T Street Controversy. Like 5 years ago when he broke it all down, and in it, he couldn't believe it too. But yeah, in it says if you make X amount of dollars, you automatically resign for 2 years. You have no you have no right over your name. You can't even go outside the PBC, not even mention boxing. The PBC, just go to a dealership, as Keith Thurman say, to sell a car at a car dealership. Yeah, that means Al Heyman gets 15% of whatever you earn on that too. He gets 15% of anything you make off your name when you're under contract.
That's part of being from the music industry, because maybe he clicked and because I'm telling y'all, the music industry is brutal. I got friends that are in it, and they say that it ran just like boxing, and there's a lot of shady snakes. And there's a
that's
reason
what
why
Kid Austin's father said.
Oh hell no!
That's what Kid Austin's father said.
There's a reason why. Al Heyman was ran out of music. He burned all his bridges in music, and now he's burning all his bridges. Every one of his biggest clients, everyone filed bankruptcy.
whether it was fucking You Can't Touch This, that dude, whether it was Mariah Carey, whether it was the piano playing chick used to be hot in the 90s, I can't remember her name now.
Alicia Keys?
Keys, yeah, all of them filed bankruptcy. Anybody that he was in charge of their career. What's that?
I think he managed Michael Jackson as well.
Well, he was involved in one of his tours, but the people who like he really was involved with, like Alicia, because like what's her name? The fucking she was huge in the 90s.
I got into what's his name too? What's the Jay-Z over?
Beyonce. He tried to fuck with Beyonce, and they freaked out. Yeah, he did a lot.
He was and that's what he did in the music industry. He basically, that's what Kid Austin's father said. He's basically, what he did was just took one of his music contracts, like he would have signed a band under or did business with a band and just changed, wrote in boxer, you know what I mean, type of thing. But it's very similar. Like most boxing contracts are 2 to 3 pages at most. This thing was like a fucking War and Peace. It's like 2 inches thick.
Yeah. I mean, I'll give him a little bit of credit. I mean, think about what he did. He took billionaires' money, and then he turned around and he blew it. But the thing is, he got 15% of all that money.
Right.
So
for the fight,
it is what it is, but it's good for him. It's good for only like a handful of fighters, but terrible for like the other 200 fighters.
He graduated top of his.
It's terrible for boxing, bro.
Yeah, he graduated top of his class, top percentile at Harvard. So he's clearly a very smart dude. But I don't think. Listen, there's an article, somebody sent it to me the other day. He was quoted in 2015. They're saying, 2005, someone very close, Dal Heyman, said he does not like boxing, doesn't like the sport, he doesn't like the old guard, and what they felt he treated his brother dirty because his brother was signed to fight Sugar Ray Leonard. He didn't think he should have. Leonard stopped him in the 3rd round, Bobby Heyman. And a lot of people think this is his way of destroying a sport and at the same time getting paid doing it.
The fuck? So it's his
To be fair, a lot of boxers and a lot of managers and promoters don't like boxing either because they get burned out. You know what I mean? So that's why we got to really up the fighters who really love boxing. You see a guy, I like Canelo. I can't stand the dude, but I will say he loves boxing. I'm like, man, I commend him for that.
What about Oscar De La Hoya?
They're just doing it for a paycheck. You know, they're just
Oscar De La Hoya is the first ever boxer to turn promoter, bro, and a lot of people hate on him. But there's a reason Kid Austin signed with him instead of PBC, man. You know, regardless of the reputation he has for being racist and this and that, you know, and PBC is pro-black.
Wait, who's racist?
Why is a black guy going to Golden Boy? Because it's all bullshit. All these rumors are bullshit, bro. Golden Boy's not racist.
Dude.
Well, do you know why he was labeled racist?
Yeah, the email.
Well, the reason. Yeah. Okay. Now check this out, guys. An email sent to a person, an employee at Golden Boy, was from a completely separate entity. Has nothing to do with Golden Boy. Not a Golden employee. Nobody they pay money to. But because in an email he wrote, he called Al Heyman the N-word, and he said something else. But because of that, just because they received now, they're being so Golden Boy, the corporation in Oscar, is being held responsible for what some complete fucking.
It was probably a PBC person.
It's just ridiculous. But that's what that's when you're pushing an angle. You're pushing a narrative.
Dude, I hope I don't get my head bit off for saying this, but there has to be a hard conversation. There has to be an uncomfortable conversation into why the black market is not supported like Mexicans. You know what I mean? Or even like a Gotti. Somebody once asked me if you can make a fighter, what would you make? I told him I'm Mexican, right? I would tell him I would make a good looking Italian fighter because when you think about Italian fight, you think about Rocky. Man, that shit will sell like hotcakes. But we got to have that uncomfortable, and a lot of people can't face it or they can't say it or that their people don't support.
Yeah, they talked about it. Well, hold on. I mean to cut you off, but on Punch Drugs channel, he had a
Punch Drugs. What?
Yeah, hold on, but I got a point here. There was a coach, Erickson Lubin's trainer, said that there was a lack of black people supporting, or even black people there to support Jamil Charlo, and he talked about it that there wasn't any black support there. And
Fulton said it too. Stephen Fulton came right out and said, when everybody, all these kids were online, the race hustlers who, grifters who will never actually buy a pay-per-view, but they'll bitch about it online. But they're on there and they're saying, why the fuck is he having to go to Japan? He's the A-side, all this other ridiculous shit. And Fulton came out and threw water on it. To his credit, he's like, I don't get any support at home. I don't even get any support by my people. I don't get any support in my own hometown. What the fuck you talking about? You go to Japan, everybody in the country is supporting that kid.
Floyd Mayweather, but even the biggest one, Floyd Mayweather, where did he get his support from? He got his support from being the villain. He got his support from people wanting to see him lose. Not people weren't paying and going to his fights because they like him. They bought into the hype that he might lose this one. So people just gotta have that. It's crazy. All I see is nothing but deflection. Deflection, blaming the promoter.
No, look, check it out, bro. Because it wasn't only just him, people wanting to see him lose. It's the opponents he chose. He used his opponent's fan base to make money because look what happened when he fought Andre Berto. How did that sell?
Nothing. My Donna.
Yeah, I mean, no, I went to the Robert Guerrero fight, and dude, they were like, I got a last minute ticket for dirt cheap, and it was like they were giving away tickets. You could tell, but they were all comps, and like not even like. Oh, I want to say about the 9th round, people were like just leaving. They were on their phones and they were just leaving. There was even a group of people chanting UFC.
Well, he always talks. He takes credit for that Pacquiao fight. He always says, "Who sold the most?" Remember that press conference last month? Out of nowhere, in that dude in the audience, you did. It was so set up. It was disgusting. Who sold the most tickets? Who sold the most pay-per-views? You did. No, you mean who sold Pacquiao and you? Because let's be honest, you fought Pacquiao. Guys did over 4 million. What's your next fight against? You went from 4 million to 360,000. So clearly, it wasn't just you.
I went to both of the Pacquiao fights in Cowboy Stadium, and I'm telling you, people for the Filipinos, and not just Filipinos, people like he crossed over. People were flying in from overseas. I mean, I was hanging out with Australians, people from the Philippines. I mean, it was a live crowd, and it was like genuine love. It wasn't like I'm telling you, like there's like that's how you contrast this.
And he talked about it on the interview. He talked about it on the interview that he said that this reporter asked him, why aren't you trash talking? Why aren't you doing all this stuff? He said, well, the fight really sells itself because I don't have to do none of that. I just got to sit back and just I've had
conversations with with fighters like Austin Trout, and I really feel for guys like that because he's a well-mannered, well-spoken a black fighter, but the thing is, he was just pretty much telling me he's going to try to get like the Mexicans to rally behind him, and then he'll be set. He even kind of said it like that. He's like, man, I get the Mexicans behind me, I'm fucking set. But the thing is, but they don't support that type. They want the
degeneracy.
Gangbanger,
the degeneracy.
You know what I mean? Look at Tim Bradley. Tim Bradley should have had a big fan base. I mean, it's crazy. Like you see these guys, and you wonder why they don't get support. And then you see Shakur Stevenson. A lot of it has to do with his style, but he has a hometown fan base, but he's really not crossing over. You know what I mean?
There's only 3 fan bases.
We're really too scared and afraid to run.
It's because the sport's a lot smaller.
There's only 3 fan bases that can really support you. There's the Mexican fan base. There's the Filipino fan base.
And
the UK. At the UK, yeah.
And one fan base I was really surprised with Triple G's fan base because when I went to his fights, he crossed over to all kinds of people, but there was people also flying in from Kazakhstan.
He got a lot of Canelo haters on his side.
I looked Golovkin.
Actually, he actually has some genuine fans.
No, I mean, I think he won over the Mexicans. He won over the Mexicans because the real Mexicans, that really know boxing, they know like, hey man, Canelo's avoiding this guy. Canelo's playing games. Canelo's fighting at 155.
Yeah, but
we'll start that shit, dude.
Like he did. He did.
How did Canelo? Okay, let me ask you this: how the hell did Canelo avoid him when that fight took less than 2 years to make? It wasn't over marinated at all, and Canelo had to move up to 160. He had to relinquish his A-side status to make that fight happen. How the hell was he ducking?
How many fights did he have at 155?
A total bomb in a mismatch layup fight.
Well, he was the WBC champion. He was a WBC champion at 160, and he gave up his title. Yeah, he was invited WBC to fight Triple G, and then he gave up his title instead of fighting him.
Canelo won a belt, a middleweight belt. The WC. He won it at a catchweight. Which hold on, you asked me a question. Let me answer you. You asked me a question. Let me answer you. So Canelo won the WBC middleweight strap off of Miguel Cotto, who also won it at a catchweight. Nobody was talking shit to Cotto because Cotto can do no wrong, right? But when Canelo wins it at a catchweight, all of a sudden it's a problem, and now he's ducking Triple G. Now he's got to see Triple G. Nobody was.
He threw the belt away. But brother, listen, I'm not trying to argue with you, but that belt you're talking about ordered him to fight Triple G next, and he got angry at and that's the reason when his relationship went completely south with with Oscar, because he felt Oscar should have stepped in. He wanted time, he wasn't ready. I'm telling you what happened. He threw the belt away. He said, "Fuck you." And he took 17 months. No, dude, not timelines are not wrong, dude. Let me finish my point? Jimmy, that's your side of the story, bro. But the truth is, the sanctioning body wanted to dictate the percentages because Triple G was the champion. But let's be real, but he still threw the belt away, though. Canelo was going to bring all the fans, so of course he wanted a bigger percentage. But he was. What do you mean? Canelo, Triple G was the only person. Let me finish. Okay, bring all the fans. Let me finish. Who sold out Los Angeles? Triple G. Who sold out New York City in record? MSG in record time. Triple G. Who sold out in London? Triple G. He brought in his own fans. He wasn't no fucking nobody. He was ordered. WBC ordered the WBC.
Wait, so your opinion is that Triple G was a nobody?
I went to a Triple G fight and the tickets were so cheap. Okay, you're gonna sell out when your tickets are fucking cheap as hell.
Fuck out of here, dude. Come on, $1,000 a piece. When I went to Madison Square Garden. They weren't cheap. The only reason people think about Triple G is because his name was attached to Canelo, bro.
Basically.
No way. No, I'm not having that.
Let's be real.
What the? Are you fucking kidding me? He refuses it, bro. That's ridiculous. Okay, nobody knew who he was. He sold out in London. He sold Madison Square Garden out in record time.
If I went down the street and asked somebody who Triple G was, they'd be like, no.
One at a time, guys. One at a time.
If I walk down the street,
one at a time, guys.
If I went down the street and asked someone, "Yo, you know who Triple G was?" They would say, "I don't know who that guy is."
And if I walk down the street right now, a guy in the background, please let us calm down for a second. I could walk down the street right now in Lowell. It's known as a city, as a fight city. And if I said, you know, Canelo Alvarez, they're gonna say no. I mean, that's not a gauge. Let's use fucking metrics. Let's use metrics. No, that's an opinion. No, it's not.
Wilder.
Okay, and I said it was ridiculous then. I said it was ridiculous.
You even said that about Wilder. You even said that about Wilder.
No, I didn't. Never. Okay, no, I didn't. I never said that. I said you could walk down the street. Nobody. No, I didn't do it. Then go back and get the fucking tape. I never said that.
So if I spend hours in my time, if I spend hours in my time and I find it, you're not gonna be on. You're not gonna be on.
Because I didn't say it.
You're not gonna be on YouTube anymore.
I didn't say it.
Hold on. Jeez.
Yo. And it's still a stupid fucking thing. That's not how you I'm going by metrics. You're saying that nobody knew who Triple G was. You sold out. How many times have Triple G sold a million pay-per-view? How many guys have me fucking talk over me? Triple G sold a million pay-per-view. Guys, keep talking over me. My point is,
you're talking over me. What's the point?
Because I never even finished my statement. I'm sitting back here hardly even talking. The one fucking time I go to say something, blah, blah, but he's jumping all over me. Here, let's just state facts. Triple G sold out Madison Square Garden faster than anybody in boxing history when he sold it out. He also sold out in Los Angeles. And listen, oh Jesus,
you want to talk
Christ.
LiveGate, bro? Who gives a shit about LiveGate?
No,
homie?
just sit there. It doesn't matter. Fucking don't sit there and say that he wasn't popular. He was the face HBO at the time. He absolutely was. Canelo, my point being, Canelo was ordered to fight him.
He sold out LA?
In the WBC. Yes, he did. He sold out Los Angeles. He sold out fucking Madison. He sold out London.
What was the venue? What was the venue in LA?
Just let him talk and then we'll come back. Just let him talk and then we'll come back.
He sold out two things. He sold out first the Bowl, and then he sold out the Coliseum. The thing with and then he sold Madison Square Garden in record numbers, and he also sold out the in Los Angeles when he fought with Brook. That was a huge event. And all my point is this: the WBC ordered Canelo to fight Triple G next. What did Canelo do? He dumped his belt. Regardless of how anybody feels about it, that's what happened.
Why did he do that?
What was the pay-per-view numbers for Triple G and David Lemieux?
Because he didn't want to fight Gennady Golovkin. It's that simple. You can't make excuses for it.
Because you guys are acting like Canelo was scared of Triple G.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I never said Canelo was scared of Triple G. Ever.
What the fuck you're saying right now? Because he blew the belt.
No, I'm not. He did avoid fighting for 17 months.
Yeah,
he threw the belt away, and it was 17 months later before he fought him.
17 months. Oh, 17 months.
We have to wait half.
Yeah, bro, he got him out of his prime for 17 months.
And he aged him out another 17 months, and he did lose the fight. Triple G did beat him in that fight.
Absolutely. Show me the official result, bro, because that's your fucking opinion.
Chingazo, you're being disingenuous. Chingazo, you're being disingenuous.
No, you guys are full of shit, bro.
No, you're being disingenuous.
No, the reality is, bro, Canelo was bringing in all the fucking fans, bro, and Triple G was gonna dictate the percentage that each fighter was gonna get. Because he was the champ or whatever, bro. So if you're bringing in all the fans, bro, of course you deserve to get paid more, bro. What the fuck is that shit all about, bro?
Let me jump in. Look. Let me jump in. Look,
doing some bullshit. Go ahead.
Look, let me jump in.
Triple G's the one that needed Canelo. Canelo don't need Triple G, bro. What the fuck you need?
Yeah, I agree. Triple G loved Mexicans. Triple G loved Mexicans. Big drama show, guys. Right up until that first Canelo fight. Right after that, when he actually was somebody after that, he don't speak English no more. He got real Hollywood. He got his sunglasses on. You got a translator there.
Okay, so
what was the transition from him to being nobody into somebody?
Okay,
he did the same shit. He would wear Mexican colors. Kiss Mexican ass and get Mexican fan base.
Notice how Jimmy only mentioned live game numbers. Like anybody gives a shit about the live game numbers.
My point was no one knows what the fuck he was, bro.
What's the pay-per-view
numbers? I never mentioned live gate numbers. I just said sold out. So nobody's don't sell out the Madison Square Garden in record times. The Madison that means the Mecca. That means
Tofino sold it. They said Tofino sold it.
Because all right. No, listen, nobody's don't sell out the Madison Square Garden. I was just taking when somebody, it wasn't you, but somebody said Triple G was a nobody. That was a ridiculous statement.
I said no. Okay, so what was the pay-per-view numbers for the Lemieux fight?
He was fighting Lemieux when he fought Canelo.
Stop ducking the question and just answer it.
It was 100. You know what it was. It was 190. It was 192. And when he fought Canelo, it was 1.2 million.
At least I'm being accurate. There it is.
If Canelo would have fought Lemieux, his numbers would have been way better.
Of course he would. His numbers would have been better, especially after Triple G numbers.
Okay, so if you know this, Jimmy, why are you saying that Triple G deserves more money than all this shit? Come on, bro.
I never said nothing about money. I'm just saying. I just was stating the facts. When he was ordered to fight Triple G. And he didn't want to fight him at the time. He waited another 17 months.
He didn't want to fight him. He didn't want to overpay the guy.
Yeah,
he didn't want to overpay the guy. You're making it seem like he was scared of Triple G. That's not.
Nobody makes anybody anything. People perceive things the way they want. I just said he was ordered to fight him, and he threw the belt away, and it took 17 more months before he fought him. Whatever way you want to perceive that you can. I'm not saying it was because of fear. Canelo don't fear anybody.
Yeah, that issue was created because of the sanctioning body. What about it?
Guys, but it's silly to compare Canelo's star to Triple G star, because if you think about it, Canelo has that Mexican fan base that was laid out for him by Mexicans before him. What's most impressive to me is that Triple G, there's never been a Kazakh guy. That's the same thing with Pacquiao. There's never been a Filipino guy. So when you see these guys go cross over like that, they've never had people before them to lay the groundwork like Mexicans, like Canelo does. That's more impressive to me. And nothing is cheap in New York. Everything's fucking expensive to go there. And I was at the Canelo fight. There was $10 tickets when he did San Antonio. So don't tell me they always do that when they're coming up. But the thing is, he avoided him. I mean, he waited him out. He didn't.
Yes, I agree.
It's just funny. I get called the Canelo fanboy on this all the time.
That's crazy.
People call me Canelo fanboy. You're a Canelo fanboy. Constantly, I'm called the Canelo fanboy. All I do is praise the guy. I say one fucking thing. He just dumped the ball with 17 minutes. Now I'm getting people jumping on me.
Triple G 3 times, but in the beginning, he wasn't ready. He wasn't ready for Triple G. There's nothing wrong with that, man.
Yes,
he just wasn't ready.
He wasn't ready. With 17 months,
you were 23 years old. Listen. There's nothing wrong with not getting ready to take on the fucking monster when you barely moved up in the division. Eventually, he fought him 3 times, yes, and it only took 2 years, whereas Crawford Spence took 6. I get that. That's not a knock on Canelo. There's nothing wrong with not being ready.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. Well said.
Nah, you guys are afraid to call out Triple G, bro. Cut the crap. You guys are afraid to call out Triple G.
He got him.
That's bullshit, dude. I bashed the shit out of Triple G. I said he shouldn't even fight that third fight. I said he should have retired. After the second fight, I said, I don't want to see him in the ring anymore. This is a waste of time. Now this is just cash grabbing. And then everybody started calling me a Triple G hater. Or you just don't like Triple G. It's just nuts.
Dude, it doesn't matter what you say, man.
Here's another
they
thing,
will call you one thing or the other.
Here's the thing. I thought the first 2 fights Triple G won. The second fight, he was actually ordered to fight Jamal. What happened there?
I just want to say Gonzalo was 100% right with what he said. There's no problem with waiting someone out.
No, he wasn't ordered to fight Jamal.
He was right, 100%.
What happened to Munguia? This is a different fighter, obviously. When Munguia came to the United States, he was willing to fight fucking a Triple G, but Suleiman said, no, you ain't fighting him. I'm not saying that it's the same set of circumstances. It's different, but that's all I'm saying, man.
Gonzalo,
if y'all think that's okay, I don't want to hear y'all ever criticize Tank Davis because that's what he's doing. But y'all want to go at Tank Davis, but y'all are so fucking far up Canelo's ass.
Dude,
he's never fought.
No one gives a shit about Tank Davis. No one cares about Tank Davis. This guy's irrelevant. No one cares.
I'm not ready for a champion.
He's shit.
You're not ready when you're a champion.
He's shit. No one cares about Tank Davis. No one cares about Tank Davis. He's shit. He hasn't fought anyone. No one cares. No one cares about Tank Davis. We're talking about Canelo and Triple G.
No one's got the same thing. Canelo fought Canelo fought Floyd when he was 23. All Canelo ever fought was champions. You can't compare him to Tank. Canelo's been fighting champions.
Nobody.
Star-wise, the point was, these guys can't say that, Canelo wasn't ready, even though he was a champion, and he fought multiple champions, won multiple titles in different divisions. You can't say that, you can't criticize Tank now because that's
when's Tank going to be ready?
No, listen, can I sent that link where we wanted to spread that rumor. I sent the link.
Bro, Tank is pushing 30, bro.
Canelo, I'm gonna stick up for Canelo here. This is what happened. Canelo he wasn't even a fight at 160. I'll tell you what ended up happening. When he fought first, Cotto shouldn't have been 160 champion. Another guy shouldn't have been 160. They had the 160 belt. He paid Triple G $800,000 to go away. He ended up fighting Canelo. Canelo at the time was still a 154-pound fighter. And it's like he was pissed because he's like, let me have some fights at 160 first to get acclimated to the weight before you put me against the hardest punching guy. He's not afraid to fight anybody. Canelo's as tough as fucking a $2 steak. He just wanted some time to get acclimated to the weight. The WBC tried pushing on him, and he said, fuck you, and he threw his belt away. I stuck up for him then. I'm not a fucking Canelo hater. He's one of my favorite fighters.
Also, this motherfucker wants to compare a 1 division champion in Tank to a 4 division champion in Canelo, bro. What the fuck is that?
Yeah, that's embarrassing. It's
I
embarrassing.
say that all the time too. He started at 140, 5 weight classes.
Yeah, fuck off with your Tank shit. I don't understand.
Why did he get that belt then? Why did he get Cotto's belt? Why did he want the middleweight belt, but then say, "Oh, I'm not ready"? You can't do that. If you're not ready, then don't go for the belt. Because once you get the belt,
this is a circumstance where you gotta understand. It's not a justification. Triple G got a solid fucking chin. You're not knocking him out, and he's got a heavy
Triple
punch.
G at 155.
So if you're gonna fight Triple G, you better be ready to go the 12 rounds. Now, in every other category, I don't see that there's such a monster. Maybe Better Beef.
No way.
Even as a champion, you got to prepare yourself to face that type of challenge. I don't see Tank Davis facing that type of challenge, especially since he probably should be fighting bigger guys or guys his own size. To where he's facing that type of a monster with that tough chin and a heavy punch. That's a challenge for anybody.
Oh, Tank
Never happened.
That's crap.
And I have a title, and I'm not ready for somebody. That doesn't make sense. You can't have a title and say I'm not ready for somebody. That's why I compared the two.
Well, eventually he fought him 3 fucking times, though. He fought him 3 times, though. He fought him 3 times.
Don't say okay. Don't go at. You guys go at. You guys go at Tank all the time,
bro, because Tank has been at 135 for how many years? Like 4 years. And you never fucking 195 pounders, bro. What the fucking bullshit, bro?
You guys are mentally ill. I want to tell Amak too, you know what? You might be right. I was just thinking, and I want to apologize because I think I did tell a story about a guy who worked at the radio station, how he went out on the street in Boston and started asking people if they heard of Wilder. I think I did repeat that story. I put myself on mute and I try to think, so I believe I might have did tell that story, so I apologize, brother. I just wanted to put it there because I'm an honest person.
Fair play.
I'm not out here to lie to anybody or try to spread a narrative. I try to say what I say as factually as possible.
Yeah, but all this shit about Tank, bro. What the fuck has Tank? Who has Tank fought at 135? How many years has he been at 135?
Don, who cares about Tank Davis? No one cares about Tank Davis.
Nobody gives a fuck about Tank Davis, bro.
No one cares about that guy.
To the sport.
I'm just laying it down, bro. That is not a good comparison. What the fuck this guy was doing.
I agree. Just don't talk about him. Just don't talk about him.
How do you say that Canelo's not ready for another champion when he has a title? That doesn't make
check it out.
Oh,
the only reason I can say that, you know why? Because nobody else wanted to face Triple G in his prime. So there's no other example that you can say, well, that dude fought him, but Canelo didn't, or he waited him out. Eventually, Canelo did fight him 3 fucking times, and he gets a pass. Because if you can give me a better, I'm not saying that you're wrong, but if you can give me a better example of anybody else,
guys, hold on. Canelo was moving up. Well, Canelo was moving up in weight, so you gotta factor that in as well. He's fighting a bigger guy.
And they keep ignoring that.
Yeah, you keep acting like Southpaw. You're acting like he was fighting a guy,
and that's it.
He was defending the 160.
Tank avoided Lomachenko for 7 years, bro. Shut the fuck up, bro.
Is this guy?
How the hell do y'all say y'all call things down the middle?
Tank avoided Lomachenko. Tank avoided Haney. Tank avoided Shakur. Who the fuck has Tank ever fought, bro?
LDBC, man. When it comes to Canelo,
are you gonna say that the first fight, especially the second fight, wasn't a great fight and they were competitive back and forth? And that they fought each other kind of like close to the time.
Yeah, they robbed him.
No, but that was a good fight, so there's no excuses. That fight left legacy, or like it was a good fight for the ages.
They fought 2 years earlier.
Well, they did. The first fight was 2 years before.
Look at
Lomachenko. You're talking about 2 years, 2 more years earlier. That would have meant Canelo wouldn't have been in his prime. Canelo wasn't green, in my opinion. Even though he was a world champion.
It's fucking Tank Triple G. He never fought him, bro. Lomachenko got old already, bro.
Please, guys.
You got a cinnamon headband, don't you? How many cinnamon headbands do you got? I bet you.
I just want to say something.
How many Tank fucking
Don
headbands do you got? Fucking pussy.
Is this guy comparing? No. Oh my god.
You turn into fanboys.
All right, Southpaw. Let somebody else talk. Somebody guys. Let me. This is Bucho. This is Bucho.
If you're talking shit on Canelo's resume, he's got the best resume.
Gonzalo.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, hold on. Okay, here we go.
So then you got to shit on everybody else.
All right,
because Canelo's obviously clear heads and levels above everybody else.
All right, Gonzalo. Let me. Guys. Oh, Jesus
If you're
Christ.
sitting on Canelo's resume,
Who's talking?
the best resume.
Hold on.
Hey, you gotta let Bucho speak.
Yeah, just quickly. Super chat. BDA High and Low says BDA, the home of boxing. Thank you very much for that super chat. Really appreciate it, guys. If you're enjoying the show, please hit the like button. All right.
Bucho, can I just finish this? Sorry, I know you want to give the super, but I'm just saying, if you're gonna signal out Canelo, you can find better examples to signal out, because obviously Canelo is leagues heads and levels above everybody else. Right, so that would probably be the worst guy, because if you're pointing him out, then basically you're doing a disservice to whole boxing. You should talk shit about 10 other guys instead of him, because obviously he's doing better than everybody else.
Let me ask something real quick. Hold up. Let me ask what I'm saying. Guys, I gotta add something.
That's fanboy talk.
Hold up, I gotta get on these Canelo dick washers. Real quick. We're not fanboys. You're just Tyson property. You're hitting like Canelo dick washers. Tyson property, bro.
All right,
bro. I just gotta give me 20 seconds and I can say something. Anyways,
so you guys can I just say hi? Can I just say hi?
Hold up. You guys said when Canelo went up in weight, he didn't have to fight the monster Gennady Golovkin, right? Pacquiao, when he went up from featherweight to junior lightweight, he immediately got in the ring with Eric Morales, who came off of a majority decision loss, a narrowly close fight where he barely lost to Marco Antonio Barrera. So Pacquiao, who a lot of people claim Canelo is, especially these Canelo dick washers, is better than Pacquiao, which is absurd. He can wait 2 years to fight Gennady Golovkin, but Manny Pacquiao can fight Eric Morales, a certified Hall of Famer, in his first fight at junior lightweight. There's levels. There's levels.
So it was less than 2 years. It was less than 2 years.
You're comparing Pacquiao.
I agree with Dora.
You know what?
Greatest of all
Canelo
time.
Canelo had to move up to 160. Canelo had to move up to 160.
Pacquiao's an all-time great, bro.
Canelo had to relinquish his A-side status to make that fight happen, bro. So you're full of shit, whoever just said that.
Well, he's not full of shit, but the only thing that I'm saying is Pacquiao's an all-time, he's an all-time great fighter. So if the only one that you can pick that surpasses Canelo, like active fighters or semi-retired.
And by the way, Morales, at that time, Eric Morales had already lost against Barrera, I think, in the second fight.
That's what I'm saying.
So I mean, he was. Morales is a Hall of Famer. Morales is a Hall of Famer, but at the same time, he wasn't on a roll like Triple G was. He wasn't knocking everybody out and stuff like that. I'm not. And by the way, like somebody said, it's Pacquiao. You compare him to Canelo. It's like, come on.
Don't ever Eric Morales, man. Come on, stop moving the goalpost.
By the way, Pacquiao
Morales was
compare Canelo to Pacquiao right now. Maybe later on in the future you can compare to Canelo to Pacquiao.
Pacquiao ducks Canelo. But why is everyone turning a blind eye to the fact that Pacquiao ducked Canelo?
You guys are just
Pacquiao is a small man.
Let me know when I can talk.
Bro, he had a 154 tempo. He ducked Canelo. I don't give a fuck if he's too small. Isn't that the same shit? You sound like Floyd fanboys. He's too small,
bro. Like
the boxing, whatever your name is, bro. The boxing. Listen. It would be one thing if you said like a Pacquiao duck, like I don't know, somebody at 147, right? But somebody
he had a 154 belt. Don't give me that bullshit excuse, bro. He ducked Canelo.
But listen, but he waited 152 against Margarito. That was a catchweight 152. Canelo can't make 154, man.
But when they asked Pacquiao about Canelo, you know what he said? Oh, he's too big. That's a
Bro,
dub.
bro,
you're tripping.
Went up in weight after having
You're arguing. You know what? I think Pacquiao. I think no. If Pacquiao ducked anybody, if Pacquiao ducked, hold on. If Pacquiao ducked anybody, Pacquiao ducked.
That's an objective fact. You guys are Canelo boxing fanboys. Canelo all-time great fighters that fight the number one guy in their division after coming up in weight. Fredo fucking Gomez is the best junior featherweight in the history of the sport, and he fought Salvador Sanchez in his first fight at featherweight. Or his first world title fight was against Salvador Sanchez. He might have had maybe one tune-up fight in between, but that's it. You don't know shit about boxing. Go suck Canelo's cock. You guys are fucking
Triple G never went up in weight and fought nobody, and you guys are all on his fucking dick all fucking day. He's got one division.
Now it's a Triple G issue, bro. Come on.
What the fuck did Triple G do? He never went up in weight.
Hey guys,
you never went up in weight.
Like
Pacquiao, like Canelo,
this guy. Hold on. We're talking about Canelo. Canelo moving up in weight. Canelo moving up in weight. Canelo is the one moving up in weight. He not only moved up one weight, he moved up 21.
Yeah, Triple G didn't move up in weight. Did you guys ask Canelo to do what Triple G didn't do, bro?
By the way.
You guys asked for Canelo to do what Triple G never did, and he did it.
It took 17 months. All right, hold on. I have to join. Okay, it took 7. All right.
When he came into 160,
I don't give a fuck, bro. He never went up in weight, bro.
Whoa. Yeah, Hagler didn't go up either. You're gonna knock him?
You can't. No one can
discredit too, bro. You think I give a shit about him?
You can't discredit Triple G's resume. You can't. Come on.
That's because he's old. You're a fucking fanboy, bro. Like I get it.
I'm a fan of Triple G. I'm a fan of Triple G and Canelo.
That's what I respect.
Let me tell you why.
Because you're saying that Prime for Prime that Canelo's better than Triple G. Nobody's saying that. Triple G's fucking semi-retired anyways. What does that matter? It's about everything else.
Respect Gonzalo. That's
guys, I got a question. Yo, guys, I got a question. If Canelo turns around and beats David Benavidez and then beats the rematch is Bivol, beats him too, and then beats who else? Arthur Biedabev. Where would you rate him?
Greatest of all time. You know.
I'd say you could probably say one of the greatest Mexicans of all time, if not the
greatest. Greatest period.
The bottom line is, bro, you guys have low standards for Triple G, and you guys never asked him to do what Canelo did, bro. And you guys have excuses for Triple G not going up in weight.
Guys,
you guys have different
standards for Mexicans. You guys have your Mexican standards.
That was a compliment. I was saying that as a compliment. Mexicans have great champions.
Jimmy,
when I said it. No, but I said it as a compliment to say you're one of the greatest Mexican fighters.
Everybody else.
No, but that's a huge compliment.
Mexicans got to.
I get it, Jimmy, but you want to rate them above.
Right.
Everyone else can wait and do all this crazy shit.
All right, guys, hold on. Everybody's talking at the same fucking time, man. Everybody's talking at the same fucking time. Fuck. Seriously, and you keep talking and talking. Nobody can hear you.
We got to do all the heavy lifting. Let the Mexicans do.
I muted you.
Repeat the question?
He's still talking.
After what I just said, hey guys, after what I just said, you wouldn't rate him.
Muted when I fucking talk about Triple G.
All Mexican fighters of all time. You would be above Cesar Chavez if he beats Biedabev, in my opinion. If he beats Biedabev,
of course.
Can I say something? Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Yo, Gypsy. Let me say something. I don't know why when people talk about Canelo. Hold on. When people talk about Canelo, they always go back to the Triple G thing. But when it comes to Pacquiao, for example, they never mention the fact that he didn't give an immediate rematch to Marquez after the second fight, which was close again. But they never.
Let Bucho finish.
What the fuck? Why are people fucking freaking out? I'm pointing out a fucking.
Okay, Combi.
I'm pointing out a fact that, it's always Canelo. You got to go back to that. 17 months. He still fought the guy after. He fought him 3 times.
I know, he did, bro. I know.
He fought everybody.
You're
a Canelo dick rider. You're a Canelo dick rider. Like, how is that a rider? Because
I know, they're fucking retarded. When it comes to that shit, it's retarded. I was a Canelo hater, man. He made me a fan.
Well, hold on. When it comes to Pacquiao as well, okay, they never mentioned that what I said about Marquez, and they also never mentioned the fact that, he was having a bunch of catch weights. with Margarito at 150, and then with Cotto 155, 145. Why 145? Why not 147? Then he fought Marquez. The fourth time he fought Marquez. The fourth time he fought Marquez.
And nobody calls him out for that.
Hold on. The fourth time he fought Marquez. Hold on, please. Jesus.
Let him finish.
The fourth time he fought Marquez, Freddie Roach said, "Oh yeah, we'll take that fight at 147." But when it comes to Cotto, it was 145. They knew that Marquez was gonna be moving up to 147, and he had never fought at 147. But you don't see me fucking bringing this shit all the time, right? You don't see anybody bringing
the
shit about fucking
Puto. Pacquiao's the king of the catchweight.
Yeah, but here's the 8th division.
Pacquiao did some weird stuff. Mayweather did some weird stuff. We can say Triple G, okay, he never moved up. Okay, I'm not knocking Canelo's accomplishments. I always praise the guy. All I'm saying is like we give criticism to when it's due on certain fighters, but when it comes to Canelo in this conversation, it's like, oh no. What about Pacquiao? No. What about? I'm like, yo,
what about Pacquiao? You're the one that's going all at Canelo like crazy. Like you have to prove a point. Like you have to prove something.
Because I'm saying,
and I have to bring, and I have to bring that Pacquiao thing, and I have to put you back in reality. Because you're out of control here with Canelo, so that's why I bring fucking Morales.
Someone like me can't put the double standards, and I get called a fanboy and that I'm crazy.
Yeah,
when I say the Hagler never went up in weight, he never did, and nobody asked him to do that shit, bro.
Can I say one thing?
That's like my favorite fighter, Tyson. My favorite fighter, Tyson. When I talk about his career, I'm like, yeah, he fucked it up. He didn't beat the best guys, but I'm still a fan. I don't lie to myself. I don't make excuses. I don't do this whataboutism. I criticize him when he made shitty moves. And now that it's Canelo, you guys can't handle it.
Well, you guys back then was also waiting for fighters to jump up in weight because they were same day weigh-ins.
You're bullshitting. You want to spread this narrative that Canelo dug Triple G for many years and all this bullshit, and that's bullshit, homie.
Bro, I can't hate on Canelo. I'm not having that. Golovkin situation, I can't hate on him. If I'm not ready to fight a guy, maybe a year later I'm gonna be ready to fight that dude. I'm not ready to fight him, and I'm ducking him just for that. That's a different story, bro. Like,
you still do him. This is the reason that I say, okay, maybe he wasn't ready. The other guy said he was a killer. Let me speak. I'm gonna get the fuck out of here. I gotta go somewhere. Hey, maybe he wasn't ready, but at the same time, I don't knock on him for that. Why? Because if he would have caught a beating, Canelo wouldn't be the guy he is today, facing all these other guys and beating them up. He would have been damn good.
Exactly.
I agree. The losses are okay.
And look, bro, let me just clear. You came in bringing up Tank, bro. Like Tank ever fought Lomachenko, bro. It's been 8 years. Tank's not fighting Lomachenko, bro. I think Canelo didn't
Tank is a face of boxing is ridiculous.
But the thing is, I can criticize Tank, I can criticize Triple G, I can criticize Canelo because I'm fair across the board. You guys just backpedal and make excuses because you're fanboys. Stop,
bro. Yeah, but you can't.
You have fanboys.
Okay, if anybody, listen. If anybody else wants a title,
you have haters as well. You have haters. You have people who like
just come out and say you hate Mexicans, bro. Just come out and say, oh, I want Canelo to move up and fight Beterbiev, and then after that, I want him to clean the fucking bathroom too. You know,
yo guys. Eventually, after he beats Benavidez or Andrade, sorry. Can I talk for a sec? After he beats either Andrade or David Benavidez, however that fight turns out, he will eventually move up and fight Bivol again. And hopefully, I wish he does, he fights fucking Beterbiev. Because that's the toughest fight.
It's not going to happen, bro.
But it's not happening. He's up. He has cojones, bro. He's gonna do it.
Canelo has some cojones. He's not gonna fight Beterbiev. It's not gonna happen. He'll lose.
Even if he loses, he's gonna do it, bro.
He has some cojones. I don't disagree, but he will lose. That's the problem.
The reason I don't think that fight would happen was only because at that timeline. So, like, think about it. If he has 2 more fights with the PBC, right, and then you say then go up and fight Bivol, so that's 3. So if then the 4th fight, now because Beterbiev is already almost 40 or he's 39 and a half, that means it'd be about 43. for that fight to happen.
Yeah, the only reason why I don't think it might happen either is because Berabev is thinking about moving up to cruiserweight. I heard.
No way.
Hold on, he legitimately is.
He's too old.
He is.
He's not thinking about that. No, he's not.
Oh yeah, bro. He said Bibble came up to him. He's like, and they did a little like a sort of a face off, like, and then the next thing you know, he's like, the journalist is like, so when are you guys gonna fight? And he's like, ask him. He doesn't want to fight.
Dude,
he's
Bob Arum said, but Turbia.
And then afterward, they started talking, and he's like, I'm thinking about moving up. If I don't get the Bibble fight, I'm thinking about moving up. That's what he's thinking about doing. That's his idea.
Gypsy. Well, Juice, can I ask? Listen, I don't know who it was because I don't remember the name. So many people were talking, but somebody posed the question: what happens if Canelo, beats Benavidez and goes up and beats Bivol? What would you call him? I responded with, I responded with the greatest Mexican fight of all time. I don't know if that was towards me, but somebody got angry. Like, what do you mean greatest Mexican? You mean greatest of all time?
He would be.
And I'm not doubting that. I'm not doubting that. But I said putting it in that context, I paid that as the ultimate compliment.
Yeah,
that to me is the ultimate. There's so many great Mexican champions.
Imagine he does that. Who's better than him?
My point is, I meant it as the extreme compliment. That was by no means.
Yeah, of course. Like, you ain't gonna defend yourself, bro. Obviously, it's a compliment. You ain't gonna defend yourself.
You can Jimmy. You can compliment Canelo. You can compliment Triple G. You can criticize Triple G, but don't dare criticize Canelo because they'll attack you just like they did 30 minutes ago.
These Canelo
actually, you can criticize Canelo. Just don't come in saying Tank because Tank ain't shit, homie. Don't compare Tank to Canelo.
Yeah, well said. Well said.
Look, I criticize people.
Let me tell you.
But how dare you compare Tank to Canelo? How dare you compare Tank to Canelo? How dare you?
The only reason I bring up Tank is because I'm saying I agree with all the criticism of Tank. I can't stand the dude. He's ducking everybody, and we all talk about it all the time. This
comparison.
So don't compare him to Canelo then. Don't ever compare him to Canelo. Don't ever compare him to Canelo.
I'm not done. I'm not comparing them to. I'm comparing you guys' criticism to the two guys. No, listen. Shut up. Let me talk. I'm saying I could criticize Tank, and I agree with everything you guys say on Tank. I can't stand the motherfucker. We criticize him all day, but the one time we try to criticize Canelo on a weak move that he did do, oh my God, no. You can't say you're champion.
Oh, you kidding me, bro?
I'm not done. Hold on, I'm not done.
What am I supposed to say? That Triple G sells more than Canelo? That Triple G is all this bullshit? Come on, bro.
You're full of shit, bro. You're full of shit. That's why.
No. Let him finish. Let's just hear it. Let's just hear him finish. Let him finish.
Yeah, what I'm saying is you can't say that Canelo has that title around his waist, the 160 title that he did have, and say, I'm not ready for another guy. That's fucking weak, dude. I'm saying that's why I compare it to Tank, because you guys give shit all the shit to Tank.
You fought him already.
It took less than 2 years to make. It took 17 months to make, and you're still bitching about it. You're still trying. You're fucking weak, man. Motherfucker's a Canelo hater, bro. Because that fight took less than 2 years to make, bro. And you're comparing that to Tank? Oh, shut the fuck up. You're a fucking hater, bro. You're a fucking hater. You're just mad because Triple G didn't live up to the hype, the Mexican style hype. He threw no body shots on Canelo.
You think Canelo won?
Oh, the boxing scientist.
Yeah,
boxing scientist. Come on.
He won. I thought Canelo whooped his ass 3 times.
No way. Come on, bro.
And you know what? And you're just mad because you probably lost money on that fight. You're just mad because you lost money on that fucking fight. You said Triple G was gonna knock his ass out, and he didn't. And that's why you hate Canelo.
I don't bet. It's just funny because you're so far up Canelo's ass that you assume that I'm a
you're Triple G's ass. You're Triple G's ass.
What are those big Triple G fights, bro?
Yo, you guys gotta stop this toxicity.
This is crazy.
Because he fooled you with his whole Mexican style thing. Big drama. So, I fight Mexican style. He fooled you. He fooled you.
One at a time, guys.
All right, guys, one at a time. He did not know how to cut up the ring. He could not land once. I think he landed one body shot that first fight that I counted. One body shot, bro, and that was it.
He can cut off the ring. He just couldn't. It's a difficult thing.
Guys, KO, boy, listen, guys, gotta let one guy at a time, guys. You gotta scream over each other. Because people don't understand what you guys are saying.
It's because they're triggered because they're Canelo fanboys. They're triggered.
Yo, nobody's triggered over here.
No, I'm just gonna call you out on your bull.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. Not everybody has different opinions, all right? But at the same time, when somebody tries to defend Canelo, people get triggered because he's like, no, you can't say that. Like, I'm right, you're wrong. That's what's basically happening here. Like, Gonzalo had a different. Also, hold on, Gonzalo is a Canelo fan, and then you have Don Chingazos, and then you have somebody else. I'm a Canelo fan as well, but we all don't agree on the same things, and we weren't all saying the same things. But then again, you can agree with people who defend Canelo because he dogged Golovkin because he was afraid of him, and he's not that great of a fighter because he dogged him for 17 months. That's basically what you want to hear, and you can't accept any other point of view.
You guys know
you can't win.
I want to act like he aged him. Bro, he was 35. Okay,
let me just hear it. Like I wouldn't mind Tank waiting 17 months and then fighting Lomachenko, or waiting 17 months fighting fucking Haney, but that never happened.
I think what happened with Canelo, he just wanted, which is a smart move because he's a smart fighter. He's got smart people around him. He wanted to get acclimated more to the weight because remember, he beat us champion.
It was the WBC, bro. It was the WBC.
No, my point.
You're making a narrative now.
You're making me off. I'm making. Can I finish my point, dude? I'm not trying to argue him. I just want me to finish my point. All I'm saying is when he won the 160 belt, it wasn't even against a true 160-pound champion, Cotto. I felt he just won, and I said it then. I just tweeted out because I would defend him. People say, he's scared. I say he's not scared of him. He just wants to get more acclimated to the weight. He's feeling he's being pushed into a fight that he's not ready for yet. And I fucking constantly stick up for Canelo. Like I said, I'm calling Canelo fanboy nonstop in the chat.
Of course you are, yeah.
Jimmy, you're down
you got
the
common
middle.
sense.
You're fair. You're down the middle. That's what I'm saying. We can criticize all these guys, but it's just crazy because in this conversation, what Canelo did was age him out, wait him out, and there's all these excuses.
17 months later, 17 months, bro. You're fucking stupid, bro. You sound like a hater right now. You're saying
what she wants to say is Canelo fans are of a different breed. Canelo fans are of a different breed, basically. Canelo fans are different. All other fanboys, there are no other fanboys from any other type of other boxers, right? It's only Canelo fanboys that do this. This is what you're facing. Which is complete bullshit. You know it. I'm just go around the internet. You just go around to another YouTube channel, so you're gonna find out that that's not true. But since some people might hate Canelo, so they come up with this narrative that only Canelo fans behave like this. Only Canelo fans, like, come on.
Rocco in the chat brings up a good question. Is Bivol aging better, Bivol? Is he being accused of that?
It's been more than 17 months, bro. It's been years. This has been years, bro.
You can fight him right now.
People
he's 40 years old already. He can fight him right now.
Motherfucker, should have unified fight a long time ago. Let's stop the crap.
No, I agree.
Here's the thing, though. Golovkin was 35 already. Like seriously, those 17 months changed everything. Like all of a sudden, how do we know it wasn't De La Hoya that didn't want to fight? How do we know it wasn't Canelo? You know what I mean?
For a guy that old.
Can I just say one thing? How dare you compare Tank to Triple G or Canelo?
Who's doing this?
How dare you? How dare you? That's what I want to say. No. It was you. It was you, Southpaw Lefty. How dare you? How dare you? No. How dare you compare Canelo to fucking Tank? That's a disgrace, bro. That's a disgrace. You know what you did? I've been listening. You're a disgrace.
I'm comparing the criticisms and how you guys see these.
You're a disgrace.
I'm not comparing the fighter. I told you I agree with everything you say.
Shame on you.
like him.
Shame.
No, shame on you. Yeah, exactly. Shame on you.
You're saying a lot of stupid shit, Southpaw. Like, just admit it.
Okay, but let's drop it. I gotta ask Bucho. We can talk about something else entirely. The fuck this shit. It's over. We already have our opinions on it. We're not gonna change our opinion to anybody.
All right, Southpaw. Let's hear somebody else. Let's hear Dora. Go ahead.
So this is gonna be interesting. So Bucho, you had previously claimed that Manny Pacquiao avoided the former lineal champion Joel Casamayor back in 2008. So
Yes.
I have my opinion is that is not the case, and I'll make it quick. So both in March 2008, what ended up happening was Pacquiao had fought, I believe, Marquez and what's his name?
Diaz. No,
Casamayor had fought, knocked out Katsidas in March of 2008, right? So then what ended up happening was, or actually, no, they didn't find the same month. I forgot what it was. But anyways, so 3 months after Katsidas got knocked out, Pacquiao had beaten Diaz, right, for the lightweight title. He just schooled him and destroyed him. Afterwards, he went up in weight to fight Oscar De La Hoya, so he made more money in a more significant fight against a more proven Hall of Famer. It's hard to say he ducked Casamayor to take, what's his name, Oscar De La Hoya. I don't like using triangle theory, but 2 wins previously, before going to De La Hoya, he had beaten Marquez. That was his last fight at junior lightweight, if I'm not mistaken. Then he went up to fight Diaz, right? So Marquez proceeded to stop Joel Casamayor a year after Manny Pacquiao just beat him. So it's pretty. I think it's a big stretch to say he ducked Casamayor to fight Oscar De La Hoya.
When I say he ducked him, because he wasn't a
out.
lineal champion, people say he's an A division champion. I just want to bring it up. I say he didn't fight Casamayor.
No,
you know,
I understand.
So
I don't blame him.
So because it was a bigger money fight, then he didn't duck Casamayor. Right. He claimed to be lightweight champion. He was never the lightweight champion. Then can we agree on that?
Not the lineal. He was a WBC.
Can we agree he wasn't the lineal champion? Marquez did beat Casamayor. Right. He was a lineal, champion. But okay, forget it. I can understand what you mean. A big money fight, you're gonna move up. But I recently mentioned the Marquez fight where Pacquiao didn't give Marquez a rematch immediately. I mean, Marquez had to chase Pacquiao the whole time. And finally he got a third fight, and then they want to give him a fourth fight. And then he's like, you got to come all the way up to 147, even though he fought Cotto 145. So, I mean, I'm making multiple arguments here with the fact that Pacquiao, he did a lot of bitch moves. And I don't bring them up. I don't bring them up all the time because Pacquiao's an all-time great. Because Pacquiao is an all-time great, and everything he did overshadows those things that he did. Canelo has done multiple things that I believe completely overshadowed this 17-month fucking waiting period that he had with Golovkin. So for people to bring it up, it's kind of it's suspicious when people want to bring this up. It's like they have to find something.
Listen, Bucho, there's really a lot of negative shit.
It's a lot of negative. Like everything he did, and still you have to go back to that 17 months. Oh.
Yeah, like when you have great fighters, they're gonna do something in your career at some point that you're not gonna agree with. Pacquiao did it. You had it with Canelo.
I agree.
In a way, he never fought a Strada Quadras.
I agree. He skipped 115.
He's still an all-time great, in my opinion. When you have all-time great fighters, they're not gonna have perfect careers where they can't be criticized in any way. That's just how it is. You can't sit there and cry.
I'll tell you this. Man. This is why the good die young, bro, because we live in a stupid ass world, and this is why the good boxers retire young. This is on some deep shit, bro. Look, listen. This is why the good boxers retire young, right? Like, Vargas at 26. Why? Because he listened to all the idiots say, you gotta fucking fight this guy right now, or you're a fucking bitch.
Because he was an alcoholic. He was an alcoholic.
And fucking, he fought training. Okay, maybe that's a bad example, but you know what? This happens, bro. This happens. You demand so much out of Mexicans, and then everyone else. He's a Filipino legend.
Why does that? Why you got like LDP?
He's got. Floyd can cherry pick. He earned that right.
Nobody here respects Floyd.
No, because I see this. Mexicans get held to higher standards, bro. 17 months is too long. 17 months. 17 months is too long. 17 months is too fucking long, bro. 17 months is too long.
Nobody else, bro.
6 years. Hey, it took Floyd and Pacquiao 6 years. fucking fight 6
Hey, guys,
years.
one at a time,
6
because I
fucking
want to hear
years,
what you
bro.
guys are saying.
Scientists,
And they
we
were
get
in the
it,
same.
we get it, we
They
get
were in
it.
the same. They were in the same fucking division for 6 fucking years, bro. Floyd and Pacquiao, and that fight fucking sold the most. And Floyd still uses that to fucking praise himself and fucking say, "Oh, I'm the greatest ever because I got the pay-per-view records." And you guys fucking lick his black balls, bro.
Branding, bro. Make a point.
All right. Let me read a super chat here from 2 seconds here. Let me just get super chat from Pugilist. He says, "What you guys think of Murataya versus Torres?" And then our super chat from J05.
Fireworks. It's gonna be a firework fight, bro.
Fireworks. All right. I hope it's a good fight, man. I think we need some exciting fights right now, to be honest. Because we have Shakur Stevenson coming up. Although some people think that that's going to be there's going to be an upset, so I hope so. Well, I don't expect anything from that shit fight. Going back to Canelo here, what else can we say here? So some people say that people are being unfair with Canelo. Other people say that Canelo fanboys can take the criticism.
You're gonna get the
do you remember?
Dick washers.
I was going to say,
it's normal. It's do you remember when really?
Do you remember when someone you could see how pissed Canelo was too? When Mr. His name Boxing Goro, that's his name. He hangs. He's a Mexican guy who always throws those big, huge fucking parties. I always say if I get out to the West Coast, I want to go because he's invited me. But he throws big tailgate parties and shit. But it was somebody from his crew. They videotaped it. It was on. It was after when Canelo. Put down the belt, walked away. And remember, it was inside a fight, and it was Mexican fans yelling in Spanish, dressing him down for not taking on Triple G. And that's when Canelo almost had to be held back because you could tell he took just about enough. Like I thought he was going to swing around and fucking smack that dude. But yeah, no, listen. And I said it then, and I want to establish that I never thought it was anything other than him getting acclimated for the weight. Because, I mean, how can you not? At the time, remember, in 17 months, I got to say, I'm not saying this is what he did. But when you're 35, 17 months is a fucking long time. Because after 33, your shit can go away overnight. Yeah, that's how I'm saying. And I'm
to start slowing down. When he
how come you guys never say that Triple G went pro at 25 and Triple G overstayed his stay at the Olympics, all this shit, bro?
Multi-year worst performance. That's an objective fact.
Like, how is it Canelo's fault that Triple G went pro at 25 or 26, bro?
An 11-fight KO streak. A prime Triple G would have starched Danny Jacobs. Canelo fought a.
He didn't.
That was not his best anymore. That's
so
just
you're bullshitting.
He would have done
when was Triple G's prime? When was Triple G's prime? When he was in the amateurs or when? When he was 24 in the amateurs?
2013 to 2016.
36 years old and still arguably losing that fight.
But how is it Canelo's fault that fucking Triple G went pro at like 25 and he started making a name at like 33?
The reality is
what's up with all that shit, bro?
Well, because he's from Europe. The reason why guys like Lomachenko.
I understand, Jimmy, but how is that Canelo's fault?
World champion.
How is that Canelo's fault?
I'm not saying it was. I'm not saying it was.
Well, they talk about it.
No, I'm not. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? Canelo wasn't even in the same weight class then. He was fighting he started 140, 147. Then he was the champion of 154. There was no talk about him fighting Triple G when he was fighting. He was a champion of 154. The people talk about it, but there'd be no reason for him to fight him.
Don't you agree with me?
Yes, of course. I'm the one on here all the time. People hold Canelo to the ridiculous standards. I'm the one on here constantly saying it. I'm saying
my point is that Triple G had a short career because he went pro late, bro, and that's his own fault.
His career got stalled because he's the most avoided middleweight of all fucking time.
I mean, if that's your narrative.
There was that period when Golovkin was being avoided at 160, but also he was with bad management in Germany or some shit. So that's stopped his career. By the way, boxing super chat. Hold on. Espérate, boxing is live. Thank you for your super chat. He says, my only problem with some Canelo fans is that they act like he's perfect. They ignore the fact that he has the most rehydration and catch weights put on opponents of all time, which is pretty pathetic. I mean, I don't know. We can know the record of that, but he did.
Pacquiao had a bunch.
Yeah, I mean, like Floyd
Mayweather had a bunch.
he didn't respect the catch weight. If I remember Floyd with Marquez, he didn't respect the catch weight, and so I mean, this is nothing new. The fight's gonna behave like this. I'm not defending it.
I'm not a fucking hater.
And that's kind of a smart thing. Guys, can I say that Canelo, he used his fucking A status in the correct way. Because why? Look what happens when you don't do that. You get guys like Danny Jacobs who come in as a cruiserweight. I was there at that fight. It was shocking to see how big Danny Jacobs was. He could even win the fucking one of his belts because he came in so heavy.
That was the IBF.
Fuck out of here. Yeah, the IBF could tell him, you're not even allowed to win this belt, dude. Look at you. You're 180 something pounds. You fucking jerk.
Yeah, but even Jimmy, I think Jacobs didn't respect the rehydration clause. No, Eric Hearn even they paid the extra amount of money.
They paid the fine and they gave up they paid a fine and they gave up the right to win the IBF because he knew if he tried to come in anywhere under 175, he probably would have gotten starched. And as it was, he still went down and avoided him. But it was crazy, the sounds of the punches. You could hear the difference at the audience. I was down at the bull at the last end of it, and it was. When Triple G hit him, you heard this, like even if it hit him in the arms, it was like the smack of it. It was like, Jesus, that kid does hit hard. But yeah, when Triple G was most avoided, Canelo wasn't even in his weight class, so he wasn't even a part of the language.
True. Yep. That's why people say it's you can't blame Triple G for his career getting stalled out when you had guys like Felix Sturm, you had Cotto, Julio Cesar Chavez Jr., Peter Quillen, Sergio Martinez, Billy Joe
Martinez, all of them. All
Triple G. He is the most avoided middleweight of all time.
And Canelo fought him
for having not the best resume when nobody
fought him. I mean, I don't want to sound like a Canelo fanboy, but eventually Canelo fought him.
Right. You're not a Canelo fanboy. You're a Canelo fanboy.
Yeah,
of course you'll say that, Busho.
I'm not going to say he went up and fought fucking the prime Gennady Golovkin. Golovkin was 35 years old. Was he
that's not his problem. Like that, but I mean, let's say he would have fought him at 34. If he would have fought him, if he would have put him at 33, I mean, people would have still said something, though. That's the thing. At that point, that's not even part of Canelo's problem at this point.
Let me just say this real quick, bro. All these fighters that go pro at 25, 30.
Danny Jacobs, Bucho. That's the thing. That if Canelo had moved up and immediately fought Triple G at 33, when all those champions I just listed were avoiding him, they would have given him all the fucking credit in the world because he still had that fucking multi-year knockout streak.
Bro, you're full of shit.
That's speculation. I mean, that's speculation. Because you're assuming that Canelo's on the same level. Dora. We're assuming Canelo's on the same level as his other boxers that Golovkin was fighting. He wasn't. So I can bring up the fact that Golovkin, no matter what, at 33, he would have been fighting a guy that's Canelo's fucking level, which is different than anything he ever faced. So we can't just say that he would have immediately lost or would have been washed.
Canelo got way more credit for winning against a 33-year-old Triple G than barely got a question.
Give a shit about your fucking credit,
bro. Hypotheticals here.
I never said Triple G would immediately wash.
Nobody cares, bro. Nobody cares.
Okay, so what's the point of bringing the age? What's the point of bringing the age?
Triple G more credit if he was a 2-division champion, but he never went up and fought Ward, bro.
I mean, hypotheticals. Like, he fought him when he could fight him. It's 17 months. I agree. He could have fought him maybe earlier. He wouldn't have changed a thing. He wouldn't have changed a thing.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
On a multi-year knockout streak.
Triple G
one
that barely
against who? No, Canelo is not Martin Murray or these other guys. And those were good wins. But I'm saying Canelo wouldn't have that wouldn't have changed shit. You're telling me Golovkin went on a complete decline in like a year and a half, something like that.
He did decline. I didn't say he fell off a fucking roller coaster, but he was clearly
because he fought like Danny Jacobs.
35-year-old not 32 or 33.
Give me the evidence that he was on the decline, and then maybe we can find out if actually, like for example, if you're telling me that because he couldn't knock out Danny Jacobs, is that a sign of decline?
That's one side. Yeah, Danny Jacobs was out.
Or can we say that
Steve Kim? That's the fight Steve Kim said he first saw a decline. I'm just telling you. I'm just pointing out there. Steve Kim wrote that's the first time he saw there was punches that he saw that Triple G would have thrown back in the day that he didn't. He said that was the first time slippage. Yes, that's what Steve wrote back then. Yes.
Okay. Well,
Just
I don't
saying,
know. I
Steve,
mean, somebody
okay.
can say,
That's just
he's
my
fighting
opinion.
somebody that's big as fuck. I don't know how
You
much
gotta
fucking
remember,
Danny Jacobs
Bucho,
weighed in. I mean, I think that has to play into it.
Danny Jacobs
Of
in the
course it
live
does.
odds.
Of course it does. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I remember back in 2013, nobody knew who the fuck Triple G was, bro. Back in 2013, nobody was even asking for Canelo.
Yeah, he
versus
just
Triple G.
came. Yeah,
That's what I remember, bro.
2013. He just got signed with HBO. That was the first year he signed with HBO.
Exactly. So how was Canelo ducking him in 2013?
No, he wasn't. No, he didn't. Nobody. Canelo was a 147,
No,
man.
but Dora's saying all this bullshit, and he wasn't even watching boxing back then, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, bro.
Oh. I mean, from the get-go, Golovkin was already in his 30s when he became popular.
That's my point, Bucho.
So it's like his time was running out pretty fucking quickly with this guy. Like,
responsible for that shit, bro. Had Canelo done something that Wilfredo Gomez did, going up and fighting Salvador.
Here we go with Wilfredo Gomez.
Dude, you're a Canelo fanboy.
Stop. So here, listen. This is what it is, right? Triple G is considered a top 10 middleweight of all time consensus, right? That's pretty much ingrained.
You know about me, but whatever.
Consensus top 10 featherweight, most likely a top 5 featherweight of all time. Wilfredo Gomez went up in weight and fought him no problem in his first professional fight at the weight class, or what at worst.
Good for him, and he lost.
Canelo did not do that against a prime Triple G. That was on a multi-year.
Yeah, Triple G never went up and weighed after war, but we're going in circles.
He was no longer the same. I'm not saying he was shot. He was not shot when he fought Canelo for those first 2 fights, but he was clearly not the same fighter.
Hey, well how come Triple G didn't do that?
Listen, I can bring up. I mean, Bernard Hopkins at 36 years old managed to beat to Trinidad, and he went on a fucking run the middleweight.
Yeah, but Bernard Hopkins.
So what? I mean, like, not everybody's the same. Not everybody's different.
Nobody else has done that. Nobody.
Exactly, bro. Why do you gotta listen to this bullshit?
I mean, can we? So therefore, we can say Hopkins is much better than Golovkin just because at age 36 he managed to at 36. No, I'm just saying. I mean, I'm just bringing up an example.
Shut up, dude. Shut up.
So Bucho.
No, you shut up.
Dude, I live in Texas. I can tell by your accent, you're fucking.
Nobody wants to listen to you about your fucking Wilfredo Gomez. Wilfredo Gomez. Oh, you're avocado. Oh, I live in Texas.
Okay, so Dora, would you say that Bernard Hopkins is better than Golovkin?
And you're fucking that's different. But into late age, Bernard Hopkins was absolutely better than Gennady Golovkin. You can't debate that at all. Nobody.
I would debate it. Bro. I think skill wise, I think Golovkin was better.
Okay,
to be honest, and I think he was more impressive knocking people out.
Bro.
But anyways, yeah, we're getting off topic here. My point is the age factor. The age.
Canelo, fucking Triple G, bro.
Well, y'all keep bringing up all these other fighters. You're doing the whataboutism just as much.
Okay, say what you gotta say.
What are
you trying to say?
Dude, you're just a fanboy. I'm saying I can give Canelo all his props.
Explain how.
I've been giving Canelo all his props for years. And I'm just saying, like, I'm not gonna lie to myself. I bet you think he won that first fight too. I bet you think he won that first fight.
Well, because I said that Triple G didn't age out in 17 months. I'm a fucking fanboy.
No, and he did have a decline, and he still won the first fight, but they robbed him.
Because I'm saying that Triple G went to sign with HBO at age 30, bro.
Who won the first fight?
That's his own fucking fault.
Who won the first fight in your eyes?
This man literally has a Canelo.
Wait. Who won the first fight? Hey, bro, answer the question. Who won the first fight in your eyes?
It was a fucking draw, bro. What the fuck?
Oh, fucking bullshit. Okay, you sound just like the Haney people. Oh, Haney, yeah, I think Haney got the body shot.
Exactly,
you're fucking fanboy, dude.
Bro,
you're fucking embarrassing.
Lomachenko never be hating, bro. Lomachenko never be hating.
Well, not BDA, but like he's got these Mexican fanboys and these dick washers. That's how they move. Canelo can do no wrong. I've even said for all my favorite fighters that throughout the greats in history.
You're talking about Wilfredo Gomez, bro, and all that bullshit, bro. And then you bring up 2013. You bring up 2013 when you went in and watched boxing back then. You went in and watched boxing back then in 2013, bro. I'm cutting out his bullshit, bro. He wasn't around in 2013 for that Canelo Triple G shit, bro.
Nobody was saying fucking Triple G was going to fight Canelo at 2013. You're making this shit up. Nobody
said it, bro. You said it earlier, bro. Didn't you say earlier that Canelo, you would get Canelo because he would have beat Triple G in 2013?
4 years before.
Didn't you said Canelo should have beat Triple G in 2013? You said Canelo should have beat Triple G in 2013, bro.
I'm fucking saying. You're fucking lying out of your ass.
No, I'm not lying, bro. You could go back. You could go listen to a replay.
Like a Mexican woman. You keep talking over everybody because you're
you sound like a pussy, bro. You sound like a pussy, bro, and I don't give a shit. I'm not calling you a
like
pussy
a
every
fucking
single day.
woman, bro. Stop talking over everybody.
Shit,
I think you are a woman, you little fucking pussy, bro. What the fuck do I have to do with anything? I'm talking boxing here, bro. And this motherfucker did say that he would give Canelo.
You're making up bullshit and putting words in our mouth. You're saying
Nah, I'm not, bro. You did say that you would give Canelo.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, though. When people say that, only Canelo fans can come up with this bullshit, that's ridiculous. And that's when I start thinking, you know what, you might be a Canelo hater. Hold on, you might be a Canelo hater because the fact that you actually single out Shut up. Let me talk. The fact that you single out Canelo fans for this, in this instance, leads me to believe that you are a hater, because you know damn well that there's like Wilder fans that came up with crazy fucking excuses about the loaded gloves. You also have Canelo Golovkin fanboys. You had Pacquiao fanboys. You had people say that there's fake fights and shit like that. But you're saying that Canelo fans are the only ones that act like this. That's complete fucking bullshit, man. That is bullshit, Southpaw.
Oh, wait. I didn't say that only Canelo fans.
Yeah, you said only Canelo fans. Yeah, you said that, man. We can rewind it.
Who said I said that? Now you're putting words in
you
my
said
mouth.
that shit. You said that shit.
Now you're putting words
What happened with Canelo fans?
Say something and then take it back.
I said Canelo. I said y'all are saying that. I didn't say all Canelo fans. I know a lot of Canelo fans that say, yeah, man, he lost that fight. I know a lot of Canelo fans that he got Triple G got robbed that first fight, but Canelo won. And I'm like, yeah, we can call it down the line even because they're not fucking extremist fanboys. You're like the LDBC, bro.
I don't believe that. If you say that Canelo dogged Golovkin because he was afraid,
he waited him out, and it's like, and you guys know better. You guys know there was a decline. Don't sit here and try to, no, he wasn't that old. Y'all sound like fucking.
No, he wasn't. There was a decline. How much of a decline? How much of a decline? Listen, Southpaw, I agree. There's a decline if you're aging. How much of a decline? Is that decline going to make a difference in the fight to the point where, like, okay, now Canelo won the fight? I don't know. Maybe not. I mean, see, you're saying, you are the one saying that the decline was so big that it made a huge difference. To me, that sounds like an excuse. That sounds like an excuse to me.
But then what did Canelo do? He waited another 2 years to fight. I mean, how long did it take to get that third fight? Triple G was going bald.
No, that third fight doesn't count. The second fight, and that was the best fight.
That fight was a cash grab. Yeah, unfortunately, that third fight was not much.
No, I don't even count.
There's bad blood between. Honestly, I don't even think. I think Canelo knew he was injured, and I think Canelo, both of them were like, "We're just gonna get paid." I don't really even think there was bad blood between the two of them.
No.
And now they're good friends. I heard they played golf together recently.
Yeah, I actually wanted to see the third fight, but right after the second one, right? But I would say that after 2019, I didn't want to see that shit no more, bro. I think it was too late.
It's too late for sure.
Aged him out.
I mean, he aged him out.
By fighting him twice, right? Or on 17 months, right?
That's not talking about.
And by the way, Canelo has a history of fighting everyone.
All the props on a lot of things, but when he did what he did in fighting, and saying, "Oh, well, I'm just gonna fight at 155 and still have the middleweight title around my waist," you can't say I'm a champion and I'm not ready for somebody. Stop.
He beat him though.
Okay, so who did? So
just like Haney, right?
I mean, if the other fighters agree,
he won. He got that.
Who did he fight? Okay, hold on. Who did he fight at 155? That was little guys.
Fans.
Dude, him and Cotto were dancing around. Man, him and Cotto were doing the same thing. They didn't want to fight him.
They fought 3 times, bro. You keep crying about it, bro. They fought 3 times, dog. I don't. How many times did you want him to fight him?
Chief. No, it doesn't matter. After the first fight, I didn't even want him to fight again. I was like, man, they're not going to give him the fair shake. You know what I mean? He's starting to get slower, and Canelo's still a young guy. So I'm like, point.
So now you're mad that Canelo's 8 years younger than you?
G lost that first fight. You're fucking fanboy, dude. Come on.
Well, he's
Yeah,
just
so
like
you're
church
not
members.
even making the
Listen,
point, bro.
a year and a
Yeah,
half made a huge.
Yo, let the
No, a
OG
year. How
bark
much is it?
And it's
Who's
funny because
saying?
y'all were just making fun of the Haney fanboy saying, "Oh, he got that W, he got that W." You got doing the same bullshit.
Bro, yeah, but I didn't hear anybody. Who's saying Canelo? Can I just ask? Who's saying Canelo won the first fight? I didn't hear anybody say that.
All these guys.
I said it was a draw. I said it was a draw, and this motherfucker got in his feelings, bro.
It was a draw. It was a draw.
So what? To me, the second fight proves that there wasn't a that you can't find a single fighter or professional person in the industry who'll agree with you.
Yeah, you go over the overall consensus. When it's 95% in one favor, it's not a fucking draw. I'm sorry.
Okay, but then they fought so then they fought 2 more times. So they fought 2 more times, right?
Yeah, so I mean, what's your point about it?
When I said the second, hey, check this out. When I said the second fight,
Canelo got it fair and square.
Oh, was the Haney fight? The Haney fight wasn't even a draw, bro. It was just Haney winning.
When I said the second fight, I could see how it was scored a draw. I had some dude call me a self-hating white guy. You just fucking hate white people, you self-hating white guy on Twitter because I said I could see how the second fight was. Yeah, man, people came at me hard. Real hard.
Is this I would agree with the draw with Canelo winning. Canelo got it. Canelo was way in his prime by then. And
it wasn't Mexicans. It was Kazakh. It was Kazakh fans.
It's Canelo's fault that this fool's 8 years older than him, bro.
And this dude, his name was.
Okay, well, when people start aging people out, then I don't want to.
No, he's 8 years older, bro.
The thing is, it's a very key opponent. But this very key opponent thing, when Triple G was most avoided, Canelo wasn't even in his weight class, so he's not even a part of the lexicon. You know what I mean? Like, that's not even nothing to do with Canelo. The people who avoided Triple G was, like somebody mentioned earlier, all those other names. Canelo was fighting down at 154 then. He had nothing even to do with the situation.
Y'all got to read.
Is this going to be the open Friday topic every week now?
I don't know, bro.
Every time I come on here, every time I come on here, this subject is going on every freaking time as if nothing else in the boxing world has ever happened. And the same people are saying the same things, making this with no new evidence of anything at all whatsoever.
We didn't talk about this
every time. This is my first time, so I don't know.
We didn't talk about this last week, yeah.
I missed last week. I'm sorry. But every time I come on here, this is the same subject. And every time I tune in when I come on, this is exactly what we're talking about.
Well, this is the first time I came at Canelo. I was actually praising him the last few shows, and I just started. So yeah, you're right.
Every time I listen, is you guys fucking battling with Mirage or Rare Beat, bro. If you want me to be honest with you, about Benavides or some bullshit.
You showed your colors, bro.
I mean, Canelo gets criticized for a lot of things, to be honest.
Nobody gets criticized a lot
on this
why don't
show.
we talk about something else, bro? Like Subriel Matias or something like, or Shakur or some shit, like, you know.
Fuck Shakur.
Okay.
No, you want to? I mean, there might be an upset with this in this fight. The Dominicans in the Spanish-speaking channels on YouTube, they're Dominicans, so I don't know. Maybe that's why they're biased. But they're saying that they're super excited, man.
We'll see if Shakur can use that jab. That's the only way he's going to be able to beat this kid is keep him off his rhythm with his jab.
Yeah, you know what's so interesting? You know what's so interesting about that, Jimmy? I actually believe that Edwin De Los Santos has an even better jab than Shakur Stevenson. Yeah, he's very quick on the trigger. You know, he has. I would even go as far as to say he has better timing on the jab than Shakur.
If he upsets Shakur, man, that'd be a crazy thing. His name will be vaulted right up there.
Who's Shakur fighting?
What's the career plan for Shakur Stevenson? Like, okay, so if he beats this guy, what's next? What's the big fight?
Can I tell you what I heard? Don't expect him to hang around 135 too much longer. That's what I was told. That people around him saying that he's going to get, as he's getting older, it's getting harder and harder for him to even make 135. So he might go up to one. And mind you, it's a problem for him because what he does best is best used against smaller guys. His attributes are best used against guys his height and smaller. When he starts fighting bigger guys, it's gonna then that's when he's really gonna get tested.
How tall is he?
But isn't that the case with all these guys? Oh, this is NPR,
exactly.
by the way.
Well, of course. I mean, yeah, of course. But I'm saying, but what made him so dominant at 130 and 126 was his use of space and his jab. But that becomes less effective when you fight guys bigger than you.
That's Edwin De Los Santos.
What's going on?
Edwin
Go ahead,
BDA. Yeah, that
BDA.
Edwin Santos. Let me speak. That Edwin De Los Santos. No, it's okay. That Edwin De Los Santos guy. Yeah, you know what's the interesting thing about that dude? We can't find much tape on him. There's the Adorno fight, but you can only see it from the stands. Somebody recorded it from the crowd. Then you got the Rayo fight, which only lasted about 2.5 rounds or 3 rounds, I think. So we don't really. He has one loss, and there's two versions of that. One version, the guy who beat him is called William Foster III. Yeah, he's not from England. He's American. I don't know why he's got a third. But anyway, he is actually pretty good himself. He's undefeated. But so there's two versions. One is that De Los Santos and his camp claim, oh well, it was his first fight in the United States. He was only 22 or 21, I think, and so he wasn't ready. Then the William Foster camp says, no, we broke him. You know, he started off quickly, and then we just tired him out. I don't know about that. But I tell you this, man, Edwin De Los Santos is faster than Shakur Stevenson. I'm not saying he's better. I'm just saying physically, it appears as if you were to put him in front of a wall and say who can hit the target the fastest, it would appear to be De Los Santos. Also, he cracks hard. He's 5 feet 8 inches tall, which is about the same thing as Shakur Stevenson, according to the statistics I looked up. And he's got a 2-inch reach advantage, or whatever that's worth. So it's going to be an interesting one. And may I just say this one final thing? Because Jimmy and I were talking about this on the last episode. Again, Shakur Stevenson's jab is virtually non-existent against righties. But against lefties, like when he fought Jamel Herring, that's usually what happens with a lot of these southpaws. They don't jab that much, but then when they fight another southpaw, oops, all of a sudden they turn into fucking Larry Holmes. So this is the fight where we could see him jab, but there's a guy, I don't know if you guys have heard of him, a Dominican YouTuber called Broadway Joel. He's on Twitter too a lot, and he's adamant, confident in saying that De Los Santos is going to knock Shakur Stevenson. Now, I think he's seen him fight more than us. Because like I said, I can't find much footage from De Los Santos.
I can't either. And I couldn't find any.
There's a 6-minute highlight of the Adorno fight on YouTube. 6-minute highlights.
Yeah, I'm watching it.
He can box. This guy's got skill. I was saying earlier.
I would have liked to see more tape, though.
Yeah, there's not much, but I don't know. This is going to be.
It's hard to make a good assessment to like what Mr. BDA is saying too. I think it's just hard to make an overall assessment on what the tape is out there. I'd like to see more.
I'm giving you the assessment.
Of course you are.
No.
I know.
Real quick, just one last thing about that. I'm going by what Broadway Joel is saying, which I'm assuming that he's seen. What's his name? De Los Santos fight more, and also he brought up a good point about Shakur Stevenson. He says Shakur Stevenson. Some people call him Shakira Twitterson because he spends more time on Twitter than actually fighting. And it seems as if he's a little more concerned about Haney and Lomachenko and all this and Tank Davis instead of actually focusing on the guy that's in front of him. And there's rumors he talked to a guy from Vegas who said that Shakur Stevenson he seems to be saying all the wrong things in sparring or something like that. He said that he's not taking it that seriously. So take it with a grain of salt, but that's what he's saying. And it makes this fight a whole lot more.
Yeah, it does. And I got to say something right now. You want to the same motherfuckers on the LDBC who bashed Stevenson for having the audacity to call out his Spanish heritage, like he was turning on his people, that ridiculous narrative. Watch how fast they suddenly start saying, well, he's really a Puerto Rican anyway. You know what I mean? If he loses, you watch that shit get spun.
Hey, Jimmy, you know what's more cringe than that? Did you hear about Andrade? Andrade is now he wants to embrace that Andrade, his roots. Now he's like,
now he's Panamanian. Now he's Panamanian.
Before he said, oh no, I don't. I want an Andrade. I want an Andrade.
Yeah,
what a shame.
He's Cape Verdean, right? He's Cape Verdean. I think, like Dorm said, he's Cape Verdean.
But it's funny because now he's I mean, it's on an interview. I saw it and I was like, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I was like, okay, now you want to embrace your roots and pronounce it the way it's supposed to pronounce because he didn't want it to sound Latin before. He said Andre. No, I'm Andrade. I'm like, no, it's Andrade. But now he's like, no, I want to go back to my original. It's just sad, man. Cringe.
Andrade, and that's a very popular name amongst Cape Verdeans. There's a lot of Andrades here in Boston. There's a big Cape Verdean community.
If I was with Cape Verdean,
I thought you were going to say he finally embraced his homosexuality. That's where I thought you were going.
Hey, did you guys see the picture of Tank Davis, man, with that purse? The furry jacket and the purse? I'll post it in the link and the thing. It's crazy. I don't know if you guys seen this fucking picture yet. Like, what are you doing, dude?
Yeah,
Davis with purses before, but I don't know about that one.
Has anybody since
What is
HBO? I have no freaking clue, but I'll talk over
it. He's making these weird noises. He's DJing.
Has anybody since HBO when they measure reach done from armpit to the end of the fist? Because to be honest with you, when you measure and reach fingertip to fingertip, that means absolutely nothing. And so my point is, this De Los Santos has a 2-inch reach advantage from fingertip to fingertip. What's his arm length compared to Shakur Stevenson? Because that's what really counts.
Yeah, I don't know, but you're right, because the shoulder length could be whatever. But at the same time, don't you snap at your shoulder cage? So like it matters for a jab, fingers at the fingertip, right?
Well, that's
it. Doesn't really matter because your fist is balled up.
Chief, you brought up a good point about that. That is going to be a factor because one of the keys to victory for Andrade against Benavidez is to keep him at the end of the shots. Now, I've said it before. I'm giving Andrade a very good chance here. Don't get me wrong. He still has a lot of things that he has to surmount, but I'm giving him a good shot. That being said, have you guys heard what Rick Glacier said on a couple of days ago? He claims that Benavidez is a little bit too intent on the Canelo fight, looking forward to other fights, and apparently he's not sparring the right guys. That's what he said. I don't know what that means, the right guys, but now, conversely, he says Demetrius Andrade is on fire in sparring. Have you guys heard about that? And if so, what do you think?
No, I have not, but...
Replaces a fuckwit.
Well, I mean, does that matter? Like, Andre, we all know he's a fast starter, but that's never the concern in this fight. You know, like he can be looking good in sparring, but he fades so bad after 6. Like I can imagine he'd be a bad guy to spar for anyone.
But well, and on top of that, at his age, no matter how hard he trains, that stamina in the later rounds gonna, he's not a young buck. He had a lot of amateur fights, and he usually fades, so he can transmit. Look, Mike Tyson, after the Evander Holyfield fights, looked great in the gym every time he got in there, sparring, hitting the mitts and everything else. And then when he got out there, post-Holyfield, he looked like crap against Botha. He looked like crap against he looked good against Etienne for 30 seconds because that fight didn't last long. He looked like crap against Lennox Lewis. He looked like crap against Savarese. He may have gotten knockouts, but none of them were like the performances leading up to the knockouts were not impressive. But he looked great in the gym. He looked fantastic and phenomenal in the gym. But once the first bell rang, he struggled to land his knockout punch. So how's that relate back to Andrade, who's not a knockout puncher? Well, he's looking great in the gym, but he usually looks great for 6 rounds. What's he going to look like after that? And at his age, does stamina really get better in the later rounds no matter how hard you train?
And he's been an active, right? He's only fought Desmond Nichols.
Yeah,
In all
and he's
fairness,
been an actor.
I think that Andrade is not a head case like Mike Tyson. After he got beat by the first time Mike Tyson lost, after he lost to Buster Douglas, Mike Tyson was not the same fighter. He was still the king of the heavyweights, but he was also a head case. And so he never mentally recovered from that. And so his physical body wanted him to do things that his brain was just not able to accomplish. Whereas as Andrade, I don't think Andrade suffers from that kind of mental condition.
Well,
fair point. At the same time, the point is, go ahead, BDA. Sorry.
No, go ahead. You reply.
Well, I mean, the sheer fact is, right now, the report that we have in this discussion, because I haven't really researched this much, is Andrade's looking great at the gym. Head case or no head case, he looks good for 6 rounds. And the precedent of a great fighter, regardless of the stature of his of where he was in the ring, always looked good in the gym, but he didn't always look good in the ring. Andrade only looks good in the ring for about 5 rounds. So just because he looks good in sparring and everything else like that doesn't mean he's going to do much past 3 or 4 rounds against a guy like Benavidez, who usually loses those first 3 or 4 to 5 rounds anyway.
Now, can I say something? I mean, let me just read a super chat here. Shout out to Uncle Pete for his contribution with the super chat. He says, Andrade talks like a street kid, but he smells like a charter school. Ski you? Oh man! All right. Shout out to Uncle Pete for that contribution right there. I want to go back to the Andrade thing there you guys are talking about. Chief, I completely agree with you. That's one of the reasons why I'm not picking Andrade in this one. It's because he fails to sustain that fast pace. He comes right out of the gate, and then by the 5th and 6th round, he starts dancing around the ring, shuffling, throwing wild left hands, shaking that ass. That's not going to cut it against David Benavidez. But, may I say something here? If indeed Benavidez is looking badly in sparring, he's not performing that well, then on top of that, he's got to cut weight. He's got to shed about 25, 30 pounds to get to 168. Right. If Andrade, all Andrade has to win is the first 7 rounds, maybe the first 6. Let's say the first 6, and then he wins in one round in between, and he holds and runs and clinches his way to a decision. It's possible, and that could make the difference at training camp.
Andre,
go ahead.
Right.
Andre suffers from the same thing that Lara suffers from, in the fact that he knows all the tricks, and he knows every single in and out of how to make the other guy look bad and stay away fighter and get on his bicycle and grab and hold and do all the things that is. He's a defense first fighter, and I don't believe that that's going to be in a big fight against a guy who's throwing more. Sometimes the guy that's throwing more gets the credit. I mean, for a guy like Benavidez. So for Benavidez, he's got to stay engaged, got to keep pressing forward. And if he does that, I don't know that even Andre at this age of his stage of his career is going to be able to sustain even those first 6 rounds.
Well,
he's an older fighter in his later 30s who's been inactive over the past 3 years, who's coming up to 168 this is only his second fight at 68, right? It's either his first or his second. I know he had a fight earlier, but I think that the fight he had last year was his first fight at 68 against a career 168er. I know that he should probably be almost a cruiserweight, but a guy that has carried the weight before and can outmuscle you so it's going to come down to Andrade keeping the distance set, controlling the pace of the ring generalship, at least for the first 6 rounds, if not throughout the fight, because once it gets close and he starts to try and hold, Benavidez, especially if he feels in the corner pressure of like, hey, you got to go out and win this, will start to beat him up, whether with his fists or the rest of his body. He'll body him around, he'll throw him around, he'll beat him up, and he might do enough. I don't think maybe necessarily to get a knockout, but you'll see the tide turn unless Andrade can really nail the opening rounds. And when I mean opening, it's going to be almost the first half of the fight, because Benavidez is going to get a second win like he did against Plant. He's going to come forward. He's going to start, once he starts to feel he's beating him up, he's like a snowball. He keeps going, and then you have to stop him. Not knock him out, but you have to stop his momentum. And Andrade just can't do that.
Yeah, if I could add something on the... go ahead, BD.
Yeah, the other problem with Andrade, well, he's very quick, even at 35. One thing I don't like about his approach, and I think it's going to cost him against Benavidez, is his punches are way too wide. He slaps with his shots. He'll throw a 1-2, and then he'll slap with the right hook. And watch Benavidez plant again, because, I mean, it was the last fight. He's actually pretty quick on the counterpunch trigger with those short left hooks that he's got, and I think that's going to be a problem for Andrade.
Well, I think the head case thing is interesting, because I actually think Andre does tend to fall apart mentally. I mean, he obviously doesn't have the best conditioning, but like BDA mentioned, his shot selection becomes really poor. I remember watching him many fights and thinking, what's he doing when he throws like these wild haymakers from distance. I do wonder if it's just like his inability to manage anxiety for him. That's something Lara never had. Lara had a good gas tank from what I remember. He beat up Paul Williams very comprehensively, and who was a machine of a fighter.
What's up, BDA? Long time no see. I've never seen you actually. Long time no heard of you. It's more like it.
Gypsy.
Who's addressing me?
Yeah.
Oh, what's up, Gypsy? What's up, man?
So
hey, Gypsy, you never. I gotta call you out. You never gave me, and it's been about 4 years now. Remember, you said you went to house.
Bro, I swear to God, I'm still thinking about that. Until this day, I am thinking about where the fuck did I drove through, bro. I'm not joking. I know it was South Central, but I can't remember exactly where it was.
Tell people
I'm gonna find it, though. Sorry, bro. Eventually, what I was doing was I was trying to buy a property somewhere, and for some reason, somebody told me South Central is a good area. There's a good spot in South Central. Is more like it. I know South Central is not a good area, and where the house is decent looking and everything. I was like, you know what? I don't mind. Let's go check it out. Well, when we got there, before we got there, is more like it. We drove through this like warehouse with the family. I got my mom there, my sister, my wife wasn't there at the time. We just go check it out, and we go through this warehouse, this area where there's a bunch of warehouses, and like it's one of those areas where it's more like industrial than suburban or residential, I would say. And it's not residential at all whatsoever. It's more industrial. And I saw these graffitis that were just beyond fucking explanation. It was just weird shit, and I don't know. For a little bit, I don't say I got creeped out completely, but I would have got out myself out of the car, but I would not let my family walk around that street. That's for sure. I drove past that shit, but it was pretty entertaining. I should have just recorded it. I don't remember right now. I don't remember much, but there was some witchcraft shit on it. There was some skeletons, but like I don't know. Have you seen the thing? What do you call it? The Berserk anime. Have you seen that before?
Yeah.
So it's the demonic shit like that was all around that.
All right.
It was weird.
Because I was under the impression that it was some sort of a Aztec Mayan.
No, there was Aztec shit there too. There was Aztec shit too, but I saw it like near the end.
I would encourage our Mexican viewers to see if they know what the hell he's talking about.
It was cool. It was cool, bro. It was a cool area. I liked it, but it's not somewhere like he would be like, let me take my family out for a stroll.
Right.
It's not it look weird, but I don't think anybody would do anything, man. I'm like, when I think about it now, like I've been to South Central many times. There's nothing's gonna happen over there, bro. It's just like that area just for some reason creeped me out for some reason.
I think whoever suggested that I think whoever suggested that property to you, when had you gone? But anyway, listen, man. When it comes to
the funny thing is, when we went to sorry about that. When we went to the property, the guy didn't even let us go into the house. There was cameras all around that shit, and Jesus. I think they were doing something over there that they didn't want us to go in. And it was weird, and I guess they were trying to sell it at the same time.
Well, listen, back to that's very informative. Now, back to the boxing thing. Listen, Andrade is a good fighter, but again, what holds him back is those stamina issues. Now, my question then is, twisted around here a little bit, if his stamina can hold up, would you guys think he could beat David Benavidez?
Definitely, I think so. I think he's like a Keith Thurman type of style, but like I think so. He's got enough craftiness, about him. Along with that athleticism, if he did have that stamina, that he would be able to, outpoint Benavidez. Yeah.
Because I'm sorry. Go ahead, BDA.
I was just gonna say I'm always willing to give one guy the benefit of the doubt, especially the underdog, and I often try to see, okay, how could he pull it off, especially when you got a guy as fast, mobile, and experienced even though he hasn't fought the best, he has the guys that he's fought most of the time. He usually dominates. So I'm thinking maybe if he powers up and if he does this perfectly, if he fights a perfect fight, I could see him pulling it out. That's what I'm trying to get at here.
It would have to be the perfect.
Don't say that. Don't Mirage is right there. Mirage is going
It would have to be the perfect fight.
I think the
because
fact
he
that
wouldn't
he's
be able to fade late. He wouldn't be able to fade late and try and come on. He'd have whatever lead he gets at. If he has the stamina to keep whatever lead he starts with, provided that Benavidez does what he normally does of starting a little slower, then yes, of course he can win the fight because he'll be able to maintain. He'll be able to stay ahead, and Benavidez will have to play catch up all night. But if he anything like the normal Andrade, where his punch selection starts to get stale, he goes through the motions. Nothing's original about his attack. It becomes predictable and timing and able to be timed, which is what he usually does, and especially against second-rate opposition. Then that's the reason why most of us are picking Benavidez.
The question I have about Benavidez is not just stamina. The question I have about Benavidez is going to be something like, how does he handle the orthodox, an unorthodox fighter, a lefty? So I don't know. I mean, I don't think it's just a stamina issue for Andrade and Benavidez. We know Benavidez has a motor. At this stage in his age, I don't think that Benavidez is going to tire out at this. If anything, he tends to ramp up at the later stages of the fight. You could see it in Plant. He ramped up his pace. So I do see that as a factor, but the fact that Andrade is a lefty is I don't know how Benavidez is going to handle that. I think getting outside foot position is going to be a hard thing for Benavidez. And
yeah, that's going to be really hard for Benavidez.
Yeah, because
he's a squared up fighter. And against Plant, for the first time, he showed a more bladed stance. So physically, I think that he's gonna have some challenges to overcome fighting Andrade.
I got one thing to say. With Andrade, sorry about BDL. Let me say this, and I'll let you talk. Sorry about this, bro. I know it's your channel, but sorry. I was gonna say Andrade's best win is Selecki, which he did.
Show some goddamn respect, bro, to BDA. If you got to say something, let him say it, bro.
Oh, you gotta don't do that.
Let him say.
Don't do that. All right. Sulecki is his best win, bro. Sulecki, to me, he dominated the shit out of Sulecki, in which I thought Sulecki was robbed against Danny Jacobs. So, I mean, Andrade he didn't look all that great when he beat Sulecki, but whatever he was doing was working, and it wasn't that exciting to watch, but it was working. But I've seen Andrade in the pocket, and he does have some tricks. He has interesting things that he does in the pocket that it will bother someone like Benavidez. The question is, how much would it bother? Would it hurt him enough where it keeps him honest? Or Benavidez is going to eventually eat enough and then do what he did to Plant? But the thing with Plant is his virginity was broken by Canelo, so before he even fought him. So yeah, so that matters.
I'll say this, man.
Yeah.
Hold on, bro, but he didn't even get stopped.
Oh, he didn't get stopped, but he beat him, right?
Yeah, but his hair got popped when he didn't even stop him.
Because he was about to stop him, and I think he hit him on a low blow to survive, right? That's what happened.
Bro, he didn't stop him, dude.
I know. I'm not shitting on Plant, bro. There's nothing that is. It's just the thing is with Plant is Plant's. He got something taken out of him in that Canelo fight. That's for sure. But if he had it, he probably would have beaten Benavidez.
Somebody, the NPR guy brought up the southpaw perspective here, and David Benavidez did fight, as far as I know. Maybe he's fought more, but he did fight a southpaw in 2016. His name was Dennis Dugan, or as I like to call him, Alexander Dugan. And when he fought this dude, this guy was stopped prior to that by Charlo, I think. And then afterwards, he ended up losing again, I think. So he was just like a journeyman type guy. Not a bad fighter, but not a contender. And he gave Benavidez some problems. he actually smothered Benavidez on the inside for the most part, and he was able to really flurry and punch with him. Now at the end, David Benavidez was able to outlast him and ended up stopping him, I believe, in the 12th round, 11th or 12th round. But that's a Benavidez who's young and who's able to turn on the afterburners. If
he's sparring, that's the guy he's sparring. That's the guy he's sparring.
Is that right?
Douglin, Mama's boy.
Interesting.
Dennis Douglin.
Yeah, that's
Mama's boy.
That's his actual nickname, by the way. That's his actual nickname, Mama's boy, because his mom trains him.
His mom's at all his fights just yelling, like you can hear her.
She's his trainer, isn't she? His trainer as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, she, I mean, I imagine she's the type of woman that when he fucks, he's right there next to him, like, all right, give it to her. You know, 2 more.
Slaps him on the ass. Slaps him on the ass. Right, he's doing it.
She tags wants to tag in. Mama's a cop in there.
That was a bit too far. Yeah, the line.
Yeah, he did give him a tough fight. David stopped him in the 10th. It was a 10-rounder only. He stopped him late, but that was a tough fight.
You know, BDA, when he stopped, she's like, did I tell you to stop?
Yeah, I didn't hear no bell. I
don't remember against who, but Benavidez was shit-talking one of his opponents. Like, he lost to Dennis Dougal and you suck. I forget who that was, but apparently he doesn't think much of Dennis Dougal.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if Andrade beats Benavidez. Not at all whatsoever. Like, if he beats him, like, shit, maybe like a domination type of deal, I wouldn't be surprised because he does. He's the skillful between the two. Honestly, he is the skillful. It's just that whether he can be the more durable. The enough durability he had to have to last if he does get caught with a few.
On paper, right? Like I think Andrade should be pretty it's a great position to offset Benavidez all day because Benavidez moves forward with his rear foot first. So he should never be able to get outside foot position unless he changes things drastically. We'll have to fight. But Andrade has also never been the kind of guy who's disciplined enough. He, like Charlo, also went life and death with Marty Rosen. I think he got dropped in like the first or second round.
He lost in that fight against Marty Rosen. They gifted him.
Yeah, it was a gifted. Yeah, well, I remember thinking it was a bad decision.
One of the things that concerns me about David Benavidez is that he's not. How do I say that? He's a pressure fighter, but he's not one of these guys that pulls out select punches to defeat select fighters. And what I mean by that is that when you watch the Canelo fight versus Billy Joe Saunders, now of course lefties they bend to the left, and that particular punch that knocked out Billy Joe Saunders, Canelo was, if you look at the pre-fight what he was working on, he actually picked out that punch, that kind of wide uppercut, like a shovel hook uppercut, with his right hand, and that's exactly what he nailed Billy Joe Saunders with to take him out of the fight. So Canelo practiced that one tool and had the kind of timing to nail a guy like Billy Joe Saunders, who's a very slick fighter, and would grab around the waist going in that direction. And David Benavidez does not have that kind of timing, and does not have that kind of, I don't know. He's not, as I say, he's not a select punch fighter. He's not picking up the right tool to
what is Dora trying to debate me on, bro? Wants to debate me on.
Yeah, okay, sorry about that. We got to clarify that. We got some business to clear up here. We got Onchingas and Dora. Guys, what's
do it now?
It's up to you guys. What's the topic, though? Like, I don't know what
time
wants to do.
To get a list together, but I'm going to tell you what I'm going to debate. I want to debate the top 5 wins of Canelo and Chocolatito's career. I believe Chocolatito's top 5 wins are way more impressive with proper context than Canelo Alvarez's, without question. If he wants to choose Canelo Alvarez, that's fine. I'm going to choose Chocolatito. He can go ahead and look up his 5 best wins, rewatch the fights, do whatever he needs to do some research on the fighters. I got my list figured out, and we can do a kumite this weekend or early next week. I'm a body bag you because all you did was lie and say and put words in my mouth during our Triple G debate, which was never the case. And that's all you did was deflect and lie. I'm gonna trash you in this debate. So I'm gonna give you some time to get your list together, and we're gonna get it started.
I already gave you that list, bro. Canelo beat 19 world champs.
All right, that's you're
Chocolatito beat 11, bro.
You're a casual. That's not what I'm comparing. Canelo has been 8 world champions in total mismatched layup fights. I'm going to tell you right now, in Doe, years past his best, shot the piece. Kermit Cintron, 3 years prior, got stopped by Antonio Margarito. Who else we got? Aldemir. Hold on, I gotta keep going. William Smith went down the way.
Excuse me.
I'm gonna give that guy medication.
Save it for the Kumite. Dora.
And then he couldn't even knock out Dora.
Oh my God. Dora.
Oh my goodness gracious,
Bro,
Dora.
he keeps talking about the 19 world champions. 19 world champions. He's like
19 world champions to 11, bro. 19 to 11.
Yeah, you're slow. I just listed 8 world champions in his career, and you're just ignoring me.
15, 20, 25, 30.
Canelo beat 19. Chocolatito beat 11 world champions. What's the difference? Well, what are you trying to do?
I'm not even including the Callum Smith that lost to John Ryder and was dead at the weight at 168 either, and didn't throw a fucking punch in that fight. I'm not even including his run at 168 because I'm not even discrediting his entire run at 168, and I don't even consider those total mismatches. I gave you 8 fighters in total mismatch fights, and you want to say 19 world champions. Was Kermit Cintron anywhere near his time when he beat him? What about Philip Ndoe? You know, I can't mute that guy.
When you look at Chocolatitos and he beat Ramon Garcia, nobody even knows who the fuck that is, bro.
Don Chingasos and Dora. Don Chingasos and Dora, fellas, please. Let's save it for the Kumite.
Yeah, this is gonna get body bag. All right, I'll talk to you guys in a bit.
Fantastic. Well, there you go. Don Chingasos, you are.
What the fuck is wrong, bro?
I think Dora went to take his pills.
One thing I'll say about Don Chingasos is he never backs away from a debate. He's always willing, ready, cocked, locked, and ready to rock. That's Don Chingasos right there. So let's make it happen, man.
Yeah, we'll set it up.
That's for the third whiskey shower, man. That's for a little later.
No, I mean, just let me know when.
We'll call Dom 911 then. We'll call him 45. He's always cocked and locked.
Just let me know. Just let me know when.
Don Chingasos, bro, you got that one. It's like that's not even it's a mismatch already, bro. You got that one.
I don't even know where he's trying to go with the Chocolatito better than Canelo narrative to begin with, bro. They're both fucking separate weight classes.
We'll see what happens on the Kumite. All right, let's move on.
And Bucho, yeah. Can I debate about if anybody wants to come at me, 6 million? Some people say 6 million. I disagree. So let's debate it.
We're gonna go to jail here.
I say 250,000
dollars.
That's only $1,300 a day for 12 years.
All right, guys. We're gonna end the show. It's been 4 hours, so time to go home.
Wait a minute. Before you end the show, I got something to ask everybody.
Yeah.
If you have a scorecard, for instance, right?
Mm-hmm. Where
yeah, but it's Panda Express, man. So if you got a scorecard, bro, and for instance, one guy won 8 rounds and the other guy won 4 rounds, right?
Disgusting.
And each one of the rounds that he won, he dropped the guy. Who wins that fight?
Oh, so you're talking about Winky Wright versus basketball?
No. I'm not saying anything specific, any specific fight. I'm talking about.
But that's the way that happened. That's what happened.
Yeah, that's right. That's a good one. But I wasn't thinking of that one.
He got dropped 5 times, and he clearly lost on the scorecards.
Not 5 times, 4 times.
Yeah, he was down. I said 5 times. He got dropped 5 times, and because of those scores, when you do the scores and you figure it out, you figure that based off of the score that Vasquez had, you could tell he only won 4 rounds of the fight, but based off of the 5 knockdowns, there's no way that Wright could have pulled that out because 2 of those were 2 knockdowns in each round. So that's a 3-point deficit, and then he got knocked down again in another round. So that's another 2-round deficit. You can only have 7 points to win at the minimum. Well, when you've already lost 7 points,
brother, I'm not talking about 5 knockdowns. I'm talking about 4 knockdowns, and I'm not talking about any specific fight. I'm talking about if there's 12 rounds, 8 rounds, one guy loses, the other guy wins the other 4 rounds. But in each one of those rounds that he wins in the 4 rounds, he gets dropped once. So that means he's got 4 knockdowns plus 4
guy
rounds.
gets dropped? Which guy gets dropped?
You got fighter A. Fighter A wins 8 rounds out of the 12. Okay. Then you got fighter B, who wins only 4 rounds, but drops fighter A in each one of those rounds. So who wins that fight?
That I'd have to do the math, but that might be a draw because it's 8 points.
Yeah, that's all I want to hear. That's all I want to hear because that's how it's supposed to be. Because sometimes, bro, we have situations where, let's say, a guy, for instance, drops another guy twice and wins 5 rounds, and they automatically assume that that guy has won that fight. When in reality, that is a draw. Even I'd believe that too because I didn't go there and score that shit, but that's how it is. That's a draw. Even if the guy dropped him
112. So
yeah, exactly. But they don't follow that rule. They think that they're looking at 10-8s like they're 10-7s. Well, everybody's looking at 10-8s like 10-7s. That's what I was trying to say.
That'd be a very strange fight, though, if you think about it. Some guy wins 8 rounds, and if it's dominant, like he definitely won, no question, and then the other guy only won 4, but every one of those 4 rounds, he knocked the dude down. That would
it's a strange fight. Jimmy, it's a strange fight. Yeah, that's why in my video, I did a video. I didn't really got anybody talking about it.
If you do numerically speaking, it should break out as a draw. But then there's the old Matt Kellerman, the story of the fight.
Yeah, the story of the fight. Yeah.
Yeah. But the thing with 2 knockdowns, and 5 rounds of winning, that's a thing that usually does take place. A guy drops another guy 2 times in 2 different rounds, but wins 5 rounds, and the other guy won 7 in a row. Well, not in a row, but 7 rounds. That's a draw.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Sometimes you can win the round and get dropped, though, and that should technically be 9-9, but they never do that. They always just do 10-10 for whatever reason.
Oh, yeah, that's a 9-9. Yeah. That's right. It's true. Is it a 9-9 or is it a 10-10?
I'm out of here. All right, guys.
It should be 9-9 because like it's a 10-month.
All right. Jesus. I don't know what's going on. My internet's fucking slow. Something's happening here. The chat's gone and I can't get it back. But anyways, guys, if you can still hear me, thank you for joining us. We will see you next time. Please hit the like button if you enjoyed the show. Have a good night.